everybody. Oh, welcome. Sorry we're late. We were just trying to get ourselves organised. You know how it is. I mean, Neva's been on sprints all day, so she needed just a little bit of a break. That while she was sprinting, I've been sleeping. So, yeah. Although I did get up early this morning, and I've already done a NetGalley review and posted it. I have done well this morning. So we will have our little sassy friend in the background there. Ari should give us some gold today, no doubt. Judging by Neva's face. Oh, it's been a day.
Y'all missed your weekly call with her brother. Brittany got to experience that one.
So today is going to be a little bit different today because Neva and I have to be in two places at once. This seems to be a common theme for the last couple of weeks. I promise it will settle down. Okay, I was doing this last week. This week it's both Neva and I. So we decided, because there's such a big break between Brittany and Rainey starting, there was a 2-hour break. We've decided to come in and start at our normal time and kick off the Harry Potter readathon. Read along, sorry. I've got readathons on the mind. So we are starting off with book 1. I believe Neva is listening to hers. I'm going to try something different and read with my eyeballs.
So I actually have decided that I think I'm also going to read this with my eyeballs. Because I would like to actually annotate my digital copies so that I can annotate my physicals.
Fair enough.
So I've decided that I'm also going to try something a little different and read with my eyeballs. So we're all just reading with our eyeballs here. I was going to do audio because I do have the audiobooks.
Yeah. Well, I can get the audiobooks on my library app, but the first one's not available until the 11th, and I keep looking at my library app, willing the person to send it back. So, I mean, it's not a very long book. We're going to, so the plan is that we're going to read 100 pages. So 100 pages in my particular copy takes me up to chapter 9. It's a little bit over 100 pages. And then on Sunday night, we're going to come back and we're going to finish off the book because this first book only has like 223 pages in it. So
you said it takes you to chapter 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it take it to you? I'm pretty sure it's chapter 9. Am I lying? I might be lying. Hang on.
It takes me to chapter 6.
Okay.
Like it would take me through chapter 6.
Yeah, that's on. Are you on Kindle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to the beginning of chapter 9. Okay.
Okay. Because I'm just gonna mark it. Like I'm just gonna do a little bookmarker.
Yeah.
So I know where to stop.
Yeah.
Those chicken fries were delicious.
So we're endeavoring to get to that today. That should be doable. Like 100 pages in like 10-hour sprints. Come on. It's only 10 pages an hour. We can do that, Neva.
I'm just going to let Nicole tell me where I'm supposed to stop every day.
Yeah, that's okay. If you remember with Coda and I, as we were doing the Wheel of Time, that's what I was doing because we had 2 different editions. So we'd pick a chapter, that's where we would go to. And we'd endeavor to get it done on the sprints, and if we didn't, we had that couple of days between. So you've got that option, but we will be starting the second half of the book on Sunday, and then next Friday we will be starting book 2, which is the Chamber of Secrets. So the first 3 books, we're probably going to move through them pretty quick because after that they start to get a little bit chunkier and whatnot. So our goal for each sprint, so our sprint that we have where Neva and I are on camera, and then on the Monday sprints, we're endeavoring to do 100 pages each time. So wherever that 100 pages gets you, so that for Neva, it's going to get her to chapter 9, but it'll be more than 100 pages. Is that correct?
Yeah. It tells me on my edition, it tells me 153.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that once I can get my physical copies out of storage, then I'll be able to kind of mark it that way instead, and I'll be maybe a little bit closer.
Yeah. That's fair enough. You read a lot quicker on your Kindle anyway, don't you? Yeah. on that. So that's cool. So and then at 11 o'clock, which is 2 hours, a little under 2 hours from now, we're going to go to quite a lengthy sprint. And then we're going to pop over, Neva and I are going to pop over to Rainey's for the kickoff sprints for Battle of the Girl Bands. We're over there to represent. TLC. So we'll basically go over, but we'll just leave these sprints running. We won't end them because then we're coming back because there was such a big gap. I thought it was a great way for us to get started on Harry Potter. And then for those that are participating in the Harry Potter, you can stay here if you want to, or you can follow us over to Rainey's, because I know that a lot of people that are reading Harry Potter are also participating in Battle of the Girl Bands as well. So we're going to head over and show all the love we can to Rainey, hang out for a few hours over there. But between the breaks, I'll come back, or Neva will come back. We'll do a little bit of a chit chat for the 15 minutes for those that have stayed on here, and all that sort of stuff, because we also have invited some guests to join us as well. And we completely forgot about Battle of the Girl Bands if we were on it. Well, I did anyway, when I said, yeah, no worries, not a problem. And then realized, no, they'll probably be sleeping by then. So, yeah. Anyway, we've worked out a workaround, and that's the main thing, right, Neva? We've worked around it.
We've made it work out.
Yeah, we've made it work. So it might seem a little bit disjointed, but if you don't feel like you're coming over to Rainey's, that's okay too. But at least go over and give it a like and maybe hang around for 5 or 10 minutes, and then you can always come back here and enjoy. I'll put a little bit of music on for the long sprint as well. I'll probably do the first one. I'll probably do a 2-hour sprint and then come back, see where we're at on Rainey's channel, how she's traveling and all the rest of it, and then set the next sprint to say hey to everybody for 15 minutes or so. And then, and hopefully I can work it so Rainey goes to a sprint. I won't have to keep popping in and out. So, yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who is here so we can kick off some reading. Now, for everybody that is just saying hello to everybody else, I'm going to skip those comments today because, as you can tell, we have a lot of stuff going on. Christina is here. Hello, hopping in and showing some love to the like button. Thank you. Rally is reading Magnolia Parks, a reread, so I can read Daisy Hates this month fresh. Awesome. I've got to get that book. Are you going on to Daisy Hates now, or are you going to go on to something else?
Me?
Yeah. Weren't you
I'm
saying
reading for Girl Bands. I am reading Daisy Hates. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I started it during sprints with Brittany.
Yeah.
And I do have the audio for it, so if I choose to jump between, I can. It does have like the whisper sync capability, so it'll sync up on my Audible app. But I did annotate Magnolia Parks, like my physical or my digital copy, because I do own all of the books for the Magnolia Parks universe on my Kindle. So awesome. I know that there's going to be things that I'm going to want to like underline. So I'm trying to read that with my eyes too, but that one might get listened to. Yeah. I just don't know.
You can on Audible bookmark pages, and you can annotate on Audible.
My only qualm is that Daisy Hates has footnotes. And I have the audiobook, but I don't know how they accommodate for the footnotes. Because a lot of the footnotes are like descriptions of different members of Daisy's brother's gang and stuff like that. So like you kind of need the information because it's just like it's like background so that they don't have to put in extra information into the actual book, if that makes sense. But there are a lot of footnotes. Like within the first 10 pages that I read, basically every name that wasn't Daisy, Julian, or Christian had a footnote.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I just clicked off it by accident. Rally had a headache this morning after reading so much yesterday. Yeah, I did the same thing. I woke up this morning with a twinge. I sent a voice message to a group read, and I get from Neva, Nicole, are you okay? Because I had my old lady voice, because I had literally just opened up my eyes, picked up my phone, knowing that the readathon had started, and there was probably a gazillion messages, and I went to Voxer first, and so you got my old lady voice. I sound
I was
so
like,
so
what is
sexy.
happening? When I was listening to it, like on the way from taking Ari to school, or from picking her up, and I was like, what the hell? And then I was like, maybe it's my headphones. Like, that's literally what I thought. I was like, maybe it's my AirPods. Like, are they messing up? And then I went back to listening to my music, and I was like, no, my AirPods sound fine. I was like, what is going on?
Mom,
So I was like, Nicole, are you okay? SOS.
I sound so sexy in the morning. Not at all.
Oh, also, just really quick,
hey, Mom.
bookmark, or can you
Mom,
star
can I
whatever
ask
comment
you
you're on really
Can I
fast?
listen-
Yep.
I want to
can I
acknowledge a
listen to
comment.
my Charlotte
Yep.
Web audiobook while I draw.
Yes, I'll turn it on the iPad in a second.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
Monica's super early.
I know this person. And I know this person, because at first I was like, who the hell is this? But they just sent me a message.
Yeah.
So hello to Mama Jen. Okay. Back in the day, I used to be homeless. And she was like, she stayed at the Salvation Army where I was at. We
Yep.
shared like a bunk bed. You know what I mean? Good times, bad times, all the times. So, but I know it's her because she just sent me a message that said that she's watching me and she misses my face. I was like, oh, that must be who that is.
Awesome. Hello. Welcome to Craziness That Is the Channel. So where was I up to? Here we are. So Monica was here nice and early. Hi everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. I am doing fine. I wasn't at 6:30 this morning according to Neva. I hope to
I
get
was
through
concerned. It's fine.
yeah, a sexy phone voice I do not have. In the morning. If you're going like, you know, going for someone that sounds like they've been out all night on the drink, smoked a packet of ciggies, like chain smoked a packet of ciggies. I'm painting a pretty picture here, right? Yeah. That's what I sound like. It's pretty, right? It sounds good, right? You want to hear it. I know you all do.
Oh.
At least I can laugh at myself. I know I sound atrocious in the morning.
Laugh at yourself.
What's going on?
When that message came through, I cracked up laughing. I'm like, what? I've concerned people. I shouldn't talk first thing in the morning.
Or I will.
Not to mention that I talked about, like, I ran through 116 books yesterday on a video as well, so that didn't help either.
Well, that's why I was like, oh no. Because, like, your voice had been fine. You'd been boxering all night. And I was like, oh no, she strained her voice. So I was like, are you okay?
I think you
Oh dear me! I'm sorry to. I can only imagine what Leandra and Brooklyn think as well.
I don't know. They did not say anything. They just left it to me to be the unfiltered one, which is fine.
That's fine. I'm always up for good unfiltered messages.
As the resident big sister, which I've dubbed myself, that's perfectly fine. I'll be the one to be like, hey bro, are you good? Are you okay over there?
If you think I sound bad, you ought to hear my best friend. Oh my god, she answers the phone, and I'm like, had a hard night last night, hon. Because she ends up sounding like a guy after she's been out. So yeah, I'm hoping to get through part 4 of 11/22/63 tonight because there are so many books I want to read this month. You and me both, Raleigh. I think you and I are going to be just annihilating ourselves with books this month. Not only do, like, I'm sure most of you have seen the TBR now, that not only did I talk about 16 books in there, I also have the Bingo Jenga to put in as well. So, yeah, because I don't know what they are. So, yeah.
Well, I ended up with, like, I don't know, like 16 or 18 books. I don't know. Is this very ambitious for someone who only read 5 books in January? Yeah.
You can do it, Neva. I feel like lately you've been very motivated. The fact that you actually got
Here's
2
one.
TBRs going, I'm expecting you to read at least half of them. You've DNF one, which is good self-care. You weren't feeling it. You moved it on. That's done.
Yeah.
That's one off the list. One
One
you
And
don't have
two,
to visit.
well, and two of my
said, if you
Stop.
already have one of these, I will give it to you.
No, you're not having one. I just told you that.
I'm doing it.
Now, okay, well then you're not getting an iPad. How about that? Now,
I said what I said.
2 of them switch over into like they coincide to both TBRs. So I only have to read
Wait, Mom,
them once. If that makes
Can I-
sense.
Can I
Yeah.
listen to that with the headphones?
And
The
both
headphones?
both of those are both of them are because of the way that Jan's runs. You're going through the 9 circles of hell because it's
Yeah.
Jante's Inferno. Okay, if you don't get it, it's fine. But you're going through the 9 circles of hell, so you have to.
It's based on Dante's Inferno, isn't it?
Yeah. So you have to go through each level. Like you can't skip.
Yeah.
So you start at level 1 and you go to level 9. So
Yeah.
I think one of
And apparently you can't double up. So you can't double up 9 with 5, but you can do 8.
you could do so you can't double up 8 and 9. Literally, the prompt says no double.
Yeah.
But you could double up like 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, 3 and 4, like that. But you can't like double up like 2 and 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't double up any because who doesn't like a challenge? Am I right?
Mhm.
So yeah, but the 2 that I have that translate to both TBRs are pretty far up the Inferno, so I may not get. I mean, I'll count them if I get to them in Jan's thing. I'll count them for girl bands also.
Yeah.
But we only have to do 4 prompts in order to start stealing. But I kind of want to do all the prompts, to be honest.
Yeah. And this what is it called? Jan's Inferno, is it?
Jante's Inferno.
Jante's Inferno. That only goes for 10 days, is that correct?
No, this runs for the whole month.
Oh, okay. Because I thought
she
that
does. Usually, Jan does only do 10 days.
Okay.
10 to 12 days worth of a readathon. This one, she is running all month long.
Okay, cool. Awesome. It sounds pretty good. I like that. The 9 circles of hell to try and escape it. Awesome. Nicely done, Jan.
So
I've only watched Jan a couple of times. But you're in her Patreon, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm at the highest tier because go big or go home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it. Hello, Lexi. Thank you for joining. Going to be dyeing my hair, just touching up. The usual black before blonde coming in though, and listening to 11:23 and 22:63. I'll get those numbers out. Morning, Chrissy. Chrissy's having a lot of fun going back through all my backlisted videos on because we do a Throwback Friday in my Facebook group, and she's been having fun going back through all of my videos, and it's a little bit scary for me because man, have I improved. Is all I'm going to say. I don't sound like my 6:30 a.m. person anymore. I sound more bubbly and cheery. Coda is in the comments. Hi, friends. Just got you up, and I'll be there after work and a little errand. Should be back by 8 EST. Awesome. Hello, Chris. Oh, welcome. Hello, Courtney. How are you? I just wanted to stop by and say hi. Hello. Oh yes, once again, I have forgotten to find my Harry Potter books. I think I know where they are.
For anyone who wants to read them on the Kindle, they are on Kindle Unlimited or Prime Reading. They're on.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, they're all available on the Kindle Unlimited. I did make a post over in the Discord as well that they were on Kindle Unlimited if you didn't have them. So yeah. Hello, Tina. Thank you for joining. Happy February. I've been here for 2 days already. Thank you. Yeah, I've already finished my first prompt for the Battle of the Girl Bands. Just saying.
Good job. I did not finish my first prompt. I DNF'd my first prompt.
Yeah, well, you know.
Which was the doctor one. Because you know what? I don't care enough to find out about this doctor that she's in love with, who's her dad's boss or something. I don't know. I don't care enough because y'all punch me in the face with a pregnancy trope, and I ain't about it.
Alexi says that has found her Harry Potters and says that it takes it through to chapter 6 as well. So I have a physical pop copy. Well,
so here's what we think, because Coda says this later. I saw his comment. He says this later that he just assumes that
everything.
Nicole will have smaller text.
I'll grab it after I.
So that's probably why Nicole's takes her all the way to chapter 9 and not to chapter 6, because I feel America. I don't have a physical copy in front of me, but America tends to make their YA print very large.
Yeah. So that is my font.
Yeah.
Small.
No, I need the iPad.
Yeah, they tend to make American font very large when it comes to YA books.
Yeah.
Here, I'll hand it to you. Just go up there.
Okay, I'll get up here.
Go here. You
so
can listen
I'm
to
still
Charlotte's
reading
Web.
the same amount as you, but I just have less pages. That's basically why. So yeah, sounds good. I'll get my book. Excellent. Chapter 9 in my copy is 142, and it's US 1999. And mine is first published mine is Great Britain, so most Australian books are generally Great Britain or published in Australia. Mine is 2001. So yeah.
No more updated version.
Hey. So yeah. Hello, Katie. How are you going?
I vote that we just follow wherever Nicole is going, because then we're all on the same page. That's what I vote.
Simon says.
Just because that's what worked for y'all with Wheel of Time too.
Yeah, cool.
So I think it would just work better if you're just like, hey,
Mom.
Because then it covers anyone that's in Australia or the UK, but it also covers everybody in America. America is just going to get a little bit further in our book than the rest of the world, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It's still the same. It's still the same point. It's just you guys must have a thicker book, because chapter 6 in my book.
Yeah, I feel like our book
84 pages.
Well, and I'm wondering also if she has a hardcover edition.
Yeah, that's also a good point.
But even just looking at your copy of the book, our paperback version, I know for a fact, is thicker than that.
Yeah. Well, when I picked it up, it's small.
Yeah, that looks like a roll. That looks like you're about to read Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, I because when I first picked them, because I got these two and Deathly Hollows and Order of the Phoenix. I got these two and those two together because they were all together in a secondhand shop, and I'm like, thank you, because I want to read that. And I wasn't going to buy them brand new for obvious reasons. But yeah, like I picked them up and I'm like, gee, I thought that they were bigger. Why?
I think because you see the American versions, which are bigger. Yeah. But really quick, before you continue, Coda agrees with me.
Yeah, do less days. Yeah. 100.
We can do it. And Harry Potter goes so quickly. Like even once you get
that's why I wasn't worried about reading with my eyeballs, because I picked it up yesterday and I'm like, let's see how it, because I did immersive reading yesterday. Like I finished the night out with immersive reading, so my eyes are moving like they should be, and the last couple of books have been immersive. And then I also reviewed a couple of craft books last night, so I was reading with my eyeballs, making sure that measurements were correct and all that sort of stuff in it, because they were quilting books. And so basically I picked this up this morning and I just started reading, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'll be fine. So I'm not even going to worry about an audio. My partner's got them, but I'm not logging in because I'll just upset the Apple Cart. He gets a little bit, how you going if I log into his Audible and start messing with his library.
Yeah, but I mean, they're really simple books to understand. If you do have trouble with like pronunciation, just ask me and I'll just say whatever you're having trouble with pronouncing. I'll just say it on camera.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
Cool.
It'll be okay.
I will be reading Cloning for you. Okay. It is for the LGBTQ prompting girl bands. I just in the zone of reading. Okay, cool. And start Harry tomorrow. That's awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Chapter 9 is 143. I'm used to Nicole's editions having smaller words.
Yeah,
and less pages.
your book truly looks like a YA book to me. Or like a children's book.
Like it's a middle to me. I pick this up and that I automatically think middle grade book.
Because even the first book, like if somebody broke into my house, I needed to defend myself. I could throw the first book even and probably knock them out with it. In America. Also, if you can hear Ari's audio,
This is right, and all the books are weapons. That's it. Stack them, throw them. Hello, everybody. 2 work days in a row is utterly exhausting, especially when you have, have to be functioning at 8 a.m. I don't function well at 8 a.m. and I don't have to leave the house. Yay, Harry Potter. Go TLC. What prompt are you using Harry Potter for? None.
I couldn't find a prompt that worked.
No,
to use it for,
I didn't even bother. I like it's that small. I just didn't even bother. I knew it was going to be.
I have a handful of books. I think I had a total of 7 books that did not fall into either readathon. Like they just didn't work for either readathon. Harry Potter happens to be the smallest of all of them, so I'm not too worried about it. Considering that I'm also reading Crown of Midnight at some point this month with Rainey and Kelsey, and that doesn't fit any of the prompts either. It's fine. I'm always gonna have some books that aren't gonna fit.
Yeah, I've got 3 extra books that I've got. I've only got 50 pages left in one, and I've got another 2 books that don't fit any of the prompts either. So I could have probably stretched it, but I just thought, you know what, it's fine. Everything's fine, as Neva says. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Yep.
Fine.
Hi friends, just finished Emily Wilde and switched over the laundry. Was going to decide on my next read, and it looks like it will be Harry Potter. Yay! I'm going to use an Audible credit. Guys, the Harry Potter.
Yeah, the audios are really good. Ari actually really likes the audios. She's only listened to the first 3 because after that they get too scary. But she really likes the audios. She listens to them at 1 time speed, but it's fine. Like right now, if you can hear her book, I'm sorry, but I put the Libby app on the iPad for her because she's like, "Can I listen to an audio book?" I'm like, "Sure, that's better than watching TV." So she's listening to Charlotte's Web.
Oh, nice, good book. God, I haven't read that in years. That'll be one I'll have to get for definitely think Nicole telling us what chapter to stop at works best. There are so many different editions that we'd all be stopping at different places otherwise. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. And that's what Coda and I found worked best for us as well. And we also did that within the woods, as well with Tanner French reader buddy read. It works really well. We'll be getting it off Hoopla tonight. Awesome. I have 70 pages left of my Scottish mystery, so I need to get that done before I start the Harry Potter and the girl band book. Fair enough. That is fine. You need to get all those things out. I have this month already read since the 31st, I have read and reviewed 3 books for NetGalley, so I'm on target. I wanted to do 3 a month. I was a little bit late in January, so and I've got another 3 craft books that I can review because they're easy to review. It's just making sure everything is correct and they're not blowing smoke where they shouldn't be. Hoping to read more House of Flame and Shadow. I didn't get very far during January. I'm using it for the readathon in February. Awesome. I'm excited for the Harry Potter read along. I usually reread every year, but I didn't last year and I really missed it. I'm going to immersive read because I love the audio so much. Yeah, so I'm in 2 minds. Like if I could get the first one, and I keep trying to wheel the person to return it and they haven't, but I've got the second and I've got the third one already and I've hit my maximum amount. But anyway, I'll be able to get the next one, hopefully. Hello, and using Harry Potter to steal a prompt later in the month. Destiny's Child has a prompt to read a book with a name in the title. Well
There you
done. Look at
So
you go.
if you want to be able to use it for a prompt, you could wait. It really, even if we finish the book before you get to it, it will not take you very long to read this book. I
No.
promise you. We have the first one in an illustrated version for Ari, that I was able to find like at a half price books, so I didn't have to pay for it full price. And it's unabridged with pictures. And she and I still got through it in about a week of reading a little bit every night. So it will be no problem for an adult reader to get through it.
And also coming back to this, like this is going to be finished on Sunday, Monday, and then we're starting book 2. So you may have already read like a couple of audiobooks or 4 audiobooks. And so you've got to read 4, remember? 4 books, and then you can steal.
And then you can steal. And honestly, you could use any of the Harry Potter books to steal because they all have the name in the title.
They all have the name in the title. So it doesn't matter which one that you use. Just when you get closer, once you've read your 4, then you can steal. Prompt I am doing for reading an author that I dislike a book because I hated her previous book. Okay, cool. Fair enough. This is a message for
Jen again. I love you too. This is way less creepy now that I know who it is. Because at first I was like, out. I was like, who the hell? And then when I saw her message come through, I was like, that must be who it is. That's got to be, because like no one else is talking to me like this except my own mother wouldn't even talk to me like this. So I was like, it's got to be somebody that I know and not just some weirdo on the internet. You know what I mean?
I can't wait to visit
welcome, Mama Jen. That is so sweet. It is very sweet. Hello, Butterflies and Books. Currently reading Ravenspell audiobook on KU. Oh, what did you think? What do you think of it? I read those. I read them back to back. That is a really good. As the other one's Raven Song, and then from the same author, I read the Vine Witch series. So yeah, they're really good. Finally, I can say it's something that's really good. Because normally you're all reading stuff I've not read or anything like that. In my sexy voice, I'm assuming.
We said probably your morning voice.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't mean to offend anybody. I was actually like concerned. I was like, what is happening right now?
I laughed. I knew exactly what you were saying because
actually after I said it, I was like, oh, maybe she's gonna be like hurt for what I said. But then I was like, no, I feel like she'd say something if she was like offended.
I don't know. I think I replied back to it and just laughed. I'm like,
I was like, are you good? Are you okay?
See, I shouldn't inflict that on people. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Finishing watching the last Percy Jackson, and then I'm going to finish Kingdom of Flesh and Fire and start House of Flame and Shadow. Awesome. You've got your day planned out by the sounds of it. Currently reading The Crush King. Hello, Julie. How you going? Cheetah Girls?
Yes. Yeah, I think it was on Cheetah Girls.
Over here spying on the competition, are we, Julie?
But yes, in order to have it count as a DNF, you must read 50%. But as far as I know, you can switch out a book for a prompt. So I may circle back around and just switch out a different book that has a doctor in it.
Yeah.
At some point. I don't really care that much to read about a doctor, to be honest. Here's the thing. This specific book that I picked because I already had it on my Kindle. I got it from whatever, Kindle Day, Stuff Your Kindle Day, which is fine. Of course, it was like a bright pink cover. We all know I love pink, so that's probably why I grabbed it. I probably didn't even care what it was about. I don't even remember seeing this cover, okay? But it was bright pink, so that was probably what it was, like a cover download. You know what I'm saying? But here's the problem, okay? It got me with the pregnancy thing, but then it really got me when I found out that the husband is also in the military, and that's like another trope that I don't like. I really do not enjoy like a man in uniform romance. Like I just don't care to read that. So I don't really like military romance. I don't like policeman romance. Firefighter romance is kind of pushing it. You know, I don't care.
Give me a thug every day. Like
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
can we just have like morally gray? This is why I read so much like dark romance, because it's all like morally gray, like
I just want the
gay.
bad boy. You can keep your police officer, you can keep your fireman and your military man and all the rest. If your military man's a thug, okay,
Sure,
then
fine, I guess. But he's got to be like a rebel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fully.
Otherwise, just give me like the gang members, the mafia lords, like those people. I don't want them in real life, but in a book.
No, not in. You can keep them in real life, but in my books, bring it on.
Right.
Sorry. Oh, dear me. Oh, no. Little Emmy's in it. Oh, my goodness.
No, you didn't.
So, Chrissy's watching my old videos to put up Throwback Friday in the Facebook group. And Tiny Mia is my granddaughter. So, and we used to call her Mia Cat or Little M. She used to get referred to, but yeah, so cute. I know. She's still in Brendan's opening on his videos where she's at the workshop in her work shirt jumping up and down like a kangaroo. My copy has double that size in font. Well, there you go. So I will be blind by the end of the series. You won't be, which is great for everybody else. The people with the best eyesight get the biggest phones, kids' books, and yeah, and YA. My book itself is smaller in dimensions, so there are less words per page in that sense too. American books tend to have bigger margins usually too. Yeah, I've got next to no margins. Like we have a whole page. Like that inner margin is usually a key to makes it real hard. Oh yeah, I'm going to read to chapter 9. YA reads super fast. Yeah, that's it. So let's go by Nicole's book. We can do them in less days. I was reading like 180 pages. Sorry. Yeah, to my 103. 142, which is chapter 9 in the paperback. Awesome. Oh no, I only have paperbacks of Harry Potter. I primarily buy paperbacks, but yeah, I would say Nicole's looks like the size of a Roald Dahl book. Yes, it is actually, because it was sitting next to some Roald Dahl books. Dang, I was going to ask you guys what prompt for the TLC. I haven't looked where I could even put it yet, but oh well. I'm reading 11/22/63, which is a chunker anyway. It's fair enough. Does it have a doctor in it? Does that book have a doctor in it? You could always do that. You might want to watch that you don't get flagged for copyright for Charlotte's Web. YouTube has actually relaxed a little bit with background noise because they realized that a lot of videos, because people were vlogging and stuff like that, a lot of videos were getting muted, flagged, and all that sort of stuff. You could not tell that and was without. Okay.
Yeah, and if you can't hear it very well, you might not be able to tell, because she is listening to this man speak at one time speak. He is talking like this. Like, that's how fast he's talking. So, like, yeah. But I probably won't, because I don't think you could have been able to tell without me saying, like, she's listening to Charlotte's Web.
To be honest, I couldn't actually hear it over our talking.
Exactly, because she is in the bed above me, so
yeah. And we don't have silences, because we could talk underwater if we were put to the test, I'm sure.
Probably we'd figure it out. We'd figure it out.
I only have an hour left in the woods I'm going to be all caught up tonight. Hope you're liking it, because I really enjoyed it, and I would like to. We can't hear Ari's audiobook. Yeah, it's all good. A good call. I may use one later books. Yep, that's it. Just use it later on. That's the best way to do it. Also, for the prompts, the Harry Potter books have a doctor in them.
Yeah, and Madame Pomfrey is basically in every single book.
Okay.
Like, I know she is at least in the first 3 books, like,
Yep.
by name in the first 3 books, and then
Yep.
I know that she makes an appearance in the 6th book as well.
Okay.
But I know in the
yeah,
first
because
I know in the first 3 books she makes an appearance. Or
yeah.
she there, like she's actually nursing them, Harry, back to health.
So there you go. You can read Harry Potter. It's got Doctor in it. There you go.
Great.
And if anybody questions you, say, please refer to Neva.
Yes, because actually that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone because she's definitely in that one.
We can read as many of the prompts as we want, right? Because I've already read my Doctor book.
Yeah, we can read as many as we want. You just have to read 4 before you can steal from other teams.
Steal. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to use this as a Doctor book and get a couple extra points.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you for clarifying. We'll be reading pages of Harry Potter and then maybe starting one of my girl band books. Well, if you're in TLC, we've just established that you can use Harry Potter for the Doctor book. all the co-hosts are going to go, what is going on? Why is everybody reading Harry Potter? Because we've just decided that that's what's happening. So what you're saying is you want a military man that's gone AWOL and the government is like, yes, that's exactly
what I need.
Right.
I also need him to also be like heavily tattooed with a gruff voice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, tattoos are definitely a must. And be a man's man.
Yeah. Like crushing beer cans on your forehead and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what this says about us as humans.
So much. It says so much about us. It's fine.
I know. We've had some conversations, don't you worry. I don't do those romances either. Straight up mafia romances only. Yep. Can I still log Kingdom of the Flesh and Fire for the readathon if I finish it today but started it in January?
You would have had to have been less than 51% through before you finished it yesterday or today.
Yeah.
So if you were more than 50% through the book, then no, you cannot count it.
Yeah. So if you were on page 20, for instance, and your book has, 300 pages, yes, you can count it. But
like, for instance, I purposely drug my feet with We Were Villains. I'm caught up now, but I purposely drug my feet with We Were Villains until yesterday so that I could count it for this readathon. Or until today, so I could count it for the readathon.
Yeah.
So when I filmed my video this morning, I was not at 50% of We Were Villains. But when I got up this morning to do but you can get your own water out of your water bottle. But when I got on Sprints with Brittany this morning, I am now over 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to.
I could count if we were villains for the readathon too, but because I was only 100 pages in yesterday, so yeah, which was the first for me.
Yeah.
I just lost where I was at.
You were right.
Yeah, I found it. I can only hear Ari's book when there is literally no sound, which is very rare. I would say in book 2, she's probably the most appearances. Yes.
Yeah. And I'm just going to assume that even if you haven't read the books, that you've probably at least seen like the movies. Like, there's a lot more to the books than there are in the movies, but like the main things that happen in both.
Yeah, well, I've seen all the movies multiple times. I can't live. The only reason I didn't read the books is because I had babies, like little babies, when they came out. And who's got time to read when you've got little babies that are climbing all over you?
Well, according to your children, that's no excuse. So
yeah, well, yeah, that was no excuse. Apparently, it doesn't fly with them. Go to the naughty corner because you haven't read Harry Potter. Is essentially the attitude that I got from my children.
Yes, they have to be 4 different prompts. You have to complete 4 different prompts in order to steal from another team. I mean, you can read the same prompt as many times as you want, but they have to be 4 different ones before you can steal.
Yeah. That is very much clearly stated everywhere, because there's been a few people that have asked that. So yeah, if you're not sure, go to the general chat. There's a lot of questions there, and you'll be able to and if you can't find it, just come into your team's chat and ask your co-hosts, and they'll be able to get you the help that you need. Because Rainey's got stuff happening in the background, so it's best to tag your co-hosts.
Which I know for Jean, her co-hosts are Yumi and Leandra.
Yeah, so but you're more than welcome to ask questions here if you're on other teams as well, because we sort of know what's going on. Well,
yeah, and if we don't have an answer, we know if you tell us what team you're on, like we know the co-host for the other teams, we can go at least find the main host. So like for Cheetah Girls, that would be Brittany. For Spice Girls, that would be Rainy. So I would probably go to somebody else unless I felt it was a Rainy specific question. And for Destiny's Child, is Kelsey is the main host.
Yeah, because the 4 besties are the team captains, right?
So I guess technically, I guess I'm the team captain. I'm the camp counselor. You know what I'm saying? The head camp counselor. You're ready for a roller coaster.
Yeah, I could see that camp would be a different one if you were a
camp counselor. I consult Nicole about everything first. I'm like, hey, yeah.
Neva learning your book boyfriend likes. I now totally understand your reading taste.
Most people understand my reading taste once they figure out who, like, because people will be like, oh, who's your book boyfriend? And then I like name the grumpiest, gruffest, most asshole main character, and they're like, oh, that explains a lot. I know.
And my husband is heavily tattooed, very much a man's man, and has a very gruff voice, but he is a reformed bad boy.
Well, Kelsey makes fun of me because Kelsey prefers, like, with book boyfriends, she prefers usually that, like, kind of like in between person. Like, she's not really a cinnamon roll girly, but she's not really like a grumpy girly either. She likes to do this, like, kind of, you know, mentally balanced. You know what I'm saying? Not me, you know, not me. So. Like, when we read Witsec, like, my favorite character was the grumpiest one, Knox, that brother. And she was like, he was my least favorite. And I was like, I figured that, you know? And then when I read the Dreamland Billionaire series, my favorite was it Declan? He's like the middle brother, or he's the oldest brother, but he has the second book. And they're like, wow, this makes so much sense, because I need the grumpy one. You know what I mean? The one that's like puts you in your place type person. Yeah. Just is what it is. Cinnamon roll men annoy me. Except in Icebreaker, it worked for me there. I don't know why it worked for me.
Yeah, see, I don't think it worked for me. That's why Icebreaker didn't work for me, because, like, yes, there was a little bit of spice in it and all that sort of stuff, which was fine. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No.
I mean, he was definitely
laced for me. I need someone that's
It was definitely like golden retriever black cat energy, like that reverse grumpy sunshine.
Yeah,
and sure. And Anastasia was definitely the black cat, and he was definitely Nate was Ari. You can watch one show, and Nate was definitely like the golden retriever. And usually I'm like, ugh, get away from me. But it worked. I don't know why it worked for me with Icebreaker, but it did. It probably that's a once in a lifetime occurrence, but
yeah, like it was like she was great. Like I liked her as a character. That like sometimes she's a little bit whiny.
Rainy and Kelsey hated her.
Yeah, but just so everybody knows, I'm doing something really stupid for the next prompt.
Hey, that one's good though. That one's
good.
That one's the good one. It's the second one that's not that good.
Okay, well, I've got the second one. Well, I'm doing a taste test, so this is going to be also part of a test because I've never read Tessa Bailey. Because The covers just look like that's a fun time, and
But
I'm
we'll
looking
say
for
this.
a dark time.
There is spice in it.
Mhm.
There's spice in it. Brittany and I think we both gave it 4 stars. Just because the third act breakup, I mean, neither one of us really enjoys it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, turn it down, Ari. But
I can't hear you.
I said turn it down. If you can't hear me, I'm gonna take it away.
Yeah?
Yes. You can't hear me. I swear to God. Anyway.
This one, I just turned it up for my audio.
Okay, Ari. But the first one was really good. It's the second one. I think it's called like Unfortunately Yours or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Unforgettable Yours.
I don't know.
Unfortunately Yours?
It's a
Something like that.
purple. It's a purple
Yeah,
cover.
I've got it's on my shelf because
I
I bought them both at the same time.
I got both of them as arcs, and then I started reading the second one with Brittany as a buddy read, and I was like, I don't really think I like this book, and she's like, I would just DNF, and then she told me why to DNF, and I was like, yeah, I'm good on this.
Thank you. Jessica took my son to a showing of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire 2 weeks after he was born. I needed it out. And he was good the whole time.
Fair.
He slept. That's awesome.
That's fair.
That is awesome. That would be the most fun camp.
We would also be the one that got in trouble the most, I feel.
Yeah, I was gonna say
We'd
I think
be the
we'd be hauled up to the head honchos.
Yeah, we
office
would be the one that was like stringing up buckets of water so that when you opened when you opened it up, it would like spill all over you. We'd be like putting toothpaste in the middle of people's Oreos. Like we would be the ones called to go see, head honcho Rainey, and she'd be like, I hear we're pranking people again. Who did? But we would also not snitch on each other, so we would never know who was actually doing anything.
No, that's exactly right.
Fine.
It was quite funny. A couple of weeks ago, I went to a cross stitch meetup, and we're all going on there's a cruise happening in the middle of the year, and we're going on the cruise. And Leanne, one of my stitching buddies that we meet up with in real life and all the rest of it, we were talking about if they think that we're going to be sitting around stitching the whole time, they've got another thing coming. They might be toddling off to bed at 8 o'clock, but we have a whole cruise ship and alcohol.
I should go on a cruise with Nicole. You know how much fun we would have?
Oh, you're probably going to see it. And then we were sitting there at this meetup talking about it, and we were whispering. And one of the girls across the way, when you feel someone looking at you, that we both looked up and looked at this girl, and we just had the biggest cheesy grins on our face. And she's just like, "Oh," I said, be prepared because we're going to be rocking up to stitching in the morning with disheveled hair, probably extremely hungover. I'm planning on partying. I got 8 weeks. 8 days on a boat, and I have not been on a cruise before, and I have no family members around me. Am I going to be a good girl? I don't think so. I'm going to take everybody I can with me for a fun time.
Wow. I'm sorry.
What?
This is a complete change of subject. So I have like Apple News on my phone.
Yeah.
So it'll send me like headlines, but it won't tell me anything about it. So I get a headline that says country music star arrested on drug charge. So I clicked it. Darius Rucker was arrested in Tennessee for a minor drug offense. Does anyone know who Darius Rucker is? All right, you know who? Does anyone know the band Hootie and the Blowfish?
Yes.
So he was like the lead singer in Hootie and the Blowfish.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And then when he started doing,
Hootie was not my favorite band.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, the only song that I know is that one that's like, I don't know. It's a really sad one. That's like.
The only reason I think I don't even think I've listened to much of it. I probably haven't and haven't realized it. But the only reason I know who Hootie and the Blowfish is from when Monica and Ross and everybody, they went to Hootie and the Blowfish concert in Friends. I think it was Rachel asked her about where'd she get that, and she goes, "That'd be the work of a blowfish."
So here's the thing: the only song by Hootie and the Blowfish that I actually know is this song from 1994 called "Let Her Cry."
Yeah, I don't know.
This one is
I
like
probably do.
Let Her
but, yeah.
Cry or whatever. I don't know. I'm not gonna try to sing it. But anyway, he became a country singer on his own. So he did like this song like Wagon Wheel, which is like rock me mama like a wagon wheel. Rock me mama any way you feel. Ooh. Yeah, okay. That's all the singing you're getting today. Okay, so he was apparently arrested in Tennessee. What an idiot. Why would you have drugs in Tennessee? Sir. 57 taken into custody today in Williamson County, Tennessee. And he was arrested for 2 counts of simple possession / casual exchange of a controlled substance and 1 count of a violation of the state's vehicle registration law.
So he got busted for sharing his drugs. Damn.
He probably got busted with like marijuana.
Yeah. and he was sharing a split
He
with someone.
didn't get busted with like cocaine. He got busted with like marijuana. And him and his friend probably got busted like smoking a blunt together.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad.
He was only booked for 1 whole hour. So
Oh.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's not traumatized. Wow. Is all I'm saying.
Raleigh almost choked on a cake when you said mentally balanced.
Well, she does. Here's the thing. I don't judge anyone for the kind of book boyfriends that they like, okay? But it's always funny to me when like I'm scrolling through Instagram and they have, you know, like the scrolly thing that'll say like pick your book boyfriend. And it's like all of these like mentally stable book boyfriends. And I'm like, I don't know who any of these people are. I have to go look them up to figure out who they are. Because I don't know who they are. I don't read books about mentally stable men. Absolutely not. All of the men in my
I don't
books.
know if I would trust a mentally stable man, to be honest.
I'm saying.
I've been thinking the whole time, you got something to hide? Like, are you hiding something?
Right. Like, why are you so normal? That's weird. That's suspicious. Like, most people would be like, wow, a mentally stable man. I would be like, this is very suspicious, sir.
Yeah, I'd be side-eyeing and judging you.
What's going on?
I bet there'd be questions, lots of them. How did you become so stable? What sort of like? I'd be digging to find something because I think this is a unicorn.
Truly a unicorn. Like more rare than an actual unicorn.
Yeah, so he loves where the chat's going.
I just saw that he was arrested. I need to know what he was arrested for.
Yeah.
Probably marijuana. That's probably what he was arrested for.
Oh, blunt. Exactly. Like, come on. If you're going to have a headline, please make it worthwhile.
And my thing is, that's how they get you. It's clickbait.
Yeah.
Country music star arrested on drug charge. Oh, maybe it's like Kid Rock. You know, maybe he finally got caught with something. No. Just Darius Rucker with a blunt. It's fine.
I never remember the mentally stable ones. That's it, eh? And Maureen would like to know, who are these mentally stable men? I had the same question. Who are they? Where are they from?
I don't know any, to be honest. Even the ones that I'm like, for a minute, I'm like, oh, are you mentally stable? And then I'm like, oh, no, you're not. It's okay.
Yeah. And then the whimsical side comes out.
Right. Darius Rucker. He's a country music artist. I can't think of what else he sings. Oh, he also sings that one that's like, I don't know. I don't know what else he sings. I mean, I do, but like I can't just think of them off the top of my head. Also, no one wants to listen to me sing right now. I'm not warmed up, so.
They are magically delicious. Yeah, unicorns are, but mentally stable men are suspicious.
Mentally stable men need to go to jail because I need to know. I need to know what you've done in your past. That you're trying
and for all the Aussies and Kiwis, how proud are you of me? I used the full word suspicious. Our commonly word used here for suspicious people, they're a bit sus.
Yeah.
So I've done well not to throw out the slang. All right. Did he sing Fast Car?
No, that's a white man. Hold on, I'm about to look this up. That's Luke Combs. Darius Rucker is a black man. He just did a song with Dax, but I mean, probably no one knows it. It's called like a Man or something. I don't know. Basically, it's about how men are oppressed. That's basically what the song's about.
Yeah. All right. Oh.
Like, it's a catchy song, but like when you really listen to the lyrics, it's basically just
Aw.
about how hard men's lives are. That's what
Yeah.
the book is about. Or that's
Oh,
what the
that's
song
all
is
I've got to say.
Until y'all start carrying babies, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, like when you can start pushing them out of your yoo-hoo there, talk to me then.
When the government has agency over your body,
It's my own.
we'll talk
Yeah.
about it. Until then, please sit down.
Can I still have
Yeah.
this person on the
Take a
road?
seat at the back of the house and just shh. Zip it.
So with this, I would agree with you, Coda, except that Tracy Chapman actually came out themselves and made a statement about how much they thoroughly enjoy Luke Combs' cover of this song, which is why Tracy Chapman and Luke Combs are the only two versions of the song that I listen to, is because Tracy Chapman put their stamp of approval on Luke Combs' cover of the song.
Mm. I was going to say Tracy Chapman, and then you said Luke Combs. I'm like, oh, did I get that wrong?
Yeah, so Tracy Chapman, obviously, it's their song.
Mhm,
And then
mhm.
Luke Combs on his newest album did a cover of Fast Car.
Mhm.
And so and there was a lot of controversy around it because Luke Combs is a country white man and Tracy Chapman clearly is not.
No, clearly not. Clearly not.
And so Tracy Chapman came out and made a statement saying that they fully supported Luke Combs in covering Fast Car and thought that he did a wonderful job. So
From what I gather from my fellow 25-year-old and younger at work, Sus is not in anymore. Well,
cool.
I'm 50.
You know
I'm
what else
53,
isn't?
and I'm going to use the words like top shelf Sus and.
You know what else isn't in anymore? That's Hot, which was originated by Paris Hilton, but she still says it, and so do I. So
Yeah,
that's
and that is hot.
right. That's hot, bro. Like, what do you mean? You know?
Yeah,
So,
I say that about top shelf comments too. That's hot. I love it.
yeah, exactly.
And I would have to agree.
I agree.
I like Tracy Chapman. Yeah. All right. Clearly, clearly, there is a big
Clearly.
difference.
Yeah, there was a
we
lot
are
of
going to
controversy
do.
about
We're going to do a
stealing
45
white.
minute. No, actually, we'll do a 30-minute sprint because it's 10:15. Rainy starts at 11, right? Yeah, we'll do a 30-minute sprint to kick off. We've talked for an hour. We'll do a 30-minute sprint. We'll come back. We'll chit chat for a bit, and then we're going to head off. But then we're going to set a 2-hour sprint. And Lexi is saying, I swear I don't know what my same age peers are saying to me half the time. I just smile and nod. I question my children when they say something to me. I'm like, either one, you're swearing at me, or two, you're saying something in gibberish that I don't understand. Please explain. And they tell me. All right, let me just change this timer. We'll do a 30-minute. We're a little bit all over the joint today. So that's another thing that I also say, joint. Hopefully this will set today because it was being a pain in the backside the other day. Yes, there we go. All right. We will see you in 30 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello, everybody. How did you all go? I got up to page 17 and had to answer a few questions, or just went over into the readathon and just answered a couple of questions. Gave a couple of suggestions about using Harry Potter for the first prompt. And answered a couple of questions on a Facebook page. So I only really got about 20 minutes of reading in. But still, I've made a start up to page 17. I have my markers. I have what's left of my tabs because it would seem that my daughter has taken my tabs.
Don't love
fine.
kids.
Still getting me.
Stuff. Ari likes to steal my tabs too, and I'm like, get away from my stuff, bro.
Mom,
Good night.
I don't have many left. I'm going to have to go down the road and get some, I think. So yeah, these ones I don't really tend to use in my books because they're for like work stuff. But if I get stuck, I can use them and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So that was the short sprint because we're going to pop over to Rainey's when this timer goes off. We're going to, bye daughter. I tell you, the 17-year-old has an attitude at the moment. Doesn't acknowledge the fact that I even exist. I just want to give her a good clip up the ear and go, wake up to yourself and have some respect for your mother. You wouldn't be here without me.
If it makes you feeling better, I won't say which one for his privacy. But I got a phone call today asking if I wanted to take a teenager. My teenager. So guess who gets to have a full-blown teenager for the summer? Me.
May the force be with you. I definitely feel like I need the force over here. Oh, that's 3 days in a row that she is left without saying, bye, Mum, I'm going to work. And to me, that's just disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful.
Like, how hard?
My oldest is he'll be 13 in December.
Mm.
Oh, shoot. Did he just turn 13? No, he just turned 12.
I've always said that teenage girls at 14 need to go into a deep freeze, and when they're 18, they can come out because then they're normal. This period between 13, 14 to 17, 18.
So he apparently is just like lying about things. You know, he's being a boy child.
Yeah.
But I guess so my children that were adopted still refer to me as a Mama Neva, but like my actual name. They've always called her Mama and then her name, so they do the same for me, which is fine. Ari also calls her by her name, but also puts Mama in front of it. It's fine. I get a lot of questions sometimes when people like will overhear Ari talking about her. It doesn't bother me. Okay, I don't care.
Yeah.
Takes a village. You know what I'm saying? That's why when Ari goes around like saying
village.
That's why when Ari goes around saying that like Brittany is her auntie and Nicole is her whatever and Emma and Ollie are her grandparents. I don't care. That's fine. You know what I mean? Cool.
Man, I had so many aunties and uncles growing up. Like, I don't know. At one stage, I didn't even know who was blood related. Like,
right. I'm like, that's fine. Like, and she'll tell me sometimes, she'll be like, Nicole is my aunt, right? And I'm like, sure, bud. Why not?
I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Who cares?
Fine.
But she called, and apparently he told her the other day when she said, I'm about to send you to your mother. She was talking about me, which is fine. Mm-hmm. I threaten Ari all the time that I'm going to send her to Aquila. So I'll be like, I'm going to send you to your mom, Aquila. She'd be like, no. But I'm like, okay, shape it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She apparently threatened him with that, and he answered that I would let him do whatever he wanted.
Oh, isn't he in for a shock? Let me be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
All I'm going to say is that boy has been with his mom now for 10 years, and I'm a very different mother than I was 10 years ago. That's all I'm gonna say. So she was like, I just want him to know that no matter where he goes, he has to listen, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, listen, when I get things situated for the summer, I'll let you know and we will make an arrangement. So he's in for the shock of his life. My
Yeah.
poor boy who looks just like me. Y'all think Ari looks like me. That kid looks like me too. My genes are very strong, apparently. Oh, also, I made it to page 20.
Cool.
I did this. I don't know. Aunt Petunia's screeching at people. You know.
I'm just like, because I've seen the movies and whatnot. I'm just like reflecting when the characters are coming in, how they're being described, and how well they cast the characters and stuff like that. So,
I will say this: Harry Potter is definitely one of those movies where they made the characters much more attractive than what they're described to be. You feel what I'm saying? Which, I mean, I feel like that happens because it's Hollywood, right? We see it all the time, like in even like true crime reenactments. Like it'll be like the actual person will look like this one, and then like one way, and then like the actor or actress that portrays them looks like 10 times more attractive. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I haven't read the Harry Potter books in a while. I had been reading them every year since like my mom passed, but I skipped it last year. I didn't do it last year. But I did decide to listen to the audio because she's watching a movie, so I was listening to the audio while I was reading, which is fine.
Yeah.
And the Dursleys are so much worse in the book.
I was reading it and I'm like I can see why
just how
McGonagall
bad
goes, you're going to leave him with these people?
Yes, like I forget just how terrible of people they are in the books compared to in the movie. But
I mean, and they were pretty atrocious in the movies. Like they were pretty atrocious in the movies.
But I think if I remember correctly, their character growth that we get towards the end, which you do get some towards the end of the movies, but I don't feel like they focused on it as much as they do in the books. We do see actual character growth in some of the more like bad guy kind of characters in the books that we do in the movies. And so I think that because they're so awful in the beginning of these books, it makes you just appreciate as we watch things develop more. But I'm just like, these are terrible people. And Dumbledore is like, we have no choice. And I'm like, you don't?
Surely.
Truly?
But his reasoning for leaving Harry there, like, is on point, because a child that's never going to remember what actually happened, and to be famous before he even can walk or talk is not a great place for a child to grow up.
Yeah, so, and there is a more
is just as damaging as the people that he's leaving him with. So
but we also do get a more, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there is like a more in-depth thing too that is a reason that he leaves him, but we don't find out until later.
Yeah.
And Dumbledore doesn't really ever speak about that thing, it seems, with anyone else except Harry. Like we never see him talk to like how he talked to McGonagall and Hagrid at the beginning of this book and was like, this is the only family he has. You know, how would he feel if he just woke up one day, he's 7 years old and all these people are like Harry Potter, you know, like in the street or whatever. Which what a good point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also like, yeah, I forget how terrible they are until I reread. Until I reread the book.
But yeah, I think that, like, yeah, so I'm just sort of looking, like I'm envisioning the as I'm reading and each character comes in, I stop for a second and just think about the characters from a movie and how they portrayed them and all the rest of it. McGonagall, they couldn't have picked a better actress to play her, I think, because she is brilliant in anything that she's in. And like just when, you know, she goes, "Oh, how did you know it was me?" to Dumbledore, and he goes, "Because I've never seen a cat sit so stiff." It was perfect like that. I think that most definitely.
I feel like also the original Dumbledore was cast perfectly.
Yes.
But he changed in book 4 because the original Dumbledore that we get in the first 3 books, like the actual actor passed away. Which I mean, what's gonna happen when you need an actor as old as Dumbledore is supposed to be? But I felt I appreciate the second man that played Dumbledore, which I think he may be passed away now, but I
Yeah, I think that's
appreciated
my
both.
fault.
Yeah, I appreciated both Dumbledores for what they brought, but I definitely sometimes do wish that the first Dumbledore had lasted for all of the movies because I felt like he was a bit more of what I envisioned Dumbledore to be, like his softness. Because I just imagine that Dumbledore has a softness. Now I do think that the second actor, I think that he grew into that, like he kind of figured out how to embody it. But in the fourth, for those that have never seen the movies or books, I mean it's been 20 years, so wow. But y'all have really dodged it. You know what I mean? If you've never even seen the movies, which I know some people haven't. But I feel like in the fourth movie, the way that he portrays Dumbledore is just so like gruff. You know what I mean? Like he's snatching people up in the movie. He's like yelling in Harry's face, you know? And there is a line from the fourth movie where because he says to him like, "Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" in the movie, but he like yells it at him. And in the book it says like Dumbledore said softly or something, like the way that it's described that Dumbledore says it is the complete opposite of how it's portrayed in the movie. So it's become it's kind of like a running joke of like he was supposed to be soft. I feel like he gets softer as he got used to that character. But I feel like most of their casting works. They're just more the actors themselves are just more attractive than I think what we would imagine in the book. Because like when I envision Aunt Petunia, I envision a horse, like a literal horse, and the actress did not look like that.
No. No. Jamie joined. Hello, how was everybody today? Just settling in after a successful vintage glass hunting trip. Awesome. Finishing my bottle of wine from yesterday and reading Lord Jim by Joseph Conrad. Awesome. Gee, thanks, Coda. Now I have that song stuck in my head for the rest of the night. I think that was Fast Car.
I did listen to both versions of Fast Car also during that sprint.
Okay.
Beautiful
got
song.
to chapter 39 in my current book. Awesome. Got the dye washed out during the first chatty bit, so I cleaned the bathroom and vacuumed during the sprint. Also took my pizza out of the oven. Yum. Got to chapter 4. Excellent. Put a load of laundry in and currently eating dinner. Also started reading Harry Potter, got to page 15. After I read the 100 pages of Harry Potter, I'm going to switch to Immortalist. Yeah, I read that right, by Chloe Brown. I don't know what I was trying to say, but anyway.
I don't know either, but I was about to help you.
Parenting, yeah, I know.
Here's the thing, I knew that at some point this would happen to me because Aquila always told me, someday I'm going to send them to you. I don't have any right now. That's what she always used to tell me. And I was like, oh, okay. 10 years ago, me,
Yeah.
20. Yeah. Well, maybe not quite 10 years ago. I guess I would have been like 20. Well, yeah, 10 years ago. I would have been like 23, right? 23-year-old me was like, yeah, right. You're adopting them. But this whole time that they've been with her, like if there's a major thing or something happened, she calls and she makes sure that I know what's going on, whatever. So I'm just kind of like, you know what, this is my time. to shy.
I don't even live at home, and I still text my mum from work. Yeah, see, I do the same thing. If I leave the house, like this is where I get frustrated with my youngest daughter. If I leave the house, she's on the phone within 10 minutes. Where are you? What are you doing? Why aren't you home? And I'm like, I'm a grown-ass woman. I've gone to the shops to get you food, and I'll be back when I get back. Like, but I leave her a note, or I leave her a message. Now I leave her messages because she's got a phone that I'll be back, in half an hour or whatever. She doesn't step out of her room. But, she goes off to work and doesn't say goodbye. And then last night, she scared the bejesus out of me. She ordered food and didn't tell me. And I walked out here after listening to a forensic crime fiction book that had a rapist in it that was breaking into houses and stuff. And I'm out here listening to it. And someone tapped on my window behind my wall. Jumped 10 foot. And then I'm like, I walk through the house, I grab my can that because I'm going to go out and fight someone. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But anyway, I'm going out to fight. I've got this can that I pick up. And anyway, I walked out and I knocked on her door and I said, "Are you expecting anybody?" She goes, "Yeah, my food." I'm like, that explains the tap on the window. And then I said, "Oh," she got out, walked out, got it, and then walked by, like slinked past me because I was getting ready to shut the door. I said, "Oh, what did you get for dinner?" And she goes, "Food," and kept walking. And I've just gone, Neroli, stop being so rude. So, yeah. And then this morning I get nothing. Check your mum. Kick her little ass when she gets home. So, yeah. And I, yeah. She'll walk in and I'll go, "Hello, how are you?" "Fine." And walk into a room. I'm like, "Sorry, I kicked your dog." I don't know. I had an 11-year-old patient today that had most of the teenage angst I've ever seen without being a teenager. 11-year-olds are the pits sometimes too. Sat down to finish my Scottish murder mystery and probably fell asleep for about 20 minutes. So I'll have some makeup reading to do tonight. You obviously needed it. Thomas is also finishing up a Lonely Hearts book club tonight and then working on Harry Potter. Awesome. Lots of people are reading Harry Potter with us, Neva. It's awesome. And Coda. I've forgotten that I agreed to be a YouTube book judge and I have 6 non-fiction books to add on to the heap.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And non-fiction as well. Hopefully they're decent ones at least. Oh, that's bad. All right. We have got to the end of the comments almost. Also, Aunt Petunia is blonde. She's not in the movie.
Yes. In the movie or in the book?
In the book, I think she's blonde in the book, isn't she? And she's dark haired in the
book. She's got dark hair. Yeah. They all have dark hair in the movie.
Yeah.
Which, again, that could just be the actors that they found. You know what I mean? Because not every actor is like Hugh Jackman, where they just be doing all the things to change their appearance to play Wolverine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I mean, they probably just cast the best people that looked the most like a family that they thought could work. Because things like hair color can sometimes be like a minor thing. Because I don't feel like we ever harp on the fact that Aunt Petunia is blonde. Like, I don't feel like that's a plot point.
No, it's not a plot point. It's just an appearance.
Yeah, like it's not like she's made to be like ditzy because she's blonde. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me just. I went to the wrong one. Hang on. Oh no, that's right. Pause. Let me just fix this because Rainey has started And we're going to set a 2-hour timer if it'll let me. It's not going to let me. There we go. Now it is. So helps if you press the
I
right
was like,
button,
dang,
right?
what you said an hour and 15 minutes. Why wouldn't it let you say an hour and 20?
It's all right. I hadn't refreshed it. So, yeah, because it was already ticked down 5 minutes. So we are going to go to a 2-hour sprint, as you can see. And we're going to go over to Rainy Blue Reads because Rainy is on and she's only got Nell on camera at the moment. So we're going to head over there and kick off Battle of the Girl Bands and represent for TLC. And yeah, so basically you've got an option. You can hang here or you can come over. We would prefer you to come over to Rainy Blue Reads. I'm just going to find the link and pop it in the comments so you can come and join us. And we're going to hang out there for a while. At the end of the 2 hours, I will be coming back to check in with everybody that stayed over here and reset if we're going a little bit longer. So that is the plan at this stage. Is the plan going to work? I don't know. We will see. But that is now in the links for you on both channels. Okay, so by all means, come over and show some love. If you want to stay here, that's fine. If you're not doing the Battle of the Girl Bands, but I would really suggest that you come on over to Rainy's, boot the like button, say hello, maybe hang out for 5 or 10 minutes, and then if you feel like you want to come back over here and read, you can because there'll be quiet time here. I am going to put some soft music though. I'm just going to put nature sounds maybe. What do you reckon? Shall we go for relaxing music or nature sounds, Neva?
Maybe like nature-y sounds.
Yeah.
Fireplace, something. Just
Well,
I
we've
feel like
got
that's
nature.
I think nature sounds is good because I feel like that's a little
Yeah.
bit easier to read too.
Read too. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I definitely agree. All right. So we're going to pop out and we'll pretend like we're here, but we're actually somewhere else. And we'll see you in 2 hours. Hello, everybody. How is everyone?
I'm good.
Hey.
We are all over the place today. All over the place.
No, I was watching you guys over it. Sorry, kitty. I was watching you guys over there at Rainey's.
Yeah, it was like I've got the two screens and I'm like watching the timer over here tick down. I've sent a message to Neva going, we've got 6 minutes left. Will we get to the end? And then Bonnie goes, all right, we're going to a sprint. I'm like, cool, I can go to the toilet. So I'm sitting there going, I've drank a full cup of coffee and I've drank nearly a litre of water and I need to go to the loo. The legs are going 100 miles an hour and I got no reading done. So yeah, in that whole 2 hours, got no reading done. So, yeah.
How? You haven't even started yet?
Yeah, no, I've started. I've got up to page 17.
Oh, okay. I haven't
Yep.
started yet.
Okay, cool. That's all right. I don't feel so bad now.
Neva, what about you?
I made it to page, I don't know, page 20, I think.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
What
It says
chapter
so.
are you
Listen,
on?
hold on. I have the Kindle version, so who knows? Yeah, page 20, according to my Kindle.
Okay, there we go. It sounds like we're all even here.
Yeah. Are you rereading them, ASF?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Neva's on her, 15th reread?
Something. I don't know. I've read a lot over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I know. I read the first chapter and was like, oh my gosh, I think I could like quote this like at this point. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I just forgot how terrible the Dursleys are because they're not portrayed as terrible. Like, they're terrible, but not as terrible in the movies. And I watch the movies a lot with my 6-year-old because she's obsessed with them. But I don't just like reread the books every chance that I get. So I forgot how like terrible they are. I was like, wow, you guys are terrible people.
Have you seen the movies before, Coda?
Oh yeah, I used to manage
Yep.
a video store, so I've seen.
Oh yeah, so you've
I've
definitely
seen all the
seen them.
movies. I think I have all the movies.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get started. I didn't start because I was finishing
In the Woods.
Yeah, so I'm done.
How did you go?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I'm excited to go listen to the Voxer, so I'll probably do that before I start Harry Potter.
Fair enough. Yeah, there's a
And
lot
then I'll be
going on in
all
that
caught
podcast.
up and I can start Harry Potter. I've got it here. I'm ready.
All right, let's have a look and see how everybody else went. Where was I here? Jamie says that she's going to observe while we're over at the battle. So, yeah, not a lot of reading got done. Did you get much reading done for the prompt that for Daisy Hates? I didn't hear what you said because my audio cut out.
I made it to chapter 5.
Okay, cool.
Which we're following 3 points of view, so I feel like that's pretty good because I had to slow it down to 1.85 to understand anything that they're saying. It's so inconvenient.
That's going to take you so long.
I know. I'm used to listening to at least 2 times speed, and they made me slow it down to 1.5 or 1.85.
Oh no.
It's fine. I'll be fine.
But yeah, I suppose I can't even tell you the last time I listened to a book at 1.85. I did review a book the other day and I listened to 5 minutes of it at 1.75, and that's only because not everybody is insane like us, and it was an arc. So, and I did put a recommendation because, oh my God, the narrator read so slow at even 1.35, it was slow. So I actually put in my review that because I was reviewing the audiobook for NetGalley, and it's coming out, I think, next week. It's called The Resort. And I actually put in the review that I recommend that you listen to it at 1.75 or faster because you'll be asleep.
I'm
Do not
empowered.
operate heavy machinery while listening to this audio. That is the warning that it should come with it. Margaret says hi and we'll be back in 2 hours. I think I know the answer, but can't take it anymore. I have to see if I hate icebreaker since Neva loves it. Must have a bad boy in it.
There literally isn't.
No,
There's not. Every hockey player on this team is a freaking golden retriever, cinnamon roll, goody two shoes boy. Okay, I don't know why I vibe with this because I am the sunshiniest of the sunshiny. Okay, and I prefer a grumpy man. But something about the grumpy chick with the cinnamon
I think she balances it out. I think because like they're far too sweet for me.
It couldn't be me, but you know I like to live vicariously through others.
I'll be ready. Really. Hey friends, film my 2023 faves. Video earlier. I'm going to clean the house and then edit tonight. Awesome. Listening to Zodiac Academy 1. I've never read it. Have you read them? Anybody?
Yes.
I haven't.
I've read the first 2. They're
Are
fine.
they good? They're fine.
They're not 5 stars.
They're not fine. Okay.
I gave the first one 4 stars and I gave the second one 4.5. I've been told that they get kind of like better the further you go. They refer to Converse, like sneakers, as Converses, which I don't love.
No, that's not right.
Don't love it. But like it's campy. You know what I mean? So like if you just want something that like they're all on Kindle Unlimited, I think. The ebooks are. I bought the audiobooks just because I can. And you know, you in America at least you can get the audio, sorry for the yelling. You can get the audiobooks like for less money if you have the ebook. So I did it that way. I think I got all of them for like $8 or something. And like they're fine. Like I listen to them sometimes. Like I think when I listened to the second one was maybe like in November, the end of October, early November. I kind of use them as like palate cleansers because they're not great literature or anything, but they're a fun time.
Yeah, are they dark or?
But you have to like bully romance though, because they are bully romance. So I do warn people of that, because I feel like that's not said enough. Like people just assume that everyone knows that they're bully romance, and the dudes in it are definitely not great. So
we do like a not great guy.
Walking red flags, you know what I mean? Which we love a red flag in a book, not in life. So I should make that some merch. I've been saying that a lot lately.
You have been saying it a lot lately. Just got home from work and put a load of laundry on. I think I'll read for a few minutes and then decide what to eat for dinner. A long time no see. Hello, Margaret. Fancy seeing you here. Are you stalking us today?
She is.
Most definitely. Oh, news update on the house next door with the problematic neighbours. The neighbours are still good, but the owners, love the eyebrows, the owners have sold the house. It's under contract.
Ooh.
Oh, scandal.
So, yeah, I know. It's good. Like,
wow. Maybe
the rubbish is taking itself out.
Maybe you'll get some not so noisy neighbors, so people.
Well, we're
get
hoping
the door kicked in again.
My husband, such a thug. Reform bad boy. See, this is the problems that you have. He comes in and announces it like the weather just changed. So we're hoping that I shit you not. He walked in and he goes, "Oh, just so you know, I kicked the neighbor's door in."
We were about to go on Sprint, so this poor woman comes on Sprint, and she's just sitting here, and she looks shell-shocked. She looks freaked out. But I didn't want to be like, "Nicole, are you okay?" So I just went with it. right? We just went with the flow. And then all of a sudden she was like, I'm sorry, I have to say something. And I was like,
I was
"Oh."
processing that shock look was me processing.
And she
Okay,
was
my
like,
husband has just walked in, told me that he's kicked the door in next door, and he's out the front waiting for the police to come and arrest him.
And it
Okay,
was-
thanks for the information.
it was crazy because like less than 24 hours before, she and I had been talking about this, and I had said they're gonna end up on an episode of Fear Thy Neighbor, like the TV show. And then he went and kicked the door open, and I was like, Nicole, I did not swear I did not mean that to be literal. Like I was making a joke.
Yeah, well, he took it seriously. And the other day, the neighbor actually, that one of the neighbors came over and parked on our lawn, and I've walked out to check the like on our front verge out the front, and I've gone out to check the mail, and I've walked around, and I'm like, I've just looked at him, and I did the head thing that my daughters all say, Mom, you need to just calm down. And basically, I just looked at him. I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh,
He
you
goes,
mean
"Oh,
this thing?
I'm just parking." And I'm like, you're what? He goes, I'm just parking here. I'm like, no, you're not. And he goes, oh, but it's only, and I'm like, you know the guy that owns the truck, the crazy guy that owns the truck? He parks here. Do I need to call him? And I swear it was like a rat getting off a sinking ship. He got into his car. Off he went and parked it across the road. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. And I just walked away. Rang Brendan, and I'm like, you're the best. I've now got ammo to get them to do whatever I want them to do now.
You know the crazy man that lives in this house? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's gonna show up here, and then what?
He parks his truck here. You can't park here. And they've been so quiet, so quiet. Like they, even on New Year's, I was expecting them to party all night. I was louder than them on New Year's. It was just like, oh my God, I have to keep my voice down now. Otherwise, I'm going to get crazy people coming and kick my door in.
I need like a
Yeah.
chronicles of like Nicole's neighbor issues. Like I just need like a video of you just like telling all these.
Yeah,
fun
you
stories.
should have
Been
like some
crazy.
kind of bonus video.
Yeah.
The saga.
What's nuts is I've seen like the evolution of Nicole getting sleep. Because like when she had the neighbor, she never got any sleep. So she was always like, yeah, I'm good. And I'm like, are you okay? And she's like, yeah, I'm just a little tired, you know. The neighbors were loud. Now she's like bubbly and like she has, you know, she looks
I've got
When
colour
you-
back in my face. I feel like I'm walking amongst the humans, not the zombies anymore. Like I've crossed over. It's just like, but I didn't realize because it went on for 2 years. So I didn't realize that how sleep deprived I was. Not until all my friends pointed it out. Oh, yeah, we could hear it in your voice. I'm like, did anybody not think to tell me this? Like, because I just
Well-
thought it was normal.
Here's the thing, we just assumed that you already knew. Like we wouldn't want to be like me personally, I wouldn't be like, wow, Nicole seems like he ain't got no sleep lately because of these neighbors. Like that's rude. Like you already know you're not sleeping.
Yeah, you know, I'm all good for, you know, non-sugarcoating. Hey, woman, you look trash. Go get some sleep. I live in a household with very sarcastic people. I'm thick-skinned. I can handle it. I might look at you and go, really? That was a bit forward, but then I'll go off and go and have a nap. But yeah, no, they've been so quiet. It's been so nice. Like even they used to have their car alarms go off and stuff like that. I've only had it go off once in 6 weeks. It's like, I don't know. He must have looked really like, I know when my husband gets angry, he looks really scary. Like he's going to kill you. Yeah. If someone's at the door, I'll be back.
I have a crazy neighbor story as well. Like I had an upstairs neighbor for 2.5 years who was just like the worst. And like I think I called the cops like 8 times in the span of 2 years. I mean, it was like horrible, but there was also like way more issues than sounds like maybe are appropriate to share. So
Just save that for after dark.
yeah, the after party.
Are you back? I was about to read comments for you.
Okay, you can do the comments.
Oh, okay, great. I love to do the comments. Watch me fail. Hello, lovable reader. Why do I never remember her name? Do you remember her name?
It's Carissa.
Carissa?
Carissa.
Thank you.
But do you have like
Thank you.
just a list of like?
I used to write them all down, and then I hit like 150
No,
subscribers, and I
no,
couldn't keep up.
There's been a couple times with some people where I've had to go look again, but I just remember after a while, especially because I'm in the comments like
Yeah, when I
like,
used to
all
be in
the
the comments,
time.
I used to remember people's names when I was in the comments too, because I wasn't trying to do anything else but hang out. Hello, Carissa. Hello, Jean.
Gee.
Margaret edited 15 seconds of her vlog since we last saw her. So proud of you. I've edited 0 seconds of my vlog that was supposed to go up at 7 o'clock onto Patreon. Cool, great, wonderful, right? Love that for me. I do have my end graphic and my intro graphic done, and I've
Half
listened
the
to
battle.
about 30 seconds of the video because I have to actually listen to this whip and chat so I can superimpose pictures of all my books.
Do you speed your videos up when you got to do that?
Yeah, I speed them up to 2 times speed because I'm not trying to listen to myself talk at normal speed for very long.
Yeah, no, I can't listen
No,
to this
thank
chick drone on. Oof.
I'm glad
Right.
everyone else enjoys listening to me
Yeah,
rattle
I'm glad
on
that people enjoy my content as well, but
for an hour, but I do
do not
not.
want to listen to it.
I do not. And actually, most of the time, I don't even edit my whip and chats because I'm just talking. Like, I'm just like,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah,
because you
and
get at them. Like when I first started doing ribbon chats, it was like I used to have to edit them, but as you get better at them, like once you get more comfortable and you just
at
talk.
listen, at this point, every whip and chat I spill. Like, I spill diamonds all over the place. I don't edit it out. I'm just like, and I'll literally say in the video, I'll be like, cool, wouldn't be a whip and chat without me spilling things. Just gonna leave this in here, and then you just watch me clean it up. I just keep talking while I clean it up. I don't have time to edit things. But I do have to edit this. Well, I have to listen to it so that I won't edit it, but I have to listen to it so I can put the pictures where they go since I'm doing my TBR in this. So if y'all hate it, let me know. If you don't hate it, I'm probably going to keep doing it this way because it was so much better. I didn't have to look good first, you know?
Yeah, you can get up and then you do it in your pajamas. Like my floss tube the other day, I literally walked out of bed, grabbed myself a cuppa, come out here and did a video, and I didn't have to worry about doing my hair, getting dressed.
You can't see me. So, like, all you see is my hands. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Queen Victoria. Currently reading Dungeons and Drama by Christy Boy. So cute. I hope you love this book. This is a book that I need to finish. I got it as an arc. And Nicole, remember that I started it on January 1st with all the intent of reading it and getting it posted on NetGalley before January 9th when it released. Did that happen? No, it didn't. Because I got a message from Katie who said, hey, you want to start The Housemaid? And then I got sucked in to The Housemaid and The Housemaid
and that was the end of the NetGalley
and Haunting Adeline. And then that was it.
Did you finish Haunting Adeline?
No. I'm 35% through. Here's the thing. It's like the slowest. Listen, I love Brooklyn. I'm gonna need this book to get better. Because it is like the slowest of the slow burn. Like, the man is in her house at this point, like, having a conversation with her. Like, has broken in and is like, this is what we're doing. We're gonna play hide and seek. If I find you, I punish you. That's where we're at. There's no punishment yet. He's still just like toying with her, which, like, I get it. It's the cat and mouse duet. I understand. But I'm gonna need something, some action, some smut, something. Give me something, you know. That's it. But I mean, it's a good time, you know. I keep reading it because I need to know what happens next. So I guess that's good. I need to make coffee. Wine is nice, but it has no caffeine. That's true. I also need to make coffee. I bought Tim Hortons coffee for a vlog that Nicole knows about. I bought Tim Hortons.
I wasn't surprised. Like, I'm like, yeah, I know what you did.
I bought.
Sorry. Sure, we should let the other people know what it's about.
So we're all seeing if we can trust Brittany So Brittany gave all of us. There's a group of us. She gave us 3 books, and Bree and I don't know if anyone else is doing this. I know Brianna from Four Paws in a Book and I bought some like good like Canadian goodies or whatever. So I bought like a box of Tim Hortons K-Cups. And I bought some things called coffee crisps or something like that. I don't know. Those haven't arrived yet, so I haven't tried those. But I am gonna go make a cup of this Tim Hortons. I'm gonna see what it tastes like, because she said it just tastes like normal coffee. I thought it was bougie. Like I thought this was like some Dunkin'-esque stuff. She said it's not.
It's just coffee. It's just Tim Hortons. That's the, like we have the coffee club here.
You would think that I've been to Tim Hortons because I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they have Tim Hortons there, and I've never been. We always went to Caribou.
I've literally never heard of that coffee before.
Caribou
Yeah.
is fairly new, though, aren't they?
No.
Caribou sounds like
I've gone to Caribou. I've gone to
sounds
Caribou
like
Coffee my
food or
entire
something.
life, and I'm 32 years old.
Isn't caribou like an animal, like some
Yeah,
sort of?
It's like a
beast?
moose.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, is it like a moose?
I had
Buffalo.
when I
Or,
was-
I was gonna
when I was-
run through all the cattle till I got to the right one. But
when
yeah.
I was younger, I had like merch like from them, like because like their like branding. It's like a giant. It's a caribou. It's like a giant caribou, and then it says like Caribou Coffee across it. Ridiculous. But I do think that maybe it originated in Minnesota. Like I think like that company may have originated there, and so that might be why I've known it my whole life. Because other people have asked me the same thing, like if it's new, and I'm like, no, I've gone there my whole life, so I don't feel like it's new because I'm not like a new person.
They're like a big distributor now, though, right? Like,
Yeah, they are now. Yeah, but I don't think.
they have
But-
deals with.
But 25 years ago, I don't think they were. But yeah, I don't know. We're gonna try it. Need more coffee. Everyone go drink coffee. Reread Harry Potter every year. Love the audiobooks. Hello, Sadia. I got February budget done. Wonderful. 72% of Pucking Wild. Did a bunch more, but we all know how folks react to me mentioning I washed my butt. But I did that too. We love a washed butt, Elise's. I mean, what are you thinking of Pucking Wild? I need to know. Because this book made me want to date a 22-year-old for about 10 minutes. And then I decided maybe that's not for me. But it did make me contemplate it for 10 minutes. And then I was like, actually, no.
This is a book that I have on my to be read list, even though it is a sports romance. I'm going to try it, Neva, because I'm trying, as you know, I'm doing a video.
Yes, I know. So scared. So scared.
I don't know when this video is going to be finished, but I am doing a video. So yeah.
I'm so scared. I'm excited to see this video, but like you told me about the video and I was like, because I've done this specific video for other people, as we know.
Mhm.
It makes me nervous when people read my favorite books just because sometimes I feel like my favorite books probably shouldn't be my favorite. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like, clearly I read this only for the vibe and gave it
But
6
that's
stars.
okay. I read books only for the vibe too. So yeah.
Except Magnolia Park.
Sometimes
That
the
book, I
vibe
read
is all I remember about a book. Like the older you get, the less the less time it takes from the time you stop reading a book.
I'm
So you completely don't remember jack shit about it anyway. So
Yeah, I'm the same. That's why the boxes are good, because I can go back and listen to what I said, because I'm like, I don't remember what I said. I waffled on with some crap.
like
You
in
know
3
what's so-
years, I probably won't even remember how the Wheel of Time ended, and I'll have to read it again.
You know what's so crazy? So people were giving me recommendations for books, and I was looking through my story graph to make sure I hadn't read them. The book that Brittany gave me for 12 Rex from 12 Besties for that video series, I read that book during Amazing Readathon. I don't remember half of what I read during Amazing Readathon. like they're in Storygraph and they're marked, and like they're marked in my Kindle as being read because I have like a
Mhm.
red collection, and I'm like, when did I read this? And then I look back and I'm like, oh, Amazing Readathon, that entire month of August was a fever dream. I don't remember anything I read.
That was insane. Like that was absolutely insane.
I
Like,
remember literally nothing because Brittany was like, didn't you read this already? And I was like, sure, through osmosis, because I don't remember. And that's why I was like, I'm just gonna reread it because I don't remember anything about this book. The only book I remember is the one that Bree told me to read. It was like a weird gay IKEA book.
was that the Grady Hendrix one?
It wasn't Grady Hendrix. It started with like an F.
Because that's got an IKEA vibe to it as well.
Not
wanna read
horror
that
store. I
one.
didn't end up reading that one, I don't think.
Mm.
But it was like, I don't know, it was trippy. It was like IKEA, but if IKEA had wormholes, that was the book.
Oh.
And I can't remember what
Okay.
it was called, but it was a great book. Like, I remember that book.
Mm.
Maybe because it was the weirdest thing I read the entire month. So there are differences in the books themselves. Apparently they felt Americans were too stupid for the UK version, so they changed the wording so we could better understand, which is weird, but that's fine, I guess.
I think they just
there's
like, took out. Didn't they just like take out some of the more like British language? Isn't that
Yeah.
like pretty much all they changed?
Yeah, and they changed it so that Americans could understand because we're dumb. So that's fine.
I'm not
Because-
saying anything because I'm not an
because-
American. If I say
because-
something, I'm gonna get crucified.
Because apparently we couldn't figure out what a philosopher was. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they need to
yeah,
make sure that
yeah,
it's
I
spelled
found
out.
that to be real. I think I said
They call it a
to you the other day,
sorcerer.
do Americans not know what a philosopher is? Like,
Clearly Americans don't know anything.
Well, we have a different meaning for philosopher than magician. Like,
but the Philosopher's Stone.
I just feel like we could have Googled, you know? Because like to us, like a
Isn't
philosopher
the
would be like
Philosopher's
a
Stone
teacher.
the one where that's
my guess would be that they probably changed it to market it better towards American kids.
yeah, possibly.
I would have still read it if it
Like,
was called
if you're a little kid and you're walking in the bookstore, are you going to want to read the book that's about philosophers or the book that's about sorcerers?
Yeah, because I guess in America, philosopher would be more like it would, to us, like a philosopher is more like a teacher,
Mm.
not a magician.
Someone who makes philosophies. Like,
Yeah, like think about like Socrates and
yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Plato.
I don't know. I actually have
Little
they're
kids can
packed,
like, what?
they're packed away, but I actually have both
There you
versions.
go.
So, like I have the UK version and I have the Americanized version, and that's
I
just
didn't
because-
even know that there was an Americanized version until like maybe 10 years ago.
Well,
when
the
I'm like,
the
why
reason
has
I
it
have
got a different
both,
name on it? Did I miss a book?
the reason I have both is because the UK hardbacks are better.
Mm. Well, the UK had one where you could get it in like a chest as well.
You can here too. That's the one that I
Okay.
have. Is the one that you can get. Well, my American one is the one you can get in a chest, and it comes with like stickers, and so you can like decorate your own Hogwarts trunk. It's very
Mhm.
fancy.
Mm-hmm.
I let Ari put the stickers on, so it looks a little haphazard. You know, she was like 3 years old when she put the stickers on, but
It's a memory.
it has character
memory.
now.
Yeah.
Just put my 5-month-old nephew to sleep, did some laundry, and will now continue reading. Wonderful. Jean downloaded Harry Potter. I don't know why.
Anyone that's got KU, they're on KU as well.
Why are we shocked, Elise's? Oh, maybe because I said I wanted to date a 22-year-old for 10 minutes. I
Or
don't
you were talking, or maybe her washed butt.
Or maybe because I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
It's a comment. It's on the screen. If you don't want it on the screen, don't put it in the comments.
About the neighbor was sleeping with the owner. With the owner's wife. Yes. Or something.
No, the neighbor's wife, and I don't care because she's a hoe, and I hope that she's watching this because I don't like her, and bring it on. Anyway.
Oh my gosh, Nicole's still in the tea,
Dagger
man.
with the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, fully. Let me just show you what this philosopher's stone can do to you. But anyway, when they moved in there, they were a family that moved in, and he just finished in the army and all that sort of stuff, and they've got a property out west. So he was going out west. Well, while he was going out west, his so-called wife was banging the workers that she was driving around, or the immigrant worker, because we have a group of immigrant workers that come in here because we've got a big abattoir here, and they can't always find workers, so they've got visas for the islands that are around Australia that can come in and work, and they have contracts and all that sort of stuff. So she drives them all around in the minibus so they can do shopping, because they come here with no transport and all that sort of stuff. So she gets them all set up and all the rest of it. Well, one took her fancy apparently, and she decided that she was going to, have extracurricular activities outside the marriage. And so none of this would have happened had she kept her legs closed.
True.
And
Unbelievable.
that, if she ever confronted me, that is exactly what I would say to her. And that if you had kept your legs closed, none of this would be going on right now. But she lost her kids and everything, because one thing I've learned is you don't take on an army dude that has friends that are lawyers and all those sorts of stuff, because you're not going to win. So yeah, she lost her kids over it and a whole lot.
Jean.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Jean has read a bunch of the Zodiac Academy. I don't know where she's at. The last time I knew, she was at like book 8 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Carissa. Thank you. I will remember this now, because now I feel bad. Okay. Hello, Thomas. Finished Lonely Hearts Book Club. On to Harry Potter. I know, but there are not any that are near me. Like, the closest state that I know of that has Tim Hortons is Minnesota.
Mhm.
So it must be like an East Coast thing, because I'm on the West Coast and I've literally never heard of Tim Horton.
No, it's more. So it's more of a northerner thing, because I think Tim Hortons originated in Canada and then
Okay.
came down.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Minnesota is right under Canada, so. I have a package of Tim Hortons coffee that I got from our food pantry. My housemate thinks it is a bit strong, but compares with the Starbucks she had.
I'm sorry, but Starbucks coffee is disgusting.
Ooh, yeah, I don't like Starbucks coffee.
Yeah.
They use Seattle's Best at Starbucks, don't they still?
I don't know. It's gross.
That's
all I
what they
know.
used to carry.
Find Tim Hortons in the States tastes different than Tim Hortons in Canada. I mean, Jean, if you would like to mail me something, you're more than welcome. But what I would ask you to not mail me is ketchup chips. I just cannot. I can't. Listen, I love ketchup, okay? I literally have a bottle of ketchup right here that I was dipping chicken fries into earlier. This is my ketchup, okay? No one else is eating this ketchup. So I, took the lid off and was, dipping chicken fries from Burger King, into the mouth of the ketchup bottle.
So when we see Neva hurling one day, we know she's had fries and she's used her janky ketchup that she's dunked in.
No, I don't double dip into the ketchup. I just take it and I dipped it in.
Yeah.
And then I bit off the one end and then I turned it around and dipped in the other end.
I don't care if you double dip in your own stuff, but you're putting food stuff into a thing that could cause contamination, mate.
It's
I
fine.
just
It's my ketchup.
appreciate that you
It's
have
my
a separate ketchup for yourself.
Yeah,
Nope.
I appreciate the fact that you care about the rest of the household. But
This is
your
well,
own.
first of all, so Ari doesn't eat ketchup. She doesn't like it.
Okay.
So I don't have to worry about that. And I buy my own food. So,
Mhm.
Dip that ketchup.
So this is my ketchup.
Yep.
I love ketchup. I don't.
You should get the ketchup chips, because
You
you might be surprised. They're not
Okay, Jean.
they're not as bad as you think they are. We have them here. We have Smith's Crisps come out with different things, like they'll have all different flavors and stuff like that. And that we've had they call it tomato sauce here, which I know that's a different thing in the United States, but and yeah, anyway, it's a whole thing. But it has a really nice flavor. It actually has a nice flavor. You should get them and try them,
All right,
and
Gene.
then
if
cast
you-
judgment. And
if
if
you
they taste like
send me-
crap, throw them out.
if you send me snacks, any
Mhm.
snacks that you want, I will make a video. You know how like back in the day on YouTube they used to make like the taste test videos? I will make one.
I love the
I will-
Vegemite ones.
I will
love 'em.
channel my inner 2015 e-girl and I will make a tasting Canadian snacks video. But don't make fun of the faces that I make because I'm bound to make faces at some point, and I don't want anyone to feel bad. Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you. There are Tim Horton shops all around my city. I've never had it. Move the laundry from the washer when you started talking. Put dinner in the oven. Have about an hour to read and relax. I will be reading Symphony of Secrets. What?
I think it's supposed to be secrets.
Secret, right? Okay. Wonderful.
That or they're leaking.
Secrete? Because that's what I see. And I was like, I don't think that's what I'm supposed to be saying. I often wonder about the age gap, but I'm anti any relationship for myself. I love it for others, just not for me. Tess is annoying, and of course she has to be a Gemini. She must be a June Gemini. So I didn't really find Tess to be annoying. I found Tess to be abused, which makes it so that some of her coping mechanisms are not great. Because please read trigger warnings. But her ex-husband is, I mean, if you're 70, I think you said you were 72% in, so you'll know that by now. He's a terrible person. And also, she like gets gaslit by his mother, too. So I didn't feel like she was really annoying. I just felt like she was very, like she didn't really have any self-esteem because she was like traumatized. You know what I mean? He's so honest and transparent. Are you talking about Ryan? Because Ryan from the book. Yes, he is like 22, but also the fact that she calls him puppy makes me laugh. I don't know why it made me laugh, but every time she did it, I would start laughing. It's so funny. Got the younger one in bed, may try to read something now. Wonderful. Yes, Finna. That is the book. That's the book. It's like IKEA. It's like gay IKEA with wormholes. And it was great. It was a great book. But probably I remember it because it was the weirdest thing that I read the entire month. Everything else was like pretty normal. I just don't remember anything. In Canada, they have the UK version of Harry Potter. I think most places except America do, to be honest. They just changed it for America. Okay, it's fine.
And Christina's actually got a really good recent wine. I think this is probably very close to it.
I went with a fancier coffee, maybe Walmart with cinnamon and vanilla in the grounds. It smells really good. I don't get flavored coffee just because I'm going to put flavor in it anyway. So, like, I don't need it to smell like anything. Because I don't feel like flavored coffee tastes like it.
We all know how I feel about flavored coffee.
Yes,
I like
Nicole-
the Snickers coffee. It's all right.
Nicole likes straight black.
Straight up high
No.
octane.
I
She
like
don't
black
want
coffee
no-
too. I like
She does
every
not-
kind of coffee. Bring me the
The
coffee.
face she made when I said that I put peppermint mocha creamer in my, like, flavored creamer in my coffee, I thought that she was going to just out me. I thought she was going to be like, I'm sorry, we can no longer be friends. But I won't make her drink it, so it's okay. We have a nice
I don't mind flavored creamer
Each
every
to their
now and
own,
again, but
I
I
guess.
don't really like sweet coffee. I like
Hmm.
it to either be black or just like heavy cream.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do. Here's the thing. I do. As I've gotten older, I put much less flavored creamer in my coffee. That crap used to look like milk. Like my old pa used to be like, "You want a little coffee with your creamer there, ma'am?" Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It literally looked like I was just drinking creamer. Like that's what it looked like. And now, like, I do want to be able to taste the coffee, so I don't put as much creamer in it. Like, it changes the color of it because it's creamer, but you can tell that like it was coffee. It doesn't look like cream.
There's this brand of K-Cups that I get on Amazon. They have flavors, and you can taste the flavor. Like I just put like regular cream or heavy cream in my coffee, and they make a blueberry coffee that with heavy cream is so stupid good. I mean,
You should have just stopped at stupid. Like,
no, it sounds
stupid.
dumb, but it's
no,
good.
there's no good in that, Coda.
It's not sweet. It's not sweet, Nicole. It just has like a aroma.
No.
She doesn't want it to smell
I want
anything.
to smell
So
the
good.
coffee. I want to
She
smell the darkness and the richness flavor.
You
of
can
my
still
coffee.
smell the coffee too.
No. She took
Not with
back
a hint of
caramel.
blueberry.
She took back a coffee because she lifted it to her mouth and she could smell that there was caramel in it, so she took it back. She doesn't want any scent to her coffee.
Drove around the drive-through and I just handed it back to her and went, no.
No.
No, don't wreck my coffee.
They
That's the
did
only
change
thing
the
that I have
title,
for
but they
me.
also changed some of the British language that's inside of the book also. Like, if you put the books side by side, there are slight differences to
Mhm.
the editions.
It's called Crate.
Oh, the shock was for the for sale sign.
Yeah. There was no for sale sign. We found out through the gossip chain. I'm telling you, the males in this neighborhood, they have the best lowdown on the neighborhood gossip.
It's the
Because Brendan goes, Les was telling me, and I'm like, you're worse than women. You out there at the letterbox gossiping away what's happening in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the women are all keeping to themselves apart from the
Right.
neighbor.
Yeah, so Jean is on book 8.
Mhm.
Zodiac Academy. Few Tim Hortons in Michigan, a couple where Carissa lives. Tim Horton started in Canada because of the hockey player Tim Horton, and eventually Wendy's bought the franchise and decided to take it back to the States with them. So there's a little history lesson of Tim Horton.
Huh.
Screen Rant has an article that lists the differences with the first Harry Potter book. There are some minor narrative differences, so it might be better to read the article after finishing the book. Because there will be spoilers if you've never read the book.
Oh, that's cool. That might be interesting.
They have had Vegemite chips before. I personally don't like Vegemite, but I love watching Americans eat Vegemite because you do it all wrong. You do it all wrong. You're not
I know what
supposed-
it is. How
Like,
do we do it wrong?
I sit there screaming at my YouTube going, not that much. Like, you're not supposed to put that much on. You're just supposed to smear it onto your bread. You're not supposed to eat it by the spoonful. That's just janky. And you're not supposed to put it thick on your sandwich either. That's not right. It's just a little bit. Little is more. Okay. So if you put too much on, you can actually do some serious stuff to your mouth. Like you get ulcers and that because it's quite salty on that. But the chips aren't that bad.
As she makes a face.
I don't actually like Vegemite. Like just the thought of seeing it written there, because when I was little, I did the worst thing. I was about 5 or 6 years old. It was the first time I was at my mum's place, and they were asleep. I woke up at the crack of dawn. I was hungry, so I made myself a Vegemite sandwich, but I put it on too thick, and I got all ulcers in my mouth, and I have never been able to eat it since. That because it just gives me that whole reaction because it was too thick. It's quite heavily, it's a yeast based product and it's quite salty as well, so it just burnt my little mouth out, and so I've never eaten it. And yeah, I buy it for the family and they eat it and all that, and it's great for vitamin B and stuff like that. When I was low in vitamin B while I was pregnant, I forced myself to eat it, but I only did that for the child. Did not do that for the pleasure of
I
it.
surely didn't do it for myself.
No.
Jean, I'll send you my address on Instagram along with my allergies. My allergies are really weird. So, like, I can't have shellfish. And technically, I'm not supposed to eat eggs. Do I listen to that? Not really. But I don't eat shellfish because I have no desire to. Like, it's one of those things that, like, I've never eaten it, so I don't know what I'm missing, and I don't care. But eggs have only gotten, like, shellfish has always been really bad, like, and it's just gotten worse as I get older. Eggs, I was able to eat up until I turned, like, 30, And then I found that if I ate eggs more than like once every 2 months, I would break out in hives, which is a
That's quite a
problem.
common thing. As you get older, you can develop sensitivities to
And
food and stuff like that.
I
So,
can eat them like baked into things. So like I can eat like
Mm.
bread, cake,
Mm.
cupcakes, like things like that. But like to eat eggs, like hard-boiled eggs,
Yeah.
scrambled eggs. I mean, sometimes I just deal with the stomach ache, you know what I'm saying? Because I love eggs. But other times I'm like, girl, no eggs for you. You know? In the hospital, like if I have to be admitted to the hospital, they will not let me have anything with eggs in it. Nothing. They won't let me have a muffin. They won't let me have pancakes. They won't let me have anything. Because I literally begged them after I gave birth to Ari. And I was like, I swear I can eat them baked into things. And they're like, I'm sorry, you have an egg protein allergy. We can't give it to you.
Is
just
it
wanted
an
to eat
allergy or is it an intolerance?
Oh no, it's an allergy.
Oh, okay.
And they discovered it when I was 5 and went in for my booster shots. And they gave me, because there are certain shots, I think the MMR vaccine is grown on medical grade egg protein.
Mm-hmm.
And so they shot me with the shot and my body broke out in hives.
Nice.
So
Thanks for
that
that,
was a fun time. I don't remember this. Clearly my brain has just like blocked it out. But yeah. So that's fun. Yeah, secrets
Mm-hmm.
for her book. Give me the sweet with a drop of coffee in it. Nicole's gonna make a face again. Go ahead, Nicole.
Ew.
I buy flavored coffee and it seems to help cut down on the creamer. Yeah, I can't taste anything in the coffee. Like if it's already flavored, like I can't taste anything. So I still put the same amount of creamer in it. Even when Kayla told her she was annoying, a lot of what she did to her because he's such. I mean, Caleb. I don't know if you read the first book, but Caleb is also relatively grumpy. He's not as grumpy as Mars is. And Mars, it gives much more grace to Tess than Caleb does. And Caleb tends to get annoyed with things that he doesn't understand. So like if he doesn't understand why someone's acting the way that they are, he gets very annoyed very quickly. So you want to do a sprint, ma'am?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to go to a sprint because we have 8 minutes to get over to where we need to be.
Yes.
So if we can put everybody into a sprint. I'm going to put it for 2 hours again, but we might see it change a little bit if we finish over at Rainey's earlier, if that's okay with everybody. That's just to cover our backsides because, you know, we're in 2 places at once today. What can I say? All right, let me just find which one I'm looking for. I think it's this one.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I'm ready.
You ready to start? All right. I hope everybody's ready to read. Most of you are probably going to be finished by the time I get back, and I'm only going to be at page 30 or something because no doubt my phone's going to ring again.
Because you're just gonna hop to another chatty bit.
Well, what happened with the sprint on Rainey's is the phone rang. And for the whole hour, I was on the phone with 2 people. First my husband, then my daughter. And I'm like, do you not people not know it's Friday and I'm trying to read? Like, stop it. Just stop ringing me. Stop it. And I have to be all nice because my husband was like having a meltdown about people ringing him about parts. And I'm like, are you okay? Yeah. And he's ranting and I'm like, That's how the conversation went. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That was it for nearly half an hour. So yeah, anyway, let's go to a sprint. Happy sprinting, everybody, and we'll see you when we get back.
Hello. We're back. We're finished gallivanting all over the internet now. What? How did you go, Cody?
I am almost through with chapter 3.
Awesome. I don't know how far I am. I know I'm in chapter 3. I don't know how far into chapter 3 I am. Almost done. I'm probably about halfway through. What about you, Neva? How'd you go?
Oh, I didn't read. So I'm still at the beginning of chapter 3.
Okay, cool.
I mean, there's literally nothing you could tell me about this book series that would like spoil anything for me. So it's you know what I'm saying? But I ate some food because I was hungry. And so I did that and watched Hell's Kitchen instead of read.
So I'm still productive. I had to get some food because I was starting to get the shakes because I hadn't eaten and I'd had a couple of cups of coffee, and yeah, that never makes for good stable hands. They start to shake and whatnot. So what are you thinking of it so far, Coda?
It's cute. Like it's kind of like watching the movie so far. So yeah.
There's a couple of differences. I've been highlighting some of the differences. I figured the rest of the people here have already got past where we're up to because they've been productive and been reading, whereas Neva and I haven't. Where they went to the zoo, there was a friend, and in the movie there wasn't a friend, was there?
Yes, there was.
I don't remember.
There was. You see him very briefly, but he's like a little black boy.
Okay.
He doesn't.
I don't remember.
He makes more of an appearance in the book than he does in the movie. But he is.
I just remember, what's his name, Dudley and Harry in the back of the car.
I'm pretty sure that Piers is in because he's in the 5th movie too.
Okay.
He's like one of Dudley's gang or whatever in the 5th movie. I will say that for the most part, this is gonna follow the books. I mean, the movies follow the books up until the 4th movie. That's where there's subtle differences with things because like there were things that couldn't be done in a movie form. But like the big different, like there's a whole different plot to the movies after the 4th book, or after the 3rd book into the 4th book, than there is in the books. So that's where you'll see a massive shift. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure they follow pretty close to the. I'm pretty sure the books and the movies are pretty close to each other up until the end of the 3rd movie.
Cool. It is very cute. It is very middle grade, but we all knew that going in.
Yeah.
Because
It's
grow
fun.
with Harry. Yeah. It's nice to have to not to think too much about who's that person. Hang on, wait, what?
Plus, it cruises really fast too. I'm like, ooh, I'm already on page 30, and I just started this.
I keep getting interrupted and all the rest of it, but I had to go and get food because I couldn't even see straight. I could, but like if I had kept going, maybe not so much. And I just get distracted then, like because I'm not focusing. So I had a quick snack and all that sort of stuff. And we ended the sprint a little bit early because we finished over at Rainey's and whatnot. So that's good. Let's have a look what everybody else is doing. It's still the coffee conversation. I can't stand artificial non-dairy creamers, so I use half and half and sugar in mine. I don't like artificial flavorings either. But I like mint, cinnamon, vanilla, and other non-fake flavorings. I'd have to agree with that. Banana flavoring, I don't even know what side of hell they created that. But that is a special kind of hell to put your taste bud through.
But
everybody needs one friend that likes banana though, so that you can give your runts away.
Because banana flavoring doesn't actually taste like a banana. Like I don't know what the hell they thought that it tastes like. but it's not banana.
It's
No, it's definitely
It's
not.
grape,
bad.
but to me, grape flavoring is like that too. Grape flavoring doesn't actually taste like a grape.
Mm-mm.
It tastes like
It depends
medication.
on the grape. Like I think white grape tastes like grape, but purple grape doesn't taste as grapey.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Like white grape juice, you mean?
Yeah, or like white grape flavored stuff usually tastes like real grapes. To me.
But like grape Kool-Aid, I'm sorry. Okay, y'all can
No,
disown
but
me.
grape Kool-Aid is
That
good.
sentence
though.
alone sounds wrong.
Grape
What?
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. It sounds wrong.
It's good. It's purple.
I don't like grape Kool-Aid because I don't feel because it tastes artificial to me.
Yeah. What is
But I'm
Kool-Aid?
also
Kool-Aid. It's like powdered drink. You get like powder flavor, and then you mix it with a cup
mix
of
it with
sugar
water and sugar.
in a pitcher of water. Yeah, and it makes juice.
So
Kool-Aid
like
is
Tang. Like Tang.
It's
I mean you mix it the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mix it the
It
same, but
tastes
it
different.
depends on all the. Hold on.
We don't have it here. So like yeah.
I mean, like I
have a
like
lot of stuff,
I like Kool-Aid, but
Mm.
my problem is I don't like artificial grape flavoring.
Mm. The
I'm
only
also
artificial grape flavoring I like is Hubba Bubba gum.
I'm also a person who can taste dye in food.
Mm-hmm.
So like Ari likes like the rainbow goldfish, like the colored goldfish, but I can taste the dye in them. So yeah, cool.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So it's
I've
basically.
had these for years. I rarely make Kool-Aid,
I
but
was gonna say,
it's
go with
just
the Kool-Aid
cheap.
there,
It's just
girl.
cheap. These cost like what is it, like 15 or 25 cents a packet?
Yeah, they're
And
really
then
cheap.
It's supposed to make a whole
Pitcher.
2-liter pitcher, but I
Okay, so
use
how
2
big? How
packets.
many
I use 2
gallons is a
pack.
pitcher?
It just makes a half a gallon.
Okay.
Yeah,
And like I
so
buy Kool-Aid for Ari, but I buy them like in the drink pouches
Mm-hmm.
because she
yeah,
takes them to school. So you can get them where they're like already pre-mixed too.
Yeah.
like
That's
Kool-Aid
so weird.
jammers.
Like,
I love me some Kool-Aid jammers.
it just seems
Yeah,
so
the
wrong.
Kool-Aid jammers. I just bought her 2 packs of the cherry because that's her favorite.
Yeah, it basically just makes flavored sugar water, flavored hummingbird juice.
I say I wouldn't be able to drink it anyway because it's got artificial stuff in it, and that just gives me wild heartburn.
Oh yeah, maybe. It says the lemonade says that it's natural flavor. I
There's
never
nothing natural about that
I
packet.
never noticed that before. It is the only one that says natural flavor. Oh no, wait. Pink lemonade has natural flavor. What is natural about pink lemonade?
Nothing.
It's squeezed from real pink lemons.
There's nothing natural about any of those packets.
It
But
says
your
it's a good source of vitamin C.
Your labeling laws are a little bit not.
It can have like it might have like natural cane sugar in it, and then they're gonna label it as like a natural flavor.
Natural, yeah. Whereas here you can't put like it has if it's organic, it has to be 100% organic, not just an ingredient in it. It all has to be organic. If it's got artificial flavors and all the rest of it, it must be labeled that it has it in it.
Yeah, the other ones say artificial flavor. Just the lemon one, they must have like put real lemon oil in it or something.
Mm.
Listen, they don't care about our health in America.
Evidently, they sell drink in a packet, sugar in a packet. But we've got shitty food here too, though. Like we've got, although we don't have as in a lot like our chocolates are made different here. We don't have a lot of high fructose corn syrup in our stuff. Most of our chocolates, nearly all, I think all of our chocolates are made with natural cane sugar.
Well, that's because y'all's like health regulations for what is legal are different than ours. Like they put a lot of artificial stuff in our food that is not legal in other countries.
Yeah. It's wild, eh?
Our chocolate has a lot of wax in it. Our
So-
like Hershey's has a ton of wax in it.
I can't eat any. The only
America,
American
yeah.
chocolate that I've been able to eat that doesn't give me a headache or take my breath away from the chemical taste is Butterfingers.
Oh, but Butterfingers is so good,
I know,
especially
they are good.
out of the
I
freezer.
can't eat any. I cannot eat. I can't put an Oreo in. I can't eat an Oreo, or it'll give me an instant migraine. I can't eat any Hershey's chocolates, Reese peanut, whatever they are.
Reese's.
Yeah, they give me a headache. Like as soon as it hits my digestive tract and it started to go into my bloodstream, within half an hour, 45 minutes, I've got a full blown migraine. Oreos are the same as well. So much so that my kids know to double check before they offer me anything that it doesn't have Oreos in it.
Well,
That's that. It's like, ooh. So yeah, you can keep your Oreos. I'm not going anywhere near those. The US was settled by Puritans, and we never really got over that. Also, why what is shown on Prime TV is not the same as other countries. Oh, okay, there you go. Interesting. Problem with coffee for me is the roast. If it's a light roast, it has no flavor, and I don't like it. Yeah, I like dark roasted coffee as well, but actually a
I
medium roast.
usually
I don't
go
like.
with a medium or
Yeah.
light.
Yeah, I do a medium roast.
Yeah, mine's usually a medium.
I don't mind a light roast. I just brew it stronger.
Yeah.
So the thing, though, that's important about light and dark roasts to remember is the darker the roast, the less caffeine it has.
Mm.
So if you're into caffeine, you want to stick with the light roast or a medium roast.
You want a light roast or a medium roast. You just want to make it the desired strength that you want.
Yeah, and flavor.
I like the flavor. I'm not necessarily there for the caffeine because I can go without caffeine. It doesn't bother me. But
I like them all, but I usually go for medium. But every now and again I'll do like a French roast because I like dark coffee too.
I want to see Coda and Nicole try mushroom coffee, perhaps on a Patreon pick. Yeah.
I will try some mushroom coffee. I
Listen,
don't mind.
we could do this on my Patreon. We can all try the mushroom coffee.
You mean like the mud stuff?
It sounds fucking gross, but I'll do it.
It
I'm
sounds
from
cool.
Colorado. I'll eat mushrooms, whatever.
I mean, I like mushrooms. I just don't know if I want it made into coffee.
Can we have magic mushrooms in our coffees? I'll be down for that.
There we go.
Hallucinating on a live stream.
We just, oh, hey, when did you guys get here?
Camera looks so beautiful.
You're extra shiny today.
What an aura you have around.
Your plant's moving.
Cool. What was that? Start twitching all over the screen. That's about the only sort of mushroom. Not that I do this ever, but that would be the only mushroom that I would find acceptable in my coffee because I don't see any benefit of
It's
taking.
just like
the
this
other
coffee is goofy. I would try that. It's not really coffee, right? It's a coffee.
It's a coffee
replacement.
substitute. It's supposed to be healthier for you. I do know somebody who does like the mud. I think it's a different brand, but like it's similar to that.
Mhm.
And she says that now that she's been drinking it for a while, that she prefers it. It makes her like her digestive tract and stuff like that feel better.
Mhm.
I mean, coffee is not necessarily bad for you. Like coffee is good for you. But she was drinking like a lot of she was drinking coffee at times when she shouldn't have been.
Mhm.
And so with whatever it is that she drinks, she said that it makes it so that she's really only drinking like 1 cup of it instead of like 6 cups.
Yeah.
It's supposed to give you energy plus have other good benefits too, like
Yeah, hers has like extra collagen in it and like some other thing, like other
That's
vitamins
what I
and stuff.
need. We get some of that collagen. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the Mudwater collagen
I mean, I'll do it if
challenge.
somebody else will do it. It
I'm
sounds
down.
All right, I'll bow to peer pressure.
I just looked it up. Well, how much is it? How much is it? Let's do it.
how much you fucking much? Probably like $50 a can or some crazy
fine.
shit.
Jesus, Mike, I spend like $40 a box of coffee, anyways, because I order on Amazon. Like,
Mm.
I don't
I mean,
even know how many at a
my
time, like 56 pods or something. at a time.
my big thing of K cups from Costco is probably like $45.
Oh, listen, they have a cacao and a matcha and a turmeric and whatever Ruibo says.
What?
ROOI.
Robos. It's a bark of
Oh,
a tree. It's
Robos?
Yeah, Robos or something like that. Yeah, maybe.
Row your bows.
It's just so you know that I have had that. That's a tea, and it's disgusting.
Okay, let's get the turmeric one. Maybe.
You're gonna say, let's get that one. Like, hey, thanks, Kurt.
I'm all about turmeric because it's like good for you.
Yeah.
Anti-inflammatory. Hey, they're on sale, you guys, right now.
Is that the link that you sent through in the private chat?
Yeah, they're on sale for, it's like on sale for $30 right now.
So it's like 100 for me.
Like the cow. I mean, how good can mushroom coffee really be if you have to flavor it with other shit anyway? There's no mushroom flavored mushroom coffee.
The mud water, like the fact that it's called mud, like why are we calling it mud? It doesn't make me want to drink it.
Because that's what it
Also-
looks like, bro.
But also,
Again, someone obviously put the funny mushrooms in their coffee.
you know what
And
I
then they had a
do?
business
wanna
And
try?
they
and
were
this
like,
is how they come up with it.
You want to know what I do want to try? Is like the concentrated coffee. Like Nels at the Cheese tried
Nina's
it.
over here
It's
like
the Java or whatever it is, where you put like a, like you put
mix
like
it with
so much
water and it
concentrate and then you mix it with water.
Mm.
I need to ask Nell which one because she was like sponsored by one of them at one point
Oh,
on her
really?
channel. Like I
Yeah.
don't remember if she actually had to do a video or if they just like sent her the product to try and then she got like a product code or whatever. But last year she was talking about it and I don't remember what it's called. This stuff looks so gross, bro.
Maybe we should try the regular one because the turmeric doesn't have caffeine in it, and I don't really see the point of trying this if it's
Okay, I'm not trying to be funny, but what the hell is a functional mushroom? This thing says a coffee alternative.
it means
consisting
that
of
it's not a dysfunctional mushroom, Neva.
It says 100%
not the funny ones.
organic
It
How is
helps
that?
you function.
and functional mushrooms. With a fraction of the caffeine found in coffee, you get energy, focus, and immune support without the jitters, crash, or poor sleep.
That
Now,
sounds
Shannon,
right.
what have you got against me that you don't want me to have caffeine?
And it comes with a free frother because that's what we
Nicole,
need.
we'll just drink several cups of mushroom coffee. Replace the caffeine.
A morning ritual starter pack. $30 plus free frother.
Can you eat chocolate with eggs in it? You said you could have anything that's baked, right? Or cooked with
Yeah,
it.
if
Some
it's like
chocolate might have eggs in it.
yes. So
Why
if
did-
the egg is cooked
Oh, okay.
into the
Maybe.
product, I can eat it as long as it's not like
Is it the whole egg, Eva, or is it like just the yolk?
no, it's a whole egg.
Oh, that's too bad.
Because I
Some
even
people
tried.
are allergic to the yolk part
Yeah,
because that's
I-
the highest.
I
concentration
thought
of
that
protein.
maybe I could get away with that, so I was like, you know what? I'll just live with eating white, like egg white omelets. And I don't like in hard boiled eggs, like unless I cut them up and put them like in a salad. I actually don't like the yolk. I don't like the
Mhm.
texture of it. It's a weird texture. So I would like take the yolk out anyway and just eat the whites. But no, it's the whole egg because it's the protein of the egg.
Mhm.
So
She agreed with Caleb.
I don't know what she's talking about. She's talking about Pucking Wild. Elise, message me what you're talking about. Because I was confused as to the context of this. Just message me.
Mhm. I have Rainy Sprints open.
This was
but I'm
like
muting
a year
it.
ago.
That was like ages ago. Tonight 20-minute break before going on. Hello. We're finishing Sleeping Beauty so far. It's a fairy tale book. My dad just ordered it for me. New dark porn. Okay. And it's a good book.
I'll look
There you
at
go.
it. A Paranormal Academy Urban Fantasy. Leah Ackerman, Book 1. Is that it?
I don't think so.
That's a mouthful of title right there.
Yeah, what is with books and these long titles? Like,
Well, and last year,
Because it's the new thing. They want you to know what the book is called and what it's about without ever having to flip over to the back of the fucking book.
For some reason, here's where it started. It started with freaking Crescent City, okay? Because instead of just having Crescent City 1, 2, 3, we have Crescent City Earth. No,
so you don't even know what the books are.
Earth and Blood, House of Earth and Blood, Crescent, and then we have House of.
And the
Flaming
titles don't even make sense a lot of the time.
No,
like,
let me tell you where this really started. This
Sky
started
and
with
Breath?
Power Rangers.
Well, yeah, but
When they
but
started
recently-
thinking spin-offs.
But recently it started because here's the thing. It actually does. So okay, so the titles of the Crescent City books does make sense if you actually read the books, because there are 5 houses
okay.
in this world, right? So each book is named after a house. So you have the House of Earth and Blood, the House of Sky and Breath, and the House of Flame and Shadow, and then you have a few other ones that I don't know what they are, and I don't care. But then I don't remember what they're called. So it comes out as whatever it is. Like for the longest time, I was calling the first one A House of Blood and Basilisks. That's not what it's called, but like I couldn't remember.
I remember that video.
And then freaking Serpent and the Wings of Night.
Talk about that's like a real crossover there.
That's a terrible name for a book.
Serpent and the Wings of Night.
Yeah. And that doesn't even tell you what the book is about, because the book is a vampire book. No.
The
Just
Wings of Night. Vampires. I totally might have thought vampires on my second try.
And this whole serpent thing is because like the main female character, Serpent, is like her dad's nickname for her. Like he calls her Little Serpent.
Oh, that's so
He's like, oh.
phallic.
I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I'd feel if my dad was calling me
Dude,
little
yeah.
Well,
serpent.
If somebody was calling me Little Serpent, I would
so-
be like, what are you talking about? What are
There's
you
a
trying
reason-
to say?
This is not even a spoiler. It happens in the first chapter. But the reason is because the guy that she sees as her dad, right, rescues her when she's like a small child, and she bites him. Like bites his hand or his finger and like refuses to let go, so he calls her Little Serpent.
Okay.
Like
She
it
doesn't
makes
try
sense.
to like swallow his wrist whole or anything.
Jesus Christ.
You know, jaw like dislocate.
But yeah. So that's why he called her that. But also
She gets
like
stuck
I just
like
don't
that.
understand why do we need a dictionary for a title of a book? Like what happened to books that were just called like The Hunger Games?
Simple.
They evolved into the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Divergent. Twilight. You know, those were all like easy.
The
Fog.
simple times.
The Shining, just like
We're,
easy.
we're going to be old and grey. I mean, I know I'm already old and grey, but we're going to be even. I'm going to be even older and grey. And sitting there talking to the grandkids, going, "I remember when books only had 2 words in the titles, and now there's a full essay on the front."
They're gonna be like, "Okay, Grandma, go lay down."
I'm so
Our
guilty.
grandparents
I'm
did
so
that.
guilty.
In
of
my
making them
day.
fail.
I'm sure we've all had conversations with our grandparents like that. In my day, when I was younger,
I just don't
I walked 10
understand.
miles in the snow to get to school with a hole in my shoe and a rock in the other one.
Right.
Cigarettes cost $2.50, and gas costs $1.75.
Bro. So okay, so my dad and I, when I was home this last time, my dad was talking to my brother who's 14. Okay, so my youngest brother on my mom's side is 14 years old. And my dad was complaining about the gas prices, which like where he lives, gas is relatively low, like compared to other places. But it's still like well over like $2, right? And he was like, I remember when gas was 50 cents a gallon. And my brother was like, he was like, I'm pretty sure that that's fake news. And he's like, pretty sure it's not.
It's true. Stuff was cheap. You used to be able to just go buy one Laffy Taffy for 5 cents.
So I'm saying, like, did anybody else
wanted one? You
Listen.
could go get one grape Laffy Taffy.
Do you remember when you used to be able to take the Tootsie Roll Pop wrappers, and if you found the Native American
the little
on it, the little
almost
Indian,
said the high
whatever.
one. Sorry about
But
that.
you could go like turn it in at the gas station. They would give you a free one.
Yeah, I do
There's only
remember
one-
that because
there's
I'm
only
old.
There's
Abby
only
did
only-
that.
There's literally only one gas
This is
station in
daily.
existence that I know that still does this, and it is in the town that my uncle lives in called Blakesburg. And when I tell you, they have a really fancy welcome sign, but you can drive from one end of this town to the other in about 3 minutes. There's one stop sign.
Blink and you'll miss it.
But they have a beautiful sign. And
There's
it's like, welcome
there's
to
one
Blakesfield.
stop
We'll
sign.
trade in your Tootsie Pop Indian for a free Tootsie Pop.
There's one stop sign. No,
Stop here.
no
Save
stoplights.
your Tootsie Pop
But they
wrappers.
have this giant, and they repaint it every year. There's this giant "Welcome to Blakesburg" sign, and then you drive in, and the town is nothing. Like it's
Neva, I'm gonna start
They have
saving
a
my
sign.
Tootsie
That's a
Pop
tour- that's a
wrappers
tourist
until the day
destination.
that I visit Bladesburg.
any tourist that comes to that town is disappointed. The
I'm
best
not
thing-
gonna be because I'm gonna roll in there with like 342 Tootsie Pop wrappers.
The
Like,
best-
hey, bros.
Literally, the best thing that happens in this town is that every year at Christmas time, there are these 2 gigantic farmhouses right on the outskirts of town, and they decorate their entire both houses have to be set on like a good handful of acres. Like I don't really know acreage, you know what I'm saying? But like it's big, and they make like the 2 houses, they sit side by side but not, because there's like field in between, and they make it like a tourist destination. Like you go there
That's why they
every
need
year.
the big
to, like-
ass sign for that one time of year.
Walk through the lights. But
Like,
every time you
come
drive
back
in,
and
it's
see
like,
the
If they
light
didn't have that big
show
ass sign,
spectacle.
people would blink and drive through the town. They wouldn't know that they had been in the town, and they'd miss this big Christmas.
no,
Maybe
because
maybe
the
not.
Christmas-
Maybe the guy at the gas station when you go to turn in your Tootsie Pop wrappers tells
the
you about this
Christmas-
light show. You know?
The Christmas light show is before you ever actually hit the town sign. And it
Sure.
literally
Oh, I
and
thought you meant it was on the outskirts on the other side of town.
That's why they
No,
have a
and
big
the
sign.
light-
They don't want you to turn around and go back. When you realize that
light-
you've already seen everything there is to see before you even hit the
And
town.
someone should go and graffiti that sign. Blink, and you'll miss it.
listen, these lights are
You
so
already
bright.
missed it.
The
It was
light,
before the sign.
the light show is so bright that it lights up the road.
Oh,
Like you don't need,
crap.
like you don't
They
need
have their
like
own
the
power
street.
station or what?
It just lights up the road.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
unbelievable, honestly.
Well, that's fancy.
That's what you get when you live
It's
in the
like
middle of
the
nowhere. You get excited for
die
Christmas
of
lights.
the middle of nowhere.
Jamie finished chapter 10 in Lord Jim, fed all of the cats, and started working on identifying the new vintage glass that we brought home this week. Awesome. Monica made it to 45% of House of Flame and Shadow. Thank you for not putting the acronym in there. I appreciate that. I'm going to beat you guys and good night. Of course you are. You've already commented over in Discord as well. I'm like, Rally is on the ball. I've had fun revisiting the series. I wish there was more of Lee Jordan in the movie, like in the book. Who's Lee Jordan?
Yeah, okay, so Lee Jordan is best friends with the twins, with Fred and George Weasley.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I think in the movie he's portrayed by a black man.
Okay.
But in the book, which you're not there yet, but like in the books, he does a lot of the commentating for the Quidditch matches. He
Okay.
tends to get yelled at by McGonagall a lot. Like, that's not really a spoiler, which is why I'm telling you. But he tends to get yelled at by McGonagall a lot for the way that he commentates the Quidditch matches. But he's a very prominent character in the books because he is the twins' best friend. Yeah.
I'm going to bid you adieu and leave you on the TV. No worries. Bye. Thanks for
night,
joining.
Sleep
And are you
well.
going? And this is where I question Jean, because we always get 2 or 3. I'm going to bed now. So
I'm
Just
looking
looking-
at the bottom of the comments, and there's like still another like 10 Gene comments after this.
She always says like, "I'm going to bed. Good night," and then she's still here like an hour later. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay.
She
Cuckoo.
lays lays down
She's just
and
here to see
tries,
if we
and
talk
then she
about it
gets back
behind
up.
me. I will say
Probably
so
because she
far,
leaves us in the TV.
so far I understand the story and the characters better reading it than watching. Yeah, fair enough. I would think it is just cute and fast after reading Wheel of Time for sure. Yeah, very much so. I even feel like that we'll probably say that a little bit about Green Rider as well.
Now here's
Yeah.
my question:
Yes.
do either of you cry when you read?
Yeah. I'm a big boob anyways, so I cry when things are sad and I cry when things are really happy. And sometimes if I get really excited about something like that I've been
Okay,
waiting
so
for,
Coda
I
is
cry a
me.
little bit.
So Coda is me and cries at fucking everything. Do you cry, Nicole?
I can feel the feels, but I have been told that I have an autistic heart and have no feelings. But that was, that's coming from my best friend, but she's a bitch, but that's okay. That's how we feel about each other.
I don't.
am
There's
This is
things
one thing we
that
haven't said to
very
each
many.
other.
because here's what I'm gonna tell you.
I do cry. I do cry at books, especially around, like with Harry's story. Like I feel a lot, like even just watching the movies and stuff like that, I feel for Harry, like especially when he's left behind and things, not having family, not having that support and all that sort of stuff, because I can relate to that quite easily. So anything that I can relate to heaps, I'm a mess.
Okay, so obviously y'all have seen the movies.
Mm-hmm.
So things that happen in the later movies also happen in the book.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about Harry Pattinson's character?
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Is that his name? Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson, yeah.
So with Cedric,
What's
so here's the
his
thing.
mug?
I feel
dude?
like the movies did not do, which I know that this happens a lot, okay, with adaptations. I feel like because of the things that they left out of the fourth movie, the rest of the movies, like they had to completely change the plot line in order to make the movies continue to work. And I feel like because of that, there were some things that happened in both the books and the movies that weren't quite as impactful in the movies because
Yeah.
we didn't see like the lead up to why it happened. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just gonna say that if you cry, probably like after like book 4, maybe just like have a box of tissues.
It might be different since I'm listening to it.
Maybe I'm reading with my eyeballs, so
I don't know. I
I'm
still
reading-
teared up with Wheel of Time a little bit, and I was listening to it.
Mm.
I didn't like sob. There's been a couple books in my life that have made me like full blown sob.
Reminders of Him.
oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, what's that?
It's a
Right.
Colleen
Reminders of Him
Hoover
is a
book.
Colleen Hoover book, and my granddaughter had just gone like that whole thing that played out in that. Apart from what happened to the guy that she had the kid with, that whole thing was like, it was like my life, and I sobbed and I sobbed and I sobbed some more, and then I went to pick it up to finish it, and just picking up the book, I cried. It took me
So the short
3 hours before I could even talk about it, and I just went, if you've got any trauma happening in your life, please don't read this book.
the short synopsis of Reminders of Him is that we're following a female main character who's been in prison for I think it's like 5 years
Mm-hmm.
because she was convicted of a murder that she didn't actually commit.
Manslaughter.
Right, but
Yeah.
originally they wanted to get her for murder.
Murder, yeah.
She pled
Because-
down to manslaughter.
Yeah.
But in that process, she was pregnant with dude's baby, and then like his parents adopted the baby.
Mm.
And so when she got out of prison, she moved back to that town to try to put eyes on her kid. And it's her journey of trying to gain the grandparents' trust into letting her see the kid. It's heartbreaking.
Oh.
To be honest. Because I read it when it was on Kindle Unlimited. I don't know if it still is.
I checked it a couple of months ago and it was still on. I don't.
But I read it when
it's
it
there.
first like was released on Kindle Unlimited, like on release day, and I was like, I wish I'd never picked this book up because like it was just wow. I mean, Magnolia Parks rips my heart out every time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's anger or sadness, maybe both. A Man Called Ove, whatever the fuck it is. That
Ove.
book, I read that. I finished that book on sprints like a dumbass. And so
Yeah, that book made me cry. My grandmother asked me to tell you she's sorry. Made me cry.
I haven't read that one.
Spoiler
like-
alert. Have you seen that movie, Spoiler Alert? It's
No.
the two gay guys, and it's based on a true story, and one of them has cancer. But it's
No,
based
but
on
it sounds heartbreaking.
It's based on a memoir, and it's sad. Yeah. I don't mind reading sad stuff though, because it's like an emotional outlet, especially if you're
Mhm.
not already sad. You can like, feel that
Yeah.
kind of stuff out without
Books
having to
and the
actually
shower
go through
are
it.
my emotional breakdown areas.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If I'm crying at a book and then somebody's like, oh my God, are you okay? I'll be like, yeah, the book is just so sad. Even if I'm like drowning in a well of depression,
Mhm.
I can just blame it on the book.
It's not like real life where you're really sad and you're also having an anxiety attack and you can't think straight and you can't do anything.
Right. Here's what I'm
And that's
worried
when I
about.
take myself to the shower and cry.
This month I have to read The Winners.
That's
And
the
I have-
third in Beartown,
I have
right?
to vlog it, which is the third Beartown book. And we all saw Brittany vlog this damn book last year. And I have to vlog it because that's one of my books that she gave me.
She's mean.
Are those ones sad too, or
And here's the thing.
Yeah, Brittany
not
cried.
not only do I have to vlog it for that vlog, I also have to vlog it for my 12 Recs from 12 Besties because it was Kelsey's freaking pick.
Oh, they're mean. They're
So
not
y'all get to
besties.
see me cry about this book in 2 different vlogs. Isn't that fun?
That's not nice. Wait, you guys don't have Perky Nanas in Australia? It's
What?
banana flavored chocolate bar. No, I don't think
That
so.
sounds disgusting.
Ugh.
It
Ugh.
does. Like, can you not see my face? Like, you guys must get a lot of
Okay,
facials from me. 'Cause,
But do you
like,
know
I'm
what
like,
is good? But do you know what is good? We used to get them at the Renaissance Fair when we would go when we lived in Minnesota, and they're like frozen bananas dipped in chocolate.
awesome. We've got a place here in New South Wales, so that's the state below me. It's called Coffs Harbour is the town that it's in, and there's a place there called the Big Banana, and there's this massive big ass banana out the front of the plantation, but it's like a tourist attraction, so you can go through the banana plantation, and they tell you how the bananas grow and all that sort of stuff. But that's where they have the frozen. That's the only place I get them from, because they basically pick
They're
them
so
fresh, freeze them, and have them in the chocolate. Yeah.
so good.
See, that I can get behind. At least it tastes like a bloody banana, not some chemical that takes your breath away when you go to eat it. The Kool-Aid just tastes like sugar. Looks like it. I hate artificial peach flavor. Yeah, that's another one that's terrible.
Peach is my favorite artificial flavor. I love peach flavored shit.
Yeah, Savannah loves peach flavored stuff as well. I just can't do it. YouTube paused the sprint and I made it to 96% of Pucking Wild. That's Ulysses. Aurelia reviews just flavored powder and dye into sugared water.
That's Kool-Aid, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like cordial. Like we have like cordial where we put that into water, but it's not in a satchel. There probably is flavored drinks in satchels, but it's not something that I buy and I've never looked for, so I wouldn't even know. Oddly, I actually like those frozen banana flavored popsicles, the fake banana flavored ones. Otherwise, I barely tolerate bananas themselves, and I don't like most things banana. That's fair enough. It is an acquired taste. None of my kids like bananas. They did when they were little, but now they don't. In the 90s, everybody walked around with red fingers because eating Kool-Aid from the packets was a thing.
Yeah, and if you were a blonde in the 90s, you could dye your hair.
You could dye your hair
I
with
was going to
Kool-Aid.
say, I remember hearing about people dyeing their hair with Kool-Aid, and you can also dye fabric and yarn with it as well, because I've seen YouTubers do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's made with all the bad reds and the bad yellows.
We used to get jelly crystals, and because you mix that with water and then it sets like I guess you call it Jello.
Yeah.
So yeah, we used to eat that when we were kids.
I like to drink Jello before it sets. Like, just drink hot Jello.
Jesus Christ, how do you not have diabetes, mate? Like,
Especially peach.
oh my God, that is like half a bottle of cordial in like one cup, straight up.
It's
Whoa,
like
that's
just straight
wild.
freaking sugar collagen.
Oh. Got to chapter 7
you had
of
your Jello?
Academy. I like popsicles, but other than anything artificial is gross. I agree. I'm not a fan. Natural flavors, aka bad. Yeah. We used to the same here. Except we called it Raro in New Zealand. That's our version of Kool-Aid. There you go. Nice. It wasn't the healthiest thing, but we definitely nostalgia. Yeah, fully. Can you hear the parrots?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if that was
Yeah. They're the rainbow rosellas out the front. I have a tree at the front that it's called a drunkard parrots tree, and in spring it gets these red flowers on it, and the birds get in there, and oh my God, it is so raucous. Like, imagine that sound, but 100 times worse.
I think I remember them going off on your sprints last year.
Yeah. And it wasn't even bad last year because it had a little bit of a dry period, but we've had so much rain. So this coming spring, that tree has, like, it's almost over all of my front yard and it's growing out onto the verge. that tree is going to be full of berries. Like it's a flower, but it looks like a berry at the same time. Like it's got a waxy look to it. The cheaper version of Kool-Aid in Canada is called Freshies. Okay.
I can't wait till summer so I can spray it
Yeah,
out.
and this is when you said this, wax in chocolate makes the chocolate not turn to soup so fast in summer. Interesting.
Yeah, but some chocolates are like more wax than chocolate. Like,
Yeah, so
ratio.
evidently your government will feed you anything.
They
Yeah,
will.
It's fine.
Our government doesn't care about us.
They're not worried
It's
about it
survival.
because we don't have free healthcare. Let the
Survival.
masses die.
Listen, America is just one big game of survival of the fittest. Do you hear me?
America.
It is the
survivor.
swiftest and the richest.
Oh my goodness.
If you're rich, you don't have to be
I almost
fit.
want to go down and get a couple of block of chocolates and see what we actually have in ours. But I know that we don't use high fructose corn syrup. We use natural cane sugar in ours. And
Here, let me-
apparently it makes like
I don't
Hold
think
on,
ours
because I
have-
just ordered some
think some
chocolate
of them
today.
do.
Let me tell you what's in our chocolate. Hold on.
okay, this is gonna be interesting. Some wax, maybe some, I don't know, some what else can you put in that's edible? Oh,
all kinds of lists of chemicals that you probably can't
yeah,
pronounce.
yeah, all the things that you can't pronounce.
Now, first of all, they brought me the wrong one.
Wait, those are Lindors. Those are good chocolates. There's no way that they have.
I was going to say there's
high
no
fructose.
artificial. There's like that's
Well-
made with natural cane sugar and stuff.
They brought me
Over
the
here.
wrong ones. Okay, I didn't want milk chocolate. I wanted milk chocolate with sea salt. Okay.
That's just
Anyway.
rude.
They're all good. All the
Aren't they
Lindt.
made in Australia?
Mm. New Hampshire, it says.
Okay.
Maybe they're
Manufactured by
also
Lindt
made-
and Sprungly, USA. I don't know. It says milk chocolate, which is sugar, milk, cocoa butter, chocolate, soy, lecithin,
Yep, lecithin. Yeah.
which is an emulsifier,
hmm
barley malt powder, vanillin, artificial flavoring, vegetable oil, coconut palm kernel, sugar, chocolate, cocoa butter, milk, soy, lecithin, which is that's all it's made with.
So,
And
like, the
artificial
worst
flavor.
thing out of everything you listed is soy.
And
Yeah.
it says may contain tree nuts.
Yeah, they've got that on every packet. But I guarantee you, if you go and get a Hershey bar or whatever else,
Oh, I don't buy
there-
Hershey's.
There's a whole shit ton of stuff that you can't read in that.
Hershey's just
You know what has the most high fructose corn syrup in it is Neva's ketchup bottle.
probably.
This shit is like pure high fructose corn syrup.
Let's see what's in my ketchup from Heinz. No one cares about Heinz making thick, rich ketchup for 150 years. Good for you. Let's see. We have tomato concentrate from red ripe tomatoes, distilled vinegar, high fructose corn syrup, regular corn syrup because we needed both, salt, spice, onion powder, and natural flavoring. It is also gluten free.
High fructose corn syrup and onion powder. Who knew?
But here's the
You know
thing.
what this onion powder needs?
Here's the thing. Not only does it have high fructose corn syrup, it also just has regular corn syrup because we needed both.
But you know
And
what?
then
Fun fact: regular
think-
corn syrup isn't that bad for you.
Right.
No,
And then it
Only
has
high
salt.
fructose. Yeah.
It has salt. And then they were like, you know what? It also needs, even though it's already salty, onion powder.
It's to cut down the high fructose corn syrup flavor.
Like, you could have just left out the high fructose corn syrup, and this would be almost healthy.
They have ketchup that's made with real sugar. They have
Yeah, it
soda
tastes like
that's
shit.
made with real sugar too. Soda with real
That's not
sugar is
taste like
better.
shit. It tastes
I don't.
good.
Okay, so here's the thing. First of all, okay, so I'm with certain things. I'm a snob, like a label snob. Okay, so like Heinz, like my ketchup has to be Heinz. Okay,
Heinz makes a sugar or natural ketchup.
I don't like. I don't like
Has
it
a
though.
different label on it, but it still says Heinz.
Well, I know that, but it tastes funny.
Yeah, because there's no high fructose corn syrup in it, and you're
That's
addicted
what I was
to
just gonna
it.
say, because it's got all the
Okay.
healthy stuff in it. Your body's going, what the hell is this shit you're giving me?
So like today I bought ranch dressing, right? And the DoorDasher messaged me and was like, "Hi, they don't have the 32-ounce bottle of ranch dressing in the Hidden Valley. Do you want me to get you the store brand, or do you want me to get you, or do you want me to get you the smaller?" It was like a 20-ounce bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch, and I was like, "I need the 20-ounce bottle." I was like, "Because it needs to be Hidden Valley." I was like, "If you bring anything else," they brought me freaking store brand Parmesan cheese. No, ma'am. I ordered Kraft Parmesan cheese. What is wrong with
Are
you?
you talking about the powdered stuff?
For what?
Parmesan cheese?
Parmesan, shredded
Kraft.
Parmesan,
Yeah, it's
powdered.
like shredded Parmesan. But here's the thing: every shredded Parmesan tastes different.
Mhm.
They brought me the store brand. They brought me Kroger brand. No, ma'am. Ari will not eat that. Like, I put it on some noodles today, and she was like, "Mom, this cheese tastes like feet."
Parmesan is supposed to taste like feet, Neva. Fuck.
But the
Like,
Kraft,
that is the flavor of Parmesan.
but the
If it
Kraft,
doesn't taste like feet, you're.
but the Kraft one, it's like
I have
less.
one question. How do you know what feet taste like? Please explain.
Just smells and tastes. It's all the
Listen,
same. It's kind of like truffle oil. You
I
cook
know what they
truffle
smell
oil,
like.
and the whole
I feel
house
like
smells
that's close enough.
feet.
But here's the thing:
Or
the
tastes good.
Kraft like shaker cheese. That's what we call it, is shaker cheese. But like the Kraft
It's
Parmesan
terrible.
cheese,
It's
it
terrible.
it tastes like
High fructose
it's
corn.
like less. It's like less.
Tastes like dirt.
Hey, dirt is really good
It's
for you.
less strong. You understand?
It tastes like dirt.
I like
See,
the
I mean,
taste of dirt.
look,
Okay,
I'm
arugula is
sorry.
my
I come
favorite.
from a family that has had a lot of cheeses and fresh cheeses and all the rest of it. That stuff that you're talking about that you shake out, this
Yeah.
is not real food. Okay,
I understand that, but it's good. Although me
It
personally,
tastes like
me
fine, really finely shredded
me
styrofoam,
no
Neva.
okay. Me personally, I prefer like shredded Parmesan,
Hmm
like in shreds, like that you
I like
sprinkle on.
Asiago, like chunks
Yeah,
of Parmesan.
yeah, right. Okay, but I don't do it like that. But I will buy it like in the bags, like shredded, and then like sprinkle that on my pasta. But Ari likes the powder. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta give her what she likes.
I just
Do you
receive
have
all those packets from the pizza
Do you
place.
have a Kool-Aid dependency?
No, Gene, those packets I've had for like 2 or 3 years. They're just on reserve. Kid comes
Yeah,
over, you should be able to make
the thing is that I do like coffee, and that's why I'm not sure that I will like mushroom coffee.
but it's not gonna hurt us. We could try it.
Oh, we're
Maybe
gonna
we'll
try
like
it.
both. Maybe we don't have
Maybe
to switch. Maybe we can have coffee in the morning and mushroom coffee
in the
for
afternoon.
late night sprints.
Cheers, mushroom coffee.
We'll be like, one
America.
of the 3 of us has the
Yeah,
special
this
mushroom
is actually
coffee, and the
true.
other 2 of us has the mud water mushroom
Right.
coffee. And
This
by the
is
end of
true.
these sprints, you'll know which one of us took the special mushroom coffee, but you have to stick around to find out.
This
Okay,
will
so
be me.
this is true that most of our chocolate is labeled as candy. Which is why, like, other than baking chocolate, all of the chocolate is put in the candy aisle.
I love baking chocolate. I could just eat that shit.
I eat that stuff
It's
too.
good.
I love that.
Good,
I
and
love
it doesn't dry
like,
your mouth out or anything. Like,
Has
um
anyone had a ma'am moment this week after the Spritz After Dark? Do y'all
man,
remember this? I know what she's talking about.
I don't remember specifically
was
what we
when-
meant. What we meant.
This is when we were
Are,
talking
are
about
we going to turn this now into After Dark because it's not After Dark yet?
no, but what she's talking about is when we were talking about how we don't like dirty talk.
Oh, right, yeah.
Ma'am.
Also, no. Thank God. Could you imagine?
No, there won't be any ma'am moments for a while.
For me either, honestly. And if he was to call me ma'am in the middle, I would be like, I gotta go. Thank you.
Chris, we're all just gonna keep a paddle by the bed from now on. We're just gonna Flintstone him. But I don't know what happened, officer. He was talking, and oh yeah, that's he was talking.
You could be trying Kopi Luwak, also known as civet coffee, instead.
Oh, that is where the no. Not,
Cherry
yeah,
poop
it's the
coffee. I'm
animal
not
poop one
Googling
from
this.
Indonesia.
I was gonna say
is
the
that
last.
the poop coffee?
Yeah, the poop
Yeah.
coffee.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say the last time that I Googled something, there was a half-born chicken inside of an egg, and I'm scared now to Google things.
I
We'll
don't
know
know
in
if
about
it's
5
poop
seconds as
coffee.
soon as Coda throws himself back into his couch. It's not good.
What happened?
Chris said that they've had the decaf mushroom coffee. It tastes a bit like coffee with an aftertaste of wood, because that's what I love. I'll just throw some wood chips in a cup of coffee.
Listen, I like the
Just
taste of
for a moment, I'm
wood.
just going to go and debark my tree.
when I go to buy wine and I want something new, I'm asking for something that tastes like wood. Like
Okay, that's true.
I
but that's
also like the
still
taste of
fine.
dirt. Like I'm telling you, like line me up with arugula salad and bring me a Malbec and pop a cork in my mouth and it's good.
How did this become so unhinged?
It's
Yeah,
fine.
we're going
I've
to have to X-rate this one now.
so I've tried nettle tea and I don't like it.
I have tried nettle tea as well. It's okay. It's not my favorite. I drink a wide range of teas. Like I'm not adverse to drinking different sorts of teas for the health benefits of them and all that sort of stuff. So like peppermint tea you drink when you're eating because it helps with digestion and all that sort of stuff. Ginger tea if you feel sick. Chamomile tea to help you sleep. All that sort of stuff. I'm not adverse to that, and I've even had dandelion in substitute for coffee as well, because I get adrenal fatigue. So sometimes I've got to give my body a rest from the caffeine that's going in. So I'll have dandelion. Well, you can get dandelion tea or you can get dandelion coffee substitute. So essentially the same thing. But yeah, like herbal teas and stuff like that, I'm not adverse to that. It's just don't touch my coffee. Like just leave the coffee, just back away.
She's like, we can add drinks, but we're not replacing drinks.
Yeah. We're not messing with the formula that I have going with the coffee.
Yeah, Chris said it tastes like drinking bitter clumps of grass. Yeah, I don't personally like nettle tea, but
See, I'm down for dirt flavored stuff, but grass flavored stuff maybe not.
And it depends how the
COVID
nettle
draws the
tea is made too.
We're gonna
Like
draw the
you
line
can
on
get
grass.
some nice nettle teas that don't like they've got other herbs mixed with them that soften the flavor of the nettle.
I'm gonna get on Amazon right now and order some nettle tea just so I can try it. It sounds like something that would
yeah.
be poisonous.
But also in the movie, he's also black with dreads. He just isn't seen very much. And I don't actually know. I think he only has like a couple of speaking lines. And in the book, he is specifically always seen with the twins.
What is the nettle tea good for? Just
Who is
everyday.
she asking this of? Because I've gone through many a moo era. Moo are comfortable as hell. I do not give a crap.
So we're talking about an item of clothing here, right?
Yeah, so a moo is like
Yeah,
it's
I know
like
what a
a
muumuu is.
Nightgown.
it's like a
Yeah,
nightgown.
like muumuu is like a 70s staple.
First of all, I can go to Walmart now and buy moo in my size. So I'm winning at life. Thank you. Also, I've already said that any man that plans to be with me in the future, man, woman, they, them, whatever you are, whoever you are, if you plan on being with me in the future, you're gonna have to live with the moo. Okay. Clearly it worked for my great grandma. It can work for me too. Thank you so much.
I'm not probably gonna wear any muumuus, Shannon. You might catch me in like a kimono or a terry cloth robe or some Daisy Dukes in the summertime. I might paint my toenails.
Draw the
I
line
might
in the middle.
I might even shave my legs in the front yard in front of God and everybody, but I'm not gonna put on a muumuu.
There's many things that I will do, and a muumuu is not one of them.
No.
And
For
Daisy
one
Dukes
thing, a
is
muumuu
not
doesn't
that
have a
one I'm not
split
gonna
in
do.
it, so you can't shave your legs in a muumuu.
Here's the thing. I'm only really gonna wear a moo as like I've only ever really worn moo as like something that you throw on because you know that someone's gonna be in your house.
Mm.
Oh,
Like
you're
it's
so nice for people. I'm just like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were coming over here. Let me put on some underwear.
I mean, I just throw on like a moo. Here's the thing. When I live by myself, people understand that if you show up to my house unannounced, I may be walking around in nothing but a sports bra and boy shorts. And if you choose to show up at my front door, and that's how I answer the door, that's on you, my friend. That's not on me.
Mhm.
I
So
never
people have
had a
learned.
problem with it before, except for when the 75-year-old woman lived down the way and she used to come over and I'd answer the door in my basketball
Oh,
shorts and she'd be
when
like, hey, hi, I just came over because I was wondering if you wanted to borrow this movie. And I'm like,
Eye
I'll be right
contact.
back.
my dad, okay, so I used to live up the street from my mom and my dad. Back when my oldest was like a baby, we lived in an apartment that was up the street. It was literally like 5-minute walk, right? So my dad showed up one day unannounced and I was walking around in just like a tank top and boy shorts, and he knocked on the door. So I assumed that it was our friends Brian and Leah, who lived 2 doors down from us, because they would come over all the time. But like no, neither of them was gonna say anything about what I was wearing. So I opened the door and there's my dad. And he was like, can you go put some clothes on? And I was like, maybe next time you'll call before you come over. Right? So I went and put on like a pair of jeans or whatever. He needed to talk to me about something. And then every time he came over from then on, he would call and he would be like, hi, I'm just letting you know to put some clothes on because I'm on my way to your house. And I'm like, all right, great. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Dude, when I was in high school, my dad used to make me and my little brother mow the lawn, right? And we had to switch every week. So one week I would mow the front lawn and he'd mow the back lawn, and then we'd switch. And the back lawn is significantly bigger, right?
Right?
And that's why we would switch. And I used to always mow the lawn in like a pair of cutoff shorts, and that's it. And my dad came out there one day and was like, you can't mow my lawn in that. And I was like,
Clearly I
your
can.
lawn mowed, I'll mow your lawn in whatever the fuck I want to wear. What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, what? And then from then on, I only mowed the back lawn behind the privacy fence.
I bet.
He said the same thing when I was trying to like be out there changing my oil in my short shorts.
Morgan, I agree with you on this. Y'all will figure out who this character is. He's like a poltergeist that lives at Hogwarts. So once you get to the Hogwarts scenes, but they completely wrote him out of the movies, which is a big reason that the plot had to change because he causes He causes so much shenanigans. Like, there are whole scenes in the movie that is supposed to be created by Peeves, and then they had to rewrite the scenes so that the situations were created in other ways.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I was really upset that they wrote him out of the movies as well, because I felt like he was an like integral part of the books. But sure. Might have teared up a bit at the end of 6, where just about everybody did who was reading them. Very few books made me cry. 6 and 7 are the two that really get me, like the end of 6 and then basically like all of 7. So, yeah. Turkey legs at the Red Fair is gross. I mean, not the Red Fair I went to. The Red Fair I go to, the turkey legs are great.
I'm like always down for a big old piece of meat.
They
I
also
can hold
have,
in the fist of my hand.
yeah, I mean, they also have like the pickle on a stick, which is always my favorite thing. It's just like a giant dill pickle just on the end of a
Dude, and
stick.
like deep fried Snickers.
Yeah, I love the Renaissance Fair. I love it. And here's the thing: is like
What is? Aren't they supposed to be like?
it's like medieval, like
Yeah,
knights
but
and
aren't
kings
they
and queens.
supposed to be like true to form and all the rest of it?
You
Like,
might not be able to get a deep fried Snickers at a Renaissance fair. You have to go to the regular fair for that. But I was just
okay.
naming delicious fried food.
But
Oh,
you
fair.
can,
'Cause I was
And
gonna
go
say
with
the
turkey
like the
legs.
Renaissance Fair. When
Minneapolis,
did they have
yeah,
deep
the
fried
Minneapolis Ren Fair. Like you could get the bananas, the frozen
Yeah,
bananas dipped in chocolate. You
yeah.
could get the turkey legs. You could get the pickle on a stick. You could get like regular like fair food too. It just those booths were further inside. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like the main food
That was the
booths,
black market part of it, was it?
yeah, like the
Can
main
walk
food
extra
booth.
far to get your funnel cake.
But like we were so extra. Like up until I was like 16 years old, I had costumes and we had to dress up in costume every year. Like if we wanted to go to the Ren Fair, then the rule was you had to dress in your period costume. Maybe that's what's caused some of my back problems. All those damn bodices.
Do you think? Maybe.
Because
Maybe
there's
just
no like because like I'm very large. You can't tell right now because I don't have a bra on, but like I'm very large chested, right? So like at 16, I was like a double D cup, I think. So when you pull, the laces on the bodice, like there's no like they just like sit like up here. Like there's
they're now under my chin.
there's like and then like we would get ice.
Like, I brought my own pillows.
It's like I would like complain about it like to my stepdad, and then he would just go and he would like get us ice, and so you would just see all these women just like walking around with like a handful of ice, and they would just be like running it like over their chest and their neck because like everything's just squished all together.
Not good. Not good at all. My eldest dad was given Jello water when he was a baby because he couldn't handle formula.
It's really good for sore throat.
Well, I mean it's got gelatin in it, so
And it's delicious.
I do love Jello.
I used to really want to move to Australia just for the birds. The older I get, the less I want to move all my stuff for that. There's that. All right, we might go to a sprint. Coda, are you hanging around or are you going to go to bed because it's getting late for you and you've got
Oh
work
yeah,
tomorrow?
it's almost midnight. I have to go to work tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I'd love to hang out, but I probably should save my energy for after dark sprints.
Yes.
That's coming on Saturday. I'll just send you because I'm gonna put the link like in the girl band's Discord, but I'll just send it to you like I always do.
All right, cool.
Cool.
I will take a nap at some point during the day. So okay.
Have a good sleep and a good day at work tomorrow.
All right, cool. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
No worries, anytime.
Happy Harry Potter, everybody.
See ya. 60 minutes okay with everybody? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I made it back in time with 10 minutes to spare, so I got about 4 pages read. I had to go down to the shops to get some cat food. Otherwise, the cats would, I don't know what they'd do. Actually, they'd probably not be very happy with me. But yeah. They're having some milk at the moment, so they're happy with that. And obviously for cats, not human milk, but yeah. And yeah, so there's that. How'd you go, Neva?
I made it to chapter 5.
I think that's where I want to. Chapter
Not
4,
really
maybe?
even, like, I'm not even quite halfway through chapter 5.
Chapter 4, I'm halfway through. Cool. Cool. Let's have a look and see what's happening in the comments. So we were up to here. Oh, no, we were here. Rally's laughing at you at the ketchup bottle. We do have varieties of ketchup here that are made without corn syrup, and they don't cost that much. That's good. Laughing at the sugar shaming and Neva with her label pickiness. That's fine.
I can taste the difference, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely true. Like, shop brand stuff is crap. Like, you only take that stuff when you're absolutely desperate.
So there's only one shop brand thing that I like, and it is at Walmart. Walmart has, like, their Great Value brand, which is their store brand. And I like their chili beans if I can't get any other brand of chili beans. But otherwise, like, what is a store brand? Like, no thank you.
The only store brand stuff I buy is like if I need to get a fresh cheese, so like a mozzarella cheese. Our Woolworths brand cheese, mozzarella cheese, is nice and soft and it's really nice. The Parmesan, because you can't fake that,
right? Because
it's real, like it's real food. And the same as the milk, we get store brand milk as well because it's, it's not fake. It's not got any additives or anything in it. So, yeah. And that's about it. Maybe yogurt sometimes, depends. Like, if they don't have our brand, we'll grab it, but only in a pinch. Other than that, we get brand name everything. And these days, I don't really shop that much in the aisles. I shop in the fresh produce and stuff. So, and then I grow a lot of my stuff as well, which that's my job on the weekend. The tomatoes are done, so I've got to go and harvest what's left on the tomatoes, and I'll probably just have pasta for lunch tomorrow and dinner and for the next few days, and maybe freeze some up and see how I go. I feel you, Neva, Hidden Valley and Heinz all the way. Less feety. I like fresh palm, and we grate it ourselves. That's the same. I don't have those powdered stuff. I just like, oh, it's not real food, but it tastes good. But it's not real. Reread all the books as a hobby. Why not incorporate fake into our real life?
She would
not eat a damn thing. I probably wouldn't be able to because I've got food sensitivities. Like, I would only be able to eat fresh food because I wouldn't be like, you have no idea how debilitating the headaches I get from food that, because even my husband, I was just talking to him on the phone. He was across the road. He'd just come back from a long trip and he was just stopping in to grab something to eat and some bags or something he was chasing. And I rang him. I'm like, hey. And he's like, oh, listen, I've got some pies over. I said, what brand are they? Where'd they come from? He's like, oh, they're from Costco. I said, I can't eat them. I said, I can't take the risk of getting the headaches. So, like, it actually feels like there's and it feels like electric shocks also going through my brain. Like, my body just totally rejects it. So, yeah, I'd be able to eat, just it'd have to be fresh stuff, and I'd have to read every label. And Coda, I'm not surprised. I think there are 3 of you hosting together. I think the 3 of you hosting together for very long is always going to be more likely not actually out of control, but just controlled chaos, not safe for work. Yeah, fully. That's why after dark, when no one should be at work, dandelion root tea is amazing for pain as well. Yeah, we drink it at least once a day here. Awesome. That's good to know. Sports bra and boy shorts. That's hot. You did paint a pretty picture.
Thanks so much.
I would make it would make a nice pic with Coda in his Daisy Dukes. Yeah, someone else comment and shut me up. I love Peeves. I don't know who Peeves is yet. He hasn't occurred yet.
What like literally as soon as everybody gets in, like into Hogwarts, like inside of Hogwarts and everything, you meet Peeves pretty quick after that.
I think I remember Savannah saying that she was peeved that Peeves wasn't in there. That's what she
Well, because he really provides like a lot of like comedy things. He also is just like a nuisance. Like he really is like 90% of the reason that they get into most of the crap that they get into while at Hogwarts. But because they wrote him out of the movie, they had to then rewrite scenes where they would get into things and make it like actual human problems and not issues that they were dealing with because of Peeves.
Okay. So I don't know, why would you do that if he was an integral part of the books?
Well, so originally they cast somebody to play Peeves. Because they have people playing the ghosts, like the other ghosts of Hogwarts.
Yeah.
So Peeves is not a ghost; he's a poltergeist, which is different, I guess. Yeah. But they had cast someone to play him, and then decided not to keep those pieces, and so they just wrote him out completely. Wow, that's where my socks have been this whole time.
Totally off topic. It's my sock.
No, okay. So I bought these socks. I'm not going to show my foot on camera because it's weird. Hold on. Let me move. I was getting a new diamond painting down, which is why this is all like finangly right now.
It's upset the apple cart's all not right.
Anyway, so when I was in Iowa, I bought socks. Because somehow I managed to not pack any socks for me or Ari and no underwear for Ari either. I don't know how I did that.
To be fair, you were packing on sprints.
I did. I was packing on sprints because my thing was like I couldn't get motivated to pack at any other time. So I was like, it's fine. I'll just pack on sprints. But unfortunately, I think because I was packing on sprints and I was packing while in the chatty bits and not packing, like I was also packing while we were sprinting, but I was packing a lot in the chatty bits, and I think that I had decided that I had packed everything in a chatty bit. So we got there, and she had 2 pairs of underwear and the pair of socks that she was wearing. I had the pair of socks I was wearing and like 15 pairs of underwear. Like, I don't know how I did that. But I've also gained like a lot of weight, as we know. So most of my underwear was too small. So I had to have someone who you know about take me to Walmart, and I was like, originally I was gonna have my brother take me, but then this person was like, I'll just take you, it's not a big deal. So I had bought these socks that are like Nightmare Before Christmas socks. But I'd worn 2 pairs, and then I couldn't find the rest of this freaking pack of socks. And I was like, listen, I know these socks came into this house because they were in my packed bag, and I didn't unpack anything when we got to the old house. They're sitting over here on my night shelf on top of my Bible. Also, I see the irony of Nightmare Before Christmas socks sitting on top of my Bible. But I've moved.
I was going to say I couldn't think of a better place for the Nightmare Before Christmas socks to be sitting.
This means this,
and clearly you have not picked up your Bible since you've been home.
But that's the problem. I do Bible study every morning. Which which means that what I've done is I literally did Bible study this morning before I got on with Brittany. I have to have my Jesus time in the morning. I don't really talk about it because I don't feel like it's
Yeah,
anyone's
that's
business.
fine. Like each to their own.
But
Like,
I picked the Bible up, and I know because I have like a phone holder that
Mhm.
screws onto the top of my tripod. I have an
Mm.
extra one of those, and that sits on top of my Bible all the time so I don't lose it. So
Mhm.
and it's back in its exact spot. So what I did was I picked up everything else that was on top of my Bible, and I moved the Bible, I did the Bible study, and then I put everything back and just never registered that my socks are sitting there. They've been sitting there for a month.
Clearly, you have way too much going on, my friend.
I think I need some rest. I think I need to just take a day to just do literally nothing.
You need to take the day of rest. So, depending on your faith, Sunday is your day of rest, yes?
I mean, technically, according to my faith, however, I work on Sunday.
Maybe you should take the day on Sundays. But I mean, obviously, you still have to go to work, but during the day, chill.
I'm gonna have to because I don't know what's happening. Because
You need to do a reset day. You need to do a reset day.
like literally, I've asked Ari. Like I asked Ari the other day. I said, Ari, have you seen my Jack Skellington socks? And she's like, no. And I was like, I have a whole pack of these freaking socks, like 4 pairs that are just missing, and they've been sitting on top of my Bible this whole time.
Oh, maybe they were sitting under your Bible, and this morning you moved them.
That's what I'm
Because
wondering.
that's a long time to be sitting.
Because there is a
on top of
box.
something that you use regularly.
Yeah, the box. There's like a box that sits underneath. It's just like an old box that I got like shipped to me, but I put all of my extra like nail stuff in there. So like my nail wraps, my glue, any extra boxes of nails I have. And so, and I haven't moved that in a while because the nails that I've been wearing are not in there. I like bought them while I was at work because I was at like there's a CVS next to my work, so I had gone in there, and those are the ones I've been wearing, are the new ones. I haven't been doing like my Diva nails or whatever the hell they are, like the nail wraps. I haven't been doing those. So I'm actually wondering if maybe they were sitting either like they had fallen down next to the side and I had just moved them and been like, oh, these shouldn't belong here, and they just moved them up, or what. But I don't know. Like Saturday or Sunday, I'm gonna have to sit down and make myself like a list of things that I need to just like reset, and then clearly I need to start doing just like a weekly reset day where now I understand why people do that. I always thought that was ridiculous.
I don't do a full-on reset day, but I do sit down on a Sunday and do a brain dump, think about what meals that I'm going to have through the week, and all that, like what I've got to do during the week. And I usually just spend an hour. Like it used to be hours, now it's only about an hour, depending on the week. So like I know that this coming week I've got like quilts that I've got to do. So during the week I'll drape them out over the long arm machine, and and I do a brain dump and get all the things that I've thought about, like, and because from that act of just doing that, all that starts to come back, even though I might have thought about it during the week. And sometimes I'll jot things down on bits of paper and stuff, so I'll rummage through all, like I've probably written stuff on the back of the how to play the Battle of the Girl Bands, like I've got things that I've thought about during the week, I've jotted down there, and then on a Sunday I will basically put them all together and put them in one place, and then and that just helps me to function during the week and fit all the things in, because everybody always says to me, I don't know how you fit everything in. I don't always fit everything in. I just make like I fit everything in.
Well, see, now this makes sense because I have my digital planner, right? And I buy like the sticker packs that like go like that are by the same shop, because like her stickers fit her planners, so there's not like a lot of, I mean, obviously I have to resize, but like they fit, like even if you have to resize them a little bit, like make them smaller or whatever, like they fit. And now I understand why she has these little checklists. She has checklists that are shaped like houses. And I did not know what those were for. I was like, well, those are cute, but like, who's going to use those? And then I would like, during that sprint, because I was thinking about this like weekly reset concept, and I was like, this seems like really stupid to like do. Like, why do I need to like reset for the next week? It sounds dumb. So I was like looking through the like Facebook group that's part of the shop, and like people use those stickers for like their weekly reset, and they'll write things like meal prep, which I don't do that, but like they'll put like meal prep, and they'll put like set out uniforms, or like wash the bedding, which like I wash the bedding anyway, but yeah, maybe I should start doing that like a normal adult. I don't know. I don't know weekly
Yeah, well,
reset.
see, like when I was younger, like both my grandmother and my mother were stay-at-home mums, and I was as well when the kids were real. Well, I still am, but basically a traditional wife, whatever you want to call me, a trad, whatever. But anyway, whack a label on it. Go right ahead. So yeah, but that's what my grandparents, like even my grandfather used to do a reset day. His was generally Saturday because he'd have to go, and get supplies and all the rest of it to get him through the week. And it just means that all those errand type things were done on one particular day. And then my grandmother would do things throughout the house and everything. And she'd have that all listed down. And she used to do it every Sunday. So she knew how her week was going to plan out. So if my grandfather come home and goes, oh, we need to go and do this, she knew what she had to get done before she could walk out the door and know that she didn't come back to a sink full of dishes and all that sort of stuff. So the concept's been around for a long while. I think just with a lot more parents working, both parents working and stuff like that, we've forgotten the ability to reset and take some time to get our thoughts in order and all that sort of stuff.
Probably because like our days just always look the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you have like your
for sure. Like
you have like your 2 or 3 days off, and then you just do the same thing again. You know what I mean? I feel like traditionally we didn't work to live. I mean, no, we worked to live. We didn't live to work. You know what I mean? And now like everybody has to like live to work. You know?
It's sucky, but yeah.
At least in America. I don't know about other countries, but like
well,
in America,
it's
we all just out here with like hustle culture.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same like here. Like everybody's in mortgage stress. The cost of living's gone through the roof. It's definitely a global economy now. It's not each country to their own. It's definitely a global economy, and everybody's feeling the pinch. Everybody's doing the grind and all that sort of stuff. I mean, some of us are blessed to stay at home. I mean, I'm lucky that my partner, he works really hard, but like he got up at 6:30 this morning, 7 o'clock this morning in the truck, and then he's just drove until I sent him down the road, which is like 9 hours of doing work, driving around, picking up cars, dropping them off, all the rest of it. And he won't get back to the workshop now because he said he's got another 2 jobs. He won't get back to the workshop until 7 o'clock tonight. Yeah, and then he's got to get up and do it the same thing. Like, it's just the daily hustle, like the daily grind, basically. Coda can't answer this, but this is like, what happened then? What did you do? Your face.
Oh, I accidentally closed the wrong stupid window.
Oh, no.
Truly, I'm thinking. Now, this sounds really stupid if you don't understand my planning system, which most people don't.
Okay, enlighten me.
So my planning system, so it's all digital, right?
Yeah.
But I use what they call this is what she calls it in her shop, okay? She calls it the Planner Hub. So it's like a binder system. Like think like a binder system, and you have like your sections of a binder, right? So you'd have like 12 sections. So you'd have like one section for each month, and then that section would have 10 blank sections. Like each section would have 10 blank sections for you to put whatever you needed there. And then you would put like your planner, right, behind like your January tab. So the only thing that January has set up is like a monthly dashboard, which is where I'll put like whatever I need. Like I do like my goals and stuff there, right? So she came up with a new system this year called Planner Pieces.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to explain this so it's not confusing. But basically, okay, so like in the app that I use, which is this app, GoodNotes, we
Mhm.
have folders, right? Like we can create folders. So what she did was she took the folder system and made it into a planner. So when you
Mhm.
open document in GoodNotes, it creates a new tab. Like
Yeah.
it's like Google Chrome. Like, you know how you have like multiple tabs? It's like that.
Yep.
Okay. So she made this so that basically you would have one sheet per tab. So you could jump between the tabs, like instead of flipping through the planner hub, which can be kind of stupid and cumbersome. Also I see this comment. Katie loves digital planning. So
What are you
you have
still
that.
awake for? You're not normally awake at this time, is she?
Not usually, but I'm wondering if maybe because she's had COVID.
Oh, did you end up with? I didn't realize you ended up with COVID. No
Yeah,
wonder
she
you were
ended up
so
with
sick.
COVID last week.
Oh, I knew she was
Oh,
sick,
poor
and she
girl.
sounded like pretty
Yeah,
crooked
she ended up
one
with
day.
yeah. So okay, so like when I open up my planner, it creates, like I said, it creates like tabs. So like this is what it looks like, right? So
Mhm.
wow, no ma'am, go away. Okay, so this is my planner, right?
Yeah.
And then up here, there's like tabs. So if I click this tab, it opens up my sticker book. I have
Yeah.
all my stickers. If I open this tab, it opens up, thank you. It opens up my widget overlays that I was using to make lists and stuff. So basically what this would do is the tabs up here you'd have like your monthly dashboard in one tab and your calendar in another tab, and then your weekly like layout like this in another tab, and then
Mhm.
your daily spread in another tab. So, and then like at the end of the month, you can take all of those pieces, and like some people, what they're doing is they're taking all of the pieces and putting them together inside of the hub, but then you just jump between the tabs.
Yeah.
So you can customize your planner however you want. Because like right now, I have 5 weekly spreads, and then I have 30 however many days of the month. So like for just I think because I use an undated one, you just automatically get 31 days or whatever. But then like I don't really use daily spreads. Like the only time I use daily spreads is if I'm creating content, and that's
Mhm.
because on the daily spread I can make like individual checklists,
Yeah.
right? So I'm contemplating completely changing this and just going to the planner pieces system, because you just like she gives you all of the spreads for cheaper. So like I buy like the weekly spread pack, and you can like decide which pieces you want. So you buy like the weekly spread pack. It has every weekly that she's ever created, and then you can decide which weekly you want. So you could like change it every week, or you could have the same
Yeah.
one every week. Because I'm gonna say this, I get bored with my planner very easily. And doing it
Same.
the way that I'm doing it, I use undated monthly planners,
Mhm.
which like, is fine because they're undated, so I can reuse them, right? That's why I
Yeah.
buy them undated. So I could always go back to doing this, but I get really bored using like the same weekly layout every week.
Yeah.
Like
I
I
like
feel like I'm
pretty
just
things
copy
different.
pasting every week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So okay, so if you've got multiple daily things, I think that just sounds like a lot that you've got
So
to
you would
turn.
have I'm gonna send you the YouTube video that she made, because she explains this much better than me. But
Okay.
you can also like visually see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like each tab, so like on Chrome, right? You have like, do you have multiple tabs open on Chrome?
Yeah.
Okay, so like you have like your StreamYard tab, right? And then you
Mhm.
have like the tab that has your timer, and then
Mhm.
say you have like a Patreon in another tab.
Well, I've got Nightbot, which has been very slack tonight and not worked. I've got Voxer open, and like how rude! Like drops in and harasses everybody a week ago, and this week
It's like peace out. No.
Carefully.
So
Check it
okay,
later.
so in the tab system, it would just be like I would have
So are the tabs numbered?
so I would arrange them. So basically I would put them into a folder. So how
Mhm.
I showed you the folder, right?
Yep.
And then what I would do is I would number them. So
Mhm.
like my calendar, like let's say I have a dashboard, which is where like I use a monthly dashboard to break down goals and also to break down my like the monthly habits that I want to actually focus on. Usually I pick 3 to 6
Mhm.
that I really want to focus on for that month. So I would use a dashboard that has habits and then like 2 or 3 checklists to put my goals, right?
Yep.
So that would be tab number 1. And then tab number 2 would be like my monthly spread,
Mhm.
right? Where I just put in everything, I brain dump everything into my monthly spread. Usually it looks very messy. Usually my
Yeah.
monthly spread is not aesthetic at all. I just like scribbling.
Yeah, but brain dumps are supposed to be like that. They're not supposed to be cohesive and,
But then
pretty. But
that
if
would be
your
tab
brain dump's
2.
pretty, don't
Right.
question.
So that would be tab 2. And then tab 3 would be like a weekly spread, like whatever weekly spread that I'm doing that week. Now, from the way I've seen other people use this, they put all of their weeklies one after the other, like in that one tab. So they do have to flip through their weeklies, but
Mm.
not really, because if you leave your tab open in GoodNotes, it will leave you on whatever page
Yeah.
you're on. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they would have all of their weeklies in that tab so that they can see, but then instead of like in this planner, I have to like jump back. So like if I want to see my monthly spread, then I have to come down here to, we'll say, I don't remember which one is which because you get 3 in here. Actually, this might not be set up. So this isn't set up, but because I have this brain dumped somewhere else. But say that this is all like pretty and set up and everything's in here, right? So then I'd have to hit a button to jump to this spread, and
Yeah.
then I would have to go back. I don't know what week we're on. I think we're on week 1, and then I'd have to hit the week 1 to jump back to this. So that if I
Okay.
needed to see a daily spread, I would have to like click Saturday. I don't use daily spreads, but then you would have your daily spread here, which you can't see because it's white.
Right.
And then if I need to go back to the weekly spread, I have to click another button. The tab system would make it so that I would just have the tabs open. So say this is like the monthly, I would just go like, oh, here's my monthly.
Mhm.
Here's my daily. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's
Yeah.
all in like one spot because
Mhm.
I am a person who I put things in the monthly and then I
Randomize
never
one.
look at the monthly ever again.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to
That's
guess
what
what's going on for the week.
I have started. I've got a little thing here beside me, but I print these off the web. And,
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to but I also print off weekly ones as well, and I just and it's got like little spots, and I just do that. I just print them off. I've given up on using journals and all the rest of it because I just end up getting bored with them and don't use them. And this website has like all different designs. So they've got the hibiscus. That was for January. For February, there's a heart one. So I get a different monthly, and then the weeklies are, which I don't know where my weekly's gone. It was here. I was playing with it before. There it is. They can. So I just pencil it in, and if I need to move stuff, I just shift things over.
Yeah.
I can have, and it's undated, so I can print off a whole heap of them. But I can have ones with butterflies, with flowers, all the things. And that's what I sort of do. And I just have them sitting beside me. I just found that I've been doing that for the last 6 months, and it's been working for me. So I just been doing that way, and I print the pages off as I need them. And sometimes the weekly one, I do some things all the time, so I can just go and rub out like different things that I'm not doing that particular way and use the same one and then just redate it again. And then when it gets thin, I can just print off another one if I get bored with it. So I might use the same weekly one with the little butterflies and whatever on it for the month of January, say. And then February I'll have hearts, or I might have a flower or something like that. And that's how I sort of mix it up. And I like it because it's on an A4 piece of paper as well, which is really good.
Right. Yeah, I just need to
Um,
simplify my planning system, I think.
Yeah, well, that's what I did because I was using color blocking
Yeah.
and all that sort of stuff. Kind of said goodnight and see us tomorrow. And yeah, it just became, I mean, it was fun doing the color blocking, and my journal looked like my planner looked pretty but it just got too much for me. So I just simplified things to a lead pencil and a piece of paper.
Well, and the thing is like if I did the planner pieces, I could still use stickers. Because that's
Yeah.
the thing, is that the stickers make it so that I want to look at the planner. So like I don't
Yeah.
mind using the stickers. It's just that while it's convenient to buy the already set up linked planner, there's a million pages in the planner that I don't use. Like if all I'm using is the dashboard, the monthly spread, and the weekly spreads, I can just set that up myself.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And that's where like the planner pieces would come in, because then if I want to add, say, a daily spread one
Yeah.
day because I have a lot to do that day or whatever, then I have the option to do that. But it's not like I find myself at the end of each month just deleting a whole bunch of the pages that I didn't use to make my file size smaller when I could just have a smaller file size to begin with. Because I even tried buying last year. Yeah, November and December she launched the To Done planner, which is literally a planner that's already like it's already done for you. So it's linked, but she's also decorated it for you. And then it comes with its own like mini sticker pack so that you can use like icons, washi tapes, like whatever to do it, but they already match. But basically like everything's already done for you. The pages are already decorated. So all you do is like you could literally just go in and just write in what you need to do for the week. But then that was almost too simple because I do like to decorate my planner.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Because I
can
was like,
relate
well,
to that.
now I
I
don't
like
have
to
any way to
decorate.
decorate
Like
my
I like
planner.
to play and draw and do all that sort of stuff. But
Yeah.
Hi everybody, just popping in to say hi. Been a really busy day editing and uploading. A bit pooped now. Just had 3 library holds come in within an hour. Reading If I Had to Be Haunted. Awesome. And here's an excellent. Can't sleep, so I'm here to hang out. Hey Katie, I hope you're feeling better. It's like I hate it when you can't sleep. The old insomnia thing. Make that 4 for my February Book of Month prompt, a book with a vampire. I will be reading Let Me In by John. I'm not even going to try. It's translated from Sweden. Finished Packing Wild. Awesome. At least someone's got a book finished. I'm listening to Too Migrate, Two Muslims, Too Loud for the readathon. Awesome. I think I'm at chapter 16 now. Finally finished my Scottish mystery murder and thought it was never going to end. It was 374 pages, and by page 200, I'd lost all interest.
I mean, Chris just has no luck with books, bro.
Yeah. This is an arc, though. I'm pretty sure that
they have no luck with arcs. Here's the thing. I know someone who, like, I feel like does not actually enjoy reading. This is not Chris. But this is what it reminds me of, okay? Because Chris, like, enjoys reading. It just keeps getting, like,
shit
the
books.
worst arcs. This person that I know claims to enjoy reading, but when I tell you, rarely gives a book more than 3 stars. If every book, like, and this is not just arcs, okay, this is like every book that they read. If every book that I read, including ones that I thought I would enjoy, I only gave 3 stars, I would be finding something else to do.
Yeah, I'd stop reading. Like,
I'd be like, clearly reading is not the thing for me. I'll hang out with you, like reading people, but I'm gonna be over here, like doing a craft or something.
I probably do know what's going on in my. I probably do know what's going on in my world, but it's not coming together yet very well. Might be looking up Wikipedia after the book is over and what I missed. I'm practicing my French, though. Awesome. You are a person of many talents. Queen Victoria got completely distracted. That's okay. So have we. It's been one of those days. I get most of my food from the food pantry I volunteer at, so I'm actually a bit spoiled. We get more high-end stuff since it's sells slower in stores. I'll be snacking on some fancy cheese soon. Fair enough. No, I get it. But my friend just came back from Brazil and everything tastes different there. Yeah. I feel like you wouldn't be able to eat anything here. You would have to go to farmer's market, probably. And I do that here as well. But like I've grown up with fresh food and always cooking, and takeout was a luxury that we couldn't afford and all that sort of stuff. And don't worry, I have my bouts where I eat really crappy food and I suffer for it, but it's so worth it. I remember Peeves causing chaos in the second and third books. Is that you, Neva, or is that me?
It's me. Sorry.
Okay, no, I wasn't sure because I've had problems in the past with and I'm just on the computer. How's this camera? Like, I've got a new camera.
It does, like, if you stop moving,
Mm-hmm.
like if you sit really still, it will start trying to focus. So sometimes, like, I'll be looking, because I look at myself a lot in the camera. I find that's very conceited of me, but I look at myself a lot in the camera
That's so pretty.
because I'm a narcissist. I'm just kidding. And
I think we
sometimes
all have a little bit of that.
sometimes I'll see it out of the corner of my eye, and it'll go like that, like it's trying to focus. But I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise, like, the picture is sharp.
Cool.
Picture's good.
Yeah, I'm really blind and I can't see it really clear. I need new glasses and I'm just refusing to get them because the last time I went and got glasses, I wore those glasses that I got. I got 2 sets of glasses and they buggered up my script so bad that I'm actually wearing my old glasses. Like, I've lost the black pair. I don't even know where they are. I think I just left them somewhere. I don't know what I did with them because they're definitely not in this house. No one can seem to find them. So I either buried them or when I was doing the garden and didn't realize, but yeah, I don't know where they are. And the other pair that I had, which are my transition ones that I can wear outside, Mia put a dirty big scratch in them, so I can't even wear them. So yeah, I got to go and get my eyes tested and get a new script. The non-fiction books I have to judge are about Nazi slavery, Chinese food, racism in South Africa, environment disasters, and a CIA plot to kill a dictator. In other words, light reading. Wow. Well, we'll be over here reading the light, fluffy stuff.
I'll be over here.
And Chris can be over there being. Chris, make sure you check in with every thing because we'll need to know that you're okay.
Yeah, I'll be over here with my Mean Girls Kindle. That's what this skin reminds me of. It reminds me of Mean Girls.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so fetch.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I'll be reading about Hogwarts while Chris is reading about
all
everything
the
beautiful.
all the things. All the things. Have you got any criticism for reading Harry Potter books? Go right ahead, criticize away.
So yes. However, ask me how much I care, I guess. Like,
that's what I mean. Go right ahead, criticize away, because I don't come into your neck of the woods and tell you what books to read. So you should not be coming into my neck of the woods and telling me what I should read. I haven't given any money to the author.
right.
And I've also made sure that people know in the Discord that if you come in, you're going to get the not nice side of Nicole, because my bitch side is quite nasty.
Yeah, so here's my thought process. I've said this on my channel before, and I will say it again. I'll say it to the day I die. everyone enjoys problematic things.
Mhm.
Regardless of the reason that they're problematic, we all like something that's problematic.
Mm-hmm. Great.
As long as you are aware of why that thing is problematic and
Mhm.
don't do anything to exacerbate the issue,
I do not agree with this author at all.
that are problematic. So, for instance, I've owned the digital and physical and audiobook copies of Harry Potter. Well, okay, technically, my physical copies were bought after my mom passed away, but I bought
Mhm.
them because she had passed away and I had never owned a full set. Now, I was
Mhm.
aware that some of the money from that purchase would go to the author. So
Mhm.
it took me about 6 months to convince myself to pay to get the box set. But I told
Mhm.
myself, once you buy this box set, that it's done. It's a
Yeah.
one-time payment. And
Mhm.
everything else that I've bought that is Harry Potter themed has either been like diamond paintings, which I did some research on it, and because they're so she sold when she sold the rights of Harry Potter to Warner Brothers to make it into a movie, they
Mhm.
determine how much of the royalties she gets from things like Diamond Art Club when you buy licensed diamond paintings.
Yeah.
I did research on this before I purchased any Harry Potter kits from Diamond Art Club,
Mm.
and most of the if there are any royalties going to the author, it's like pennies. Most of it is
Mm.
going straight to Warner Brothers themselves, which is why I feel comfortable to do that. So that's
Yeah.
fine. But
Mhm.
anything else, like Ari, the couple of editions that Ari has of Harry Potter that are illustrated, I bought secondhand, which is why
Mhm.
she has the first two and none of the rest of them, even though I would like her to have the full set. The audios and the digital copies that I have, I've had since forever. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Since the dawn. Yeah.
Bought them probably like 20 years ago. So
Yeah.
that money went to her before we knew that she was a trash person. But at the end of the day, if you know why what you like is problematic, I'm not going to judge you. I don't judge people for watching Friends, which, in my opinion, Friends did not age super well. But I understand why people like it. There are huge problems with Gilmore Girls, but I still
Mhm.
watch it. You know what I mean? So you can't tell me that you don't enjoy at least one thing that's problematic.
Yeah.
If you tell me you enjoy everything that you enjoy, nothing is problematic.
Come on over and throw your stones, and we'll see how many come back and shatter the glass house that you live in.
So, yeah. So I feel that at the end of the day, we all have things that are nostalgic to us. So I don't talk. I mean, we've talked a lot about it here because we're like we're doing the reading of Harry Potter.
Mhm.
I did talk about it briefly in my whipping TBR thing. I did talk about it there.
I like the little jazz fingers you had going on there.
Whipping TBR. But I haven't like posted it all over my Instagram or anything like that.
Yeah, I haven't shared on Instagram that I'm doing the group read and that. It's only ever been on Sprints. I have a thing on Discord. I have a disclaimer in there going on, but we are very well aware of the author being problematic and all that sort of stuff. But
yeah, and I'm aware of things like I'm aware of why it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. It's not fine, but you know what I mean. Like I'm aware. There's nothing I can do about that. Like I can't make her not be a turf. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She's a douche. We're all aware that she's a douche, and there's nothing we can do about it.
So some people have said, like, it's weird that you talk about Harry Potter. I don't know. I guess I think her channel is Hannah Reads. There is a girl on that I follow. Her name is Hannah. She's friends with Kara, who does TBR Tinder, if you know that game. She like annotates her copies of Harry Potter on her channel. Like she gives And she said, like, she knows what the problem is, but like, she already owns these books. Like,
Mm.
what are we gonna do with them? We're not gonna burn them. You know what I mean?
No.
It's like Jeffree Star Cosmetics. I'm not gonna buy anything else from the man, but if I owned his makeup, I wouldn't throw it in the trash. Like,
Mm.
it just is what it is.
But
So
the thing is, though, this series is nostalgic for a lot of people. This series got probably 85% of the people that watch this channel into reading as a child.
yeah, because I think the only other two series that I ever read before Harry Potter, because Harry Potter came out in 1997, so I was 6 years old when the first book was released. Actually, I might have been 5 when the first book was released, but my mom read it.
27. Bloody hell.
Well, because I think the first book was released in July of 97, which means that I wouldn't have turned 6 years old yet until November. But my mom bought the book, you know what I mean? She like went to like the midnight release or whatever, and then the first 3 books she read to me because I couldn't read some of the words that are in there.
Yeah.
But then from the 4th book on, like I read them myself, and then I like reread them, like whatever. I think the only other books that I had read that were like full series was like Junie B. Jones, okay, but also like the Little House on the Prairie books. Those did not age at all. Talk about problematic.
Like, talk about problematic stuff. Holy crap, that is like the
The Chronicles of Narnia. So yeah, and Chronicles of Narnia is also problematic. It didn't age super well either.
No.
I do occasionally reread those books. I just don't talk about them because I feel like they didn't age well. I did reread the Little House on the Prairie books. I reread the first 2 in 2022, and I never talked about it because I read the first 2 and I was like, oh, what the fuck is this?
What education can do for people when
And I was like, okay, well, because the reason that I read the first 2 was because I wanted to introduce them to Ari. And I read them.
I'm assuming that this is not happening now.
No, absolutely not. The thing was, I was like, okay, because I try to find like book series that she can enjoy that I enjoyed as a child, and I was like, oh, Laura Ingalls Wilder, yes, let's do it. And then I read the first 2 books, and I was like, never mind. No, never. I was like, we're gonna have to find her something else to read. So that's when I gave her like Junie B. Jones, The Magic Tree House, because I was like, I read these, you know what I mean? But I was like, if I can help it, she will never read Little House on the Prairie because
they're so dated though. Like, I don't even think she'd enjoy them, would she?
I don't know, because
take the problem away, the general story, like they haven't aged well. Surely the
rereading
show
them,
hasn't aged well.
When I was rereading them, I wondered how I enjoyed them as a child. And I feel like it's because I saw them through the lens of a child. So it was just like the adventure of like living on a farm and like you live almost like vicariously through Laura, you know? So like you like follow her to school and like when she gets bullied and like all this stuff. And then like I was like, let me go rewatch like the show. The show aged much better than the books. But I think it was because the show was more modernized when it came out. So like it's
when were the Little House on the Prairie books written?
18 something, I think.
Like if anything with an 18 in front of it or even a 19 in front of it, it's going to be problematic.
They say not like the N word, but I believe they use a word in, I don't remember what the word is. It's not Negro, it's something else, but they use like a racial slur for black people, which like I understood in reading it that like, yes, like this was like appropriate for the time.
Yeah,
I guess. What is it? Little House
still doesn't make it right.
here.
like,
Okay. So the
you know,
first
majority of people were uneducated back then as
yeah,
well. So
Little House in the Big Woods. You can get the 9-volume set for $42.28 on Amazon. Won't be happening. Thank you. So they're set in the 1870s,
hmm hmm
but the first book was published while she was an adult. So it was published in 1932 because she was already an adult when she published books, and she wrote nine books. And the thing is, I've read all of them. I've read all the books, and I did not remember anything that I read. Like, to me, I was just like, oh, like, when I opened up A Little House in the Big Woods, what I remembered of this book was, like, the adventure of it, right? But
And that's
also,
the thing. When kids read books, they only see the adventure. They don't see the problems
and I
because
remembered that, like, they made this molasses. It was like a syrup candy, because, like, there was, like, a whole scene
yeah,
in
molasses candy is a thing. Yeah.
in one of the books where they tap a maple tree,
hmm
right? And then they make candy out of the syrup or the sap or whatever. And I remember this, like, it, like, stuck in my brain because I was like, this is such, like, an iconic scene, like, whatever. I mean, I got to the scene and it was a great scene, but everything before it
That's correct.
was not great. I was like, okay, I'm gonna just leave these where they are. I'm gonna
See,
remember.
I think the TV show was probably a thing here, but I don't think the books were a thing here.
I mean, I remember my grandma gave me, like, like a biography by her when I was, like, in middle school, because I did, like, a whole report. I'm sure all these white people were looking at me like, girl, you're black, right? Just wondering. Because I really, like, yeah, like, my thought process here was like, oh, I can get Ari to like these books. No,
I haven't read them, so but I know that they're
They-
problematic.
they do
Like,
not
I know that
read.
they're extremely problematic
Like,
because I've heard people talk about them.
like, I would read them for a Patreon vlog
Mm-hmm.
just to talk about
I'm sure I seen somewhere
what's wrong with them.
floating around on BookTube that someone was doing a Little House on the Prairie readathon. I'm positive I seen that the other day because you mentioning it, I'm like, someone was reading that the other day. I don't know whether it was a readathon
Like
or
a
whether they
read-along?
were just a reading vlog, or I remember hearing something about it. I'm like, and I thought to myself, interesting choice. Don't know how well that's going to go for you, but interesting choice.
I mean, I can see, like, rereading them for yourself, because actually, I am going to do this, but I've decided that I'm going to do it on Patreon, because then I don't have to worry about being flagged for inappropriateness. I am going to reread all of the 50 Shades books, and then explain to you why 50 Shades is not BDSM. I was gonna do it last year on my main channel, like on just like the YouTube channel, but every time I started doing it, I couldn't talk about the books in a way that would be appropriate for YouTube to not be like, ma'am, what are you doing? So if I do it through Patreon's, I mean, you can.
Well, it's a paywall. You can do whatever you want beyond a
I can
paywall.
post myself naked on Patreon if I so feel. I'm not going to. Don't worry.
Interesting for the top tier. Interesting. Maybe a little bit more, too much information, but anyway.
You know what I'm saying? So I can talk openly about it, because there's a lot of. I mean, it's Twilight fan fiction, first of all.
Yeah.
And
It's so bad. Like, it's just cringe.
I have all of the original 3 books on my Kindle, and then I know I have the first 2 that are from, like, Christian's point of view on my iPad, like in my Apple Books.
I've got the 3. I have the 3. I've read. To be honest, I don't even think I finished them. I know I didn't finish the 3rd one.
They're not good. They're not good.
They're not. Well, I had this discussion with I don't know who they thought they were, but anyway, they were they were trashing out that they're not very nice people. But anyway,
Yeah.
they were trashing out the books and all the rest of it. And I said, you do understand that these books were written for the uneducated masses, right? That's why they're written that way. You know, like it's not supposed to be on, you know, the literary fiction
The
award.
problem with them was that people were reading them and then implementing what they were reading
Yeah.
and taking it to be like a BDSM Bible. Like, I remember it because the whole controversy of this happened when I was like a junior in high school.
Mm.
And by that point, I knew enough about the lifestyle to understand that this was not appropriate, because like he never asks her anything. Like, he just puts like a tracker on her phone and then is like, you're mine, sign this contract, and she just does it. And she, like, we're supposed to believe that like she's a virgin and she's like never really been in a relationship before. And then here comes Christian Grey, Dom extraordinaire. And I'm like, this is not
Here
what
comes Dimwit.
this is what you do. Because actually then when I started getting into like the dark romance that did have true BDSM elements in it, what was it? Praise was the first one by Sarah Kate. I was actually really scared to read it because I was like, the last thing that I need is for this to be like another 50 Shades, which it's not. Like, they actually do things the way they're supposed to. They show you like contracts, and he like gives her like a list of like things and is like, hey, I mean, he prints it off the internet, but like, where else are you going to get things like that from? You know what I mean? He like prints her off like a list, and he's like, this is just a starting point, but you need to decide like what's a green light, what's a yellow light, what's a red light, right? So what's okay, what is like a soft no, and like what's a hard no, right? And so like, which is what you're supposed to do. Christian Grey just swoops in, is like, here's a contract, sign it. No.
Well, when because I've read the first one and I'm like, no.
And like, you put a tracker on her phone.
No, look, well, you know, as you said, it's Twilight fanfic. You know, like
what are you
Edward's in a teenage girl's room watching her sleep. Like, obviously, you know.
And it does, and here's the thing: is like when I read 50 Shades of Grey, that was what actually made me re-examine Twilight, because we were being told like, yeah, this was because it was like published to like Wattpad or AO3 or something before it was picked up traditionally, and I was like, if this is fan fiction of Twilight, that means that they got the inspiration from Twilight itself. And of course, like, as a teenager who read Twilight before Twilight was like this big phenomenon, right? I read Twilight like a whole year before everybody else did. And then of course I like reread it because all my friends were reading it. And like,
wow, that's commitment. You actually reread that shit?
In high school, yeah. Because it was really popular when I was in high school.
I'm so sorry.
So as a 15-year-old, I was like, this is so romantic. He like sits. It's creepy. Okay? It's creepy. It's creepy. And then of course, like, I watched the movies and like loved the movies, because then when Sarah from Sarah Shelves did her reread, what was it, in 2022, I tried to do it and I made it halfway through the first book, and then I was like, I can't read this. I own them. I own like the digital box set.
I've got them as well. They're on my shelf still. 50 Shades, the three of them. Brendan bought them for me.
So like,
and then he goes, here you go, here's your birthday present. I'm like, what is this shit you've given me?
With Twilight, like, I didn't even have to buy them to try to do the read along because I own them on my Kindle. And I was like, why did I ever think that this was cute? I'm sorry. If I found a man was just like sitting in my teenage daughter's room watching her sleep, sir. Also,
take your creepy ass out of my room now.
This is like a trope in vampire books, but something feels weird to me that he's supposed to be like this 100-year-old vampire vampire going after like a 16-year-old girl?
Not like, and as a like, I read these when I was in my 30s when I
Yeah.
read these.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, well, I read them because I had girls that were talking about them, and so I had to read them to make sure that they were okay. Basically, I read them all in a weekend, and then when my girls asked to read them, I went no, and they've gone, why not? I'm like, because no, just they're not right. Just
Okay, I'm
not
now
right.
getting ads for freaking Mudwater.
See, I didn't search it up.
Cool.
See, like my coffee, I don't like to pollute my my algorithm either.
But yeah, because the thing is, like, my mom didn't really vet books for me growing up. I mean, she told me that like I couldn't read certain books. Like, I read The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty by Anne Rice after she was like, "You can't read this; it's not for you." And then I read it when I was like 16.
It's
It's
the
fine.
same as when my mum said that I wasn't allowed to read back in the 80s when Jackie Collins brought out Hollywood Wives. And Valley of the Dolls was another one that she said I couldn't read from the 60s.
Oh yeah, she told me that I couldn't read. Like, I read a bunch of Dean Koontz and then had nightmares for like 6 months because she was like, "I can't read this." And then like every time, and so finally she started being like, "Here, do you want to read this?" And then I like lost interest in reading things. So she had to learn that like giving me permission or like telling me to read something would make it so I didn't want to read it.
I went a different route with my girls. Like, I said no, that they couldn't read the Twilight, and then I sat down and talked to them about why they couldn't read it. Because, you know, like, you've got a 16-year-old girl that has an unhealthy obsession for a boy. This is not normal behavior. And you've got a 100-and-something-year-old vampire stalking a 16-year-old girl and watching her sleep. This is also not a normal behavior. And we had a conversation about it. And I said to them, with 50 Shades, when they started getting up to teenagers and they'd see these, and oh, can we read that? Neroli was my dark horse, that because she likes dark romances and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, you need to be a bit older and be able to understand what's in these books and know that this is not right, that the way it's being done is not right, and all that sort of stuff. And basically, and as far as I know, I don't think Neroli's ever picked it up. She just went circumnavigated me and bought her own books when she was old enough to do that. But if you're old enough to buy the books, you're old enough to read them. If you don't understand something, come and talk to me, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's fine.
Yeah, I've really had to like reevaluate the things that I read growing up and whether I want Ari reading them. Like, Beverly Cleary is fine, you know what I mean? Judy B. Jones, I don't really have a problem. She's just a child. Like, that's what it is. She reads like the Magic Treehouse books, Charlotte's Web, like things like that. But some of these books, like The Little House on the Prairie, I'm like, okay. Like, was this not problematic to people in the 90s? Or did we just chalk it up to that it was history, so it's fine? Because I feel like this. I feel like it's important to know history, so don't repeat it. But I feel like putting what they put into Little House on the Prairie and then being like, yes, this is children's literature, was a choice.
As I said, I haven't read them, but I've seen the TV show and I have heard that they are problematic and stuff like that. But I mean, as are most books that were written in the 1800s and the early 1900s, and even in the 1970s, like, you're always going to be able to find something that is problematic. Hopefully, when we get to, you know, the another 100 years, we might be, you know, progressed a little bit more, hopefully, as a human race.
Well, Darius Rucker was only arrested on misdemeanor drug charges, so at least that's good. At least he's not a felon, I guess. Also, I love how they used a picture of him at the CMA Awards. So they used a picture of him all dressed up at the Country Music Awards for this article. Wow.
At least he's a stylish drug user.
Listen, just make marijuana legal, and this isn't a problem.
Problem. That's it. That's exactly
Like, y'all
right.
make alcohol legal, and people do really dumb shit on alcohol.
Yeah. People
Come on.
people take whole families out on alcohol.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, like at least with a stoner, they're just going to be sitting home with the munchies.
Or they're gonna be like me, where I get high and then I get on live stream and I just giggle for 20 minutes. Like, it's fine. We're not hurting anyone. know what I
I
mean?
figured out where to my goblet from each week's Wednesday wine party, and I'm using a different one each week. So by the end of 2024, I'll have 50 different vintage wine glasses on display. Nice. Speaking of alcohol, very on topic right there.
Listen, wine is great.
Yeah.
Just
No,
don't
it's
get
not.
wine drunk, because wine hangovers are the worst.
No. I get a wine hangover before I've even got to the point that I've stopped drinking. Like, I can't drink it. One of our thrift stores always has a lot of cheap glasses, so I've been getting my wine glasses at a dollar or less, usually 40 or 50 cents. Awesome. Good light says my life, digital planning. After all this talking about healthy food, I'm craving SpaghettiOs. So that's my late night food right now. I haven't had SpaghettiOs since I was a kid. The Scottish murder mystery had more pages about the proper kitchen, restaurant seating, and bargain hunting than actual murder.
Wow.
Okay. Why didn't someone tell the author to stay on topic? Jeez. Yeah.
They really
Well,
wanted you to know about the other things.
Well, there you go. It was official and doubtful. There you go. That's a lot of nonfiction on heavy topics. Are you sure you're not reading D. Coote's novel? That man can ramble. I don't think have I ever read any of his. I don't think I've read any of his books.
I don't know. I'm not really a Dean Koontz fan. I went through like a phase in high school where I read Dean Koontz just because my mom told me I couldn't. You know what I mean? But he's not like a favorite. He does ramble.
I figured that if I only read authors who were not racist, sexist, or otherwise prejudiced, I could skip a ton of classics and modern books. I don't mind skipping Hemingway, etc. Yeah, it's fair enough. I've read both of them. You're fine for skipping them. I don't know which ones they are. I have always been a reader, but Harry Potter definitely got me more into reading and made me really love reading a whole lot as a whole. Yeah.
And I mean, there are issues with the Harry Potter books that people have pointed out, which is true, fine.
Yeah.
But I think that the magic of the world of Harry Potter is that you can literally put yourself there. It's an ambiguous enough world that you can imagine certain things the way, like, it allows your imagination to kind of expand and, like, allows you to put yourself in the book.
Yes,
I believe every book that came out on his birthday. They all, I think all of them came out on July 31st.
Yeah. I have had I have owned the Harry Potter books for years. My money has been spent. If we acknowledge she's problematic, then I focus on the books. There's not a problem. People need to mind their own business. Yeah. Yes, that's very true. But there are also more and more people coming to the table, that younger people that may not know of the problems with the author and all the rest of it. So the discussion should be had. And that, I mean, let's face it, the douche is never going to change her mind. She believes what she believes, and she's stuck her ground. And yeah. So we can still enjoy the books, but we just don't have to give money to the author at the end of the day.
There's a couple different ways you can read Chronicles of Narnia. You can read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe first, which I think is how a lot of people do it.
Yeah.
Or you can read The Magician's Nephew first. It
Yeah.
depends on if you want to read The Magician's Nephew as a prequel or if you want to read it as a flashback.
Mm.
It's
You
kind
can
of
read
like,
it either way.
yeah, it's kind of like Throne of Glass. Like, you can read The Assassin's Blade first
Mhm.
as kind of like prequel novellas, or you can read it, I think it's like fourth,
Mhm.
fourth, I don't remember what that reading order is, as a flashback. So yeah, you can read. Those are the two ways I've seen for Chronicles of Narnia. Is either reading Magician's Nephew first, or I think you actually read it last if you don't read it first. Like, it's the last book. Like, a lot of box sets, like the box set of mine that my grandma has, is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe first, and then The Magician's Nephew is the very last book.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it just depends how you want to do it, I guess. I put the first Harry Potter on my Goodreads list and got 3 friends who lectured me on how I was hurting people by reading the book.
we're not. I mean, if you have the book already, no one knows that you're like, unless you tell someone you're reading it, right? No one knows that you're reading it. So you're not hurting anyone. Like, people aren't dying because you're reading Harry Potter. Just my opinion.
I mean, you can enjoy the books for what they are. You don't have to support the author. And people should be understanding that you're reading a book. You're not giving money to the author, and you're not acknowledging the author. You're basically calling her out every time we talk about her, So, Carly just got back from the Blue Mountains. Yeah, that's a nice place to be. Nice part of the world. I hope you enjoyed your time up there. Did you go for a walk, or did you just go to gaze upon the Three Sisters? Did you go on the train that goes down into like you feel like you're upside down when you go on the train? The train goes down the side of a cliff, and it goes into a tunnel, and then it stops, and you're looking out over the valley. If you didn't go there, but yeah, it's pretty cool down there. Thank you for the sprints. It's 2:30 a.m. here. I have to work in about 4 hours, so I'll see you later. No worries. In the first 50 Shades of Grey, I read the first 2 chapters, and he basically stalks her and demands that she be his. Yeah. To be honest, I can't even remember what I read in there. Like, I know that there was that and all that sort of stuff. I was like, no, thank you, and stopped reading. Been lurking most of the night, but it's bedtime for me. Thanks for the sprints, Neva and Nicole, and see you later, everybody. No worries. The last battle is last. Magician's Nephew is usually the 6th in the box set. Yes. And we've got to the bottom of the comments. Look at us go, hey? We've had some lengthy discussions. Did you want to do another sprint, or did you want to call it a night, Neva?
Whichever. I mean, I'm up until Ari goes to school, so it really is up to you.
Okay, cool. We got tickets for the bus that loops around the area and stops at the different sites, so we tried to hike as much as we could. Cool, awesome. There is if you end up back down there, because I know you're only in Sydney for a couple of days, Carly. If you get a chance to go back there, you can actually, I think it's 1,000 steps down to the bottom. That's a pretty good hike as well. So yeah, it's been years since I've done it, but it's pretty nice up there. And the plants up there, there's what do they call them? Mountain devils, I think they call them. When you pick the little buds off them, they actually look like they got little horns on them, the flowers. I think that's what they're called, mountain devils. You can buy all that sort of stuff as well there. There's a lot of beautiful land there. All right. Well, we have actually talked for an hour and 14 minutes because the timer is ticking down to 57 seconds from our hour sprint that we're supposed to do. So we might do an hour sprint. I'm going to go and make myself some dinner, read a little bit more of Harry Potter. It was very pretty, but today was our only day there, unfortunately. Yeah, well, if you ever get back to Sydney, it's always another option to go back and check that out. All right, let me just reset the timer because it's going to go to a 15-minute break. And we will see you in an hour.
Hello, friends. Not sure where Nicole is, so you just have me for the moment. Which is fine. So, how did we do? I did not read. I was doing some planner stuff, and I ate a salad and watched some Hell's Kitchen because I need to. Like, I forgot that I was watching Hell's Kitchen, so I need to finish the season from last season. Oh, there's Nicole. Hi, Nicole. How did you do?
Yeah, I was on a Zoom meeting, so I just left that. I couldn't make the person I needed to make a host, so I could leave because I own the Zoom room. So if I leave, it kicks everybody out. So, and the button wasn't working. So I said, I'll be back. So yeah, yet again, I'm zooming all over the place. So Fridays are my busy day. I end up everywhere. And then I just realized, like, it's 8:00 at night. When we went to a sprint, I'm like, oh, it's 7:00. I'm supposed to be on Zoom. Oh, I'll duck over there, and then I'll come back over here, and then I can go back over there, and we can do all the things. So yeah. So how'd you go?
I did not read. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, luckily I'm reading Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the brain capacity right now for Daisy Hates.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I've decided that I'm going to read Daisy Hates with my eyes. I may do at least the first couple books, with audio, because I don't think there's going to be a lot that I want to annotate in the first, at least in the first book. There's only like a couple, like I annotate for quotes, which some people don't know that, or like for things that really like stick out to me.
Yeah.
But like the annotations, because I do have my like, were they like popular highlights or whatever, I do have those on because for like vlogs and stuff, sometimes other people will highlight things that I wouldn't think to highlight, so it gives me like a guide.
Yeah.
In this, they're like highlighting descriptions of Vernon Dursley. I don't care about that. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna throw it, but like I don't care about Vernon Dursley. Yeah, so I'm trying to catch up on Hell's Kitchen because I know that the season ended. But I kind of forgot that I was supposed to be watching that, so I let Hulu get turned off because I don't watch Hulu like on a normal basis. And then I was like, oh, I never finished Hell's Kitchen. And then I accidentally left my card on the other day, and Hulu like took a payment. So I was like, well, I guess I have Hulu for another month. So I did that, and I did some planner stuff, and that's about it. That's all that I really did.
I basically went and hung out with some friends on Zoom, my stitching friends, and I was hearing all about one of my friends' sons just got married over in Bogota in Colombia. And yeah, they were over there for a few weeks, and we were just hearing about the wedding and how the two families blended and how much of a fabulous time it was, and yeah, and all that sort of stuff. And we just heard from our friend that has been a little bit MIA because they're up in Townsville and they've lost power and all that sort of stuff. They've got power back now, but the internet's still sketchy. So when she's at work, she's sent a message through and just said, look, hey, I'm okay and whatnot, because, yeah, like the mobiles are not working and stuff like that either. So, but everything's okay. Her house is still standing, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. So, yeah, so she's been able to check in when she's at work, and that's about it. So, yeah, other than that, I didn't read anything. I did have dinner. I had a chicken salad sandwich and some marinated olives for dinner.
Oh, I also made a salad. Maybe eating a salad at 4:30 in the morning is weird, but
that's a good choice.
I was like, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I like stood in front of the fridge, and I was like, okay, so I can make a salad, or I can have bologna and pickle sandwich. Nice. Or as Ari calls it, ham. It's not ham. And then I was like, or I can eat this super sugary cereal. because all I have right now is like Fruit Loops. I don't really eat like breakfast food.
Yeah.
Like I don't eat cereal. But Ari does.
Mhm.
And like I just spent like so much money. I just spent like $300 on groceries. And everything has to be cooked.
Well, that's good. Like, at least you're not going to buy takeaway. You can cook some food, and you know
Yeah, I
what's
bought
going
like
in.
macaroni and cheese and like noodles. Like with Ari's autism, you know, we eat the same things every day.
Yeah.
Which like is fine. And then I bought like stuff for her lunch and pizza because we live on pizza. And then I was like, oh, I could eat an Uncrustable. And then I was like, I do not want an Uncrustable.
That just even sounds terrible.
It's like, well, it's like a peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, you've explained to me what it is.
They're
I still
just not
stand by my
good.
first statement. It doesn't
Like,
even sound nice.
she likes them. But I'm just
Yeah.
of the mindset that like, if I want a sandwich, I'll just make an actual sandwich.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had for dinner. I had a multi-grain sandwich with chicken, lettuce, carrot, some
Apparently,
alfalfa.
talking about healthy food made me crave salad because I was like, oh, I have salad in there. So I had some salad with some croutons.
Mm-hmm.
We won't talk about how much ranch I put on my salad. It makes it.
Do you know what I really like making? I get, the seeded mustard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get a tablespoon of that, tablespoon of water, and a little bit of maple syrup, and shake it up as a dressing. And it is the nicest dressing I ever had. Beats ranch, beats Caesar, hands down.
That sounds good.
It's really nice. It's just a tablespoon of each one.
Oh, and then also Aquila texted me because she's up at this ungodly hour of the day. I mean, this is like the time she gets up.
Yeah.
So she was like, I just wanted to touch base with you before I go to sleep. I'm not ready for a teenager, y'all. I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready. Like, God give me strength. And then, like, when I asked him, because I spoke to him on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, she's a lesbian, but she loves Jesus, right? So she'll say things like, do you want to put your hands on our son? That's what she says. She doesn't mean it like in an abusive way.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, I said, are you being good for mama? He was like, yeah. I was like, oh. I was like, really? I was like, because I heard you got told that you were going to come see me. And he was like, I think it'll be great. And I was like, yeah, it'll be great if you can listen.
Otherwise, not so much.
Otherwise, it's not going to be great.
You're not going to like it here either.
Here's the thing, I don't know what to do with boys. That's the problem.
Well,
My kids went to Aquila when they were 2, 1.5, and 2, 1, and like 7 weeks.
mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with boy children. I thought we were past the hard part when we like had to teach him, the oldest, not to hit me. He had a really bad stint where he would like ball his fist. I mean, he was like 4, but he would ball his fist up and he would like punch me. And Aquila like yelled at me because he punched me, and she was like, what happens when he's like 15 and decides to do that? Then what are you gonna do?
See, you got to nip it in the bud before it gets out of control.
Yeah. Which thankfully, like, I haven't had that issue with Ari because I was so afraid that she would do that. Because her dad also has anger issues. His dad has anger issues too. But her dad, like, has anger issues also. So I was like, absolutely not gonna happen. So, like, I nipped that in the bud, like, before. But first of all, I don't know what to do with teenagers. And I don't know what to do with boy children.
So, do you have like video games like Xbox and all that sort of stuff? I mean, they're usually
Yeah.
into that.
So I have a
I don't know. I mean,
Switch.
I don't know much about boys. I had 3 teenage girls, like, and they were all very different. One decided to experiment with drugs, and that the other one decided to lock herself in her room when she got to a teenager and came out when she was somewhat human, and the other one just likes to spread the joy around to everybody, and it's not great.
So I
I'm
have
just
my
surviving
Switch.
here, people.
Yeah, I have my Switch, which I bought last year, I think, at tax time. Because I had bought like everything else that we needed. Like I always catch up. Like in America, we get like a tax return,
Mhm.
and so I use my tax return every year to like
Yeah, we get that here too.
pay everything. You know what I'm saying? Like put
That's what we all
everything
do here too.
back to where it needs to be, and
Yeah.
then I spend it on other stuff. So last year, my big purchase was a Switch because I had been wanting one.
Mhm.
Which caused some controversy with the person that I was with at the time. Like he was mad that I bought the Switch, but I was like, "You have an Xbox and a PlayStation. Like I don't really want to hear it from you."
Like you can throw shade about what I buy.
Yeah, and like I bought like this. I spent like $20 extra so I could buy like a pink Sailor Moon controller.
Mhm.
Because like the controller that comes for the Joy-Cons is kind of crap. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So like I have games on there. Like I have Mario Kart. He would play. Like I guess I could like
How old
buy.
is he?
He's 12,
Oh yeah, just video games.
which is crazy. Here's what's crazy to me is that I always forget that he's about 2 years younger than my youngest brother.
Yeah.
I always forget that until somebody asks me how old he is, because my youngest brother is 14.
Yeah.
And I remember like him and my oldest son were like best friends because he was 2. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
now, I don't like it's fine, but like I have like Harry Potter Lego on there, and I have that like Hogwarts Legacy game. I haven't actually played it because I had
Mhm.
pre-ordered it, and then um by the time it came out, like we had moved, so like I
Mm.
don't have a TV in here, so like I haven't. Like I guess I
Yeah.
could play it handheld. I'm an idiot, but just like sitting over there doing nothing. Um, but like I figure like he can do that or whatever. But like I guess he's gone through.
What is he into? Like, do you know what he's into?
Yeah, like he likes Star Wars and he likes Legos, and like um he does play video games. Like she lets him play video games, but I guess like the issue is that he's going through a stint where he's lying about everything,
Mm.
and like I can't reward you with video games if you're lying.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So yeah, because she said that he's like that he lie like he like tells lies, and then when he gets caught in a lie, he doubles down. And then
Oh no.
she's like he's lying, and then also he just like thinks he doesn't have to listen to people, like to anybody.
Mm.
Because like when she threatened him that she was gonna send him to me, he basically was like, "Oh well, it'll be a fun time, sir." It's not gonna be a fun time.
No, it's not. Not by the sounds of it. Um, that's funny. It's funny how they think that someone else is going to be a fun time, and then they get there and go, "Oh, so the grass isn't greener on the other side."
Well, and also like theoretically, we'll be living with my stepdad, who really does not allow for children to backtalk their mothers.
Mm.
So if he starts like backtalking, it's not going to be just me. Because like I even told Quill, I said the thing with this is, I need you to understand, like it's not going to be just me. Plus, his dad only lives about 25 minutes away from where we would be.
Mm-hmm.
Because she also thinks,
When's this happening? This is happening in summer holidays, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So his dad only lives about 25 minutes from where we would be, and
Mhm.
she thinks that maybe if she thinks that part of his acting out is that his dad is not really around. Like, he pretends to be, but
Mhm.
he doesn't actually follow through on anything. If we're close enough for me to be like, come see your child, whatever, he'll do it. He gets kind of weird about, like, if I tell him that it has to be supervised, he gets, like, really weird about it, and starts saying, like, "You guys don't trust me," or whatever, which, like, ultimately, it's not my decision. Like, ultimately, it's Aquila's decision. So I always tell him, like, you can call her and, like, you can talk to her and ask her if he can spend the night or whatever, which she's let him do before. I was like, but I'm not going to be the one to ultimately make that decision because, like, I'm not the one that has custody.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah. So you're going to spend time over at your hometown with them?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, we're probably going to move. So I'm going to be real.
Mm.
I kind of feel like I'm at a dead end here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't feel like there's any projection, any direction. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just kind of stalled,
Mm. Mm.
which is, I think, what I was afraid of with going home was that I would be stalled. But at least, like, if I go home, then I have people to help me, like, with Ari. Like, if I need to work or whatever, I could be like, can you watch Ari? Cool. Great. Thank you so much. Like, I have, like, a support there,
Yeah.
which would allow me to project forward.
Mm.
But here, like, I don't really have people to help me.
Mm.
Like, I'm
You need,
just kind of here.
yeah. You need people. And you need to have more than just a room.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, regardless of whether we moved home or not, we would, because I had started looking at apartments over here. Like, it's not like a great part of town, but it's not like the worst either. Like, it's affordable without being like in the slums. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we could afford something over here, but I was like looking and I was like, but do I want to do that ultimately? Because like I don't have anybody over on this side, like where we live.
Mm.
I mean, other than the people that we live with, I guess.
Yeah.
But like I'm not gonna rely on them forever either. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't really have people over here. So like if we did move out on our own, I would ultimately have to I would essentially have to start working a day shift.
Mhm.
And and I would have to cut my hours. Like I'd have to work like 6 hours a day instead of 8. So I'd have to work like 8 to 2
Mhm.
in the morning in order to get Ari to school, go to work, and then be home in time for her to come home.
And that's if you stay where you are now.
You
Yeah.
That's if we stayed
Move
living
back to your home state.
in Indiana. If I went back to my home state, then I would have a bit more flexibility because ultimately somebody could watch her at night.
Yeah.
Even if I had to like pay my brother or
Mm.
like if we move like if when we would eventually get moved out on our own, even if I had to tell my brother like bring all your computer shit over here and we'll like set you up so you can play World of Warcraft while she sleeps, like, you know what I mean? Because ultimately I just need someone to be with her while she's sleeping. She just can't be by herself.
Mm. Mm.
And like even here, like I like feed her, bathe her, whatever, and like she's in bed before I leave. Like she's laid down reading a
Mm.
book or watching a movie or whatever, before I leave, and then she knows like don't get up, go to sleep, whatever. So
Yeah.
really she doesn't need anybody to like take care of her necessarily. They just need to be in the house with her.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
I don't get
Decisions. It sucks being an adult sometimes. Sometimes it's great, other times not so much.
isn't that the truth? And I
Mm.
mean, I guess I wouldn't mind going back to day shift. I just don't operate very well. Like I'm not a day shift person.
Yeah.
Like my most productivity happens from 8 to 4 a.m. Like right now I'm starting to get tired.
Mhm.
But that's mostly because like this is, like the time that I would be like home from work, decompressing, whatever.
Mm.
Um but like throughout the nighttime is when I like am the most productive person. So like I don't really want and I'm like not very nice in the morning. You know what I mean? If I worked 8 to 2, it would be like 10:30 in the morning before I was like a nice person. No one wants to deal with that. Least of
Fair
all
enough.
me.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with me in the morning either, so I don't want to inflict myself on anybody either.
Right? Like yeah. But I mean, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's hard though. Chrissy got no reading done, but maybe later. And Nina L joined us during that chatty bit. Hello, I'm reading Sarah Lotz, The Three. It's a horror book, okay, and I'm really enjoying it. 4-star prediction at the moment. Awesome. I am going to have to wrap it up because I've got people waiting for me in another location. But you have sprints happening after dark, which
Yeah,
is
I mean,
12 a.m. Saturday morning.
yeah. So tomorrow for me,
Yeah. Tomorrow
uh,
for me also at 3 p.m.
yeah, they'll be at midnight Eastern Standard Time. They should already be
Yeah.
scheduled. When we leave here, I am going to change the thing so that it says girl bands because I wasn't like paying attention to the fact that I scheduled them and they were scheduled in February, so I didn't put that. I just put like after dark or whatever. But yeah, I don't know who will be joining because I don't feel like I mean, I don't really expect any of the hosts other than maybe like you.
I think Coda said he was going to join.
Yeah, and then I'll send Coda the link.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I've told. Brooklyn's not a host, is she?
No, I don't think she is because Instagram did not send me any messages today, and I went in there and I opened up the app, and all these messages just came up in the last sprint, and Brooklyn was one of them asking if she could come on today.
Damn.
So I
Okay.
said,
Well,
from now on, just message me in Voxer. I said, because I don't know what's going on with Instagram. It's just been really funky and things aren't showing up and all the rest
I'll
of it.
reach out. Then I'll reach out to Brooklyn and I'll see if she wants to join tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be 4 p.m. for her.
Yeah, and I'll just be like, do you have the time, the capacity, whatever? Yeah, and then I'll have this vlog. This vlog's probably gonna go up on like Sunday.
That's fair enough.
It'll be in Patreon first, so for all the Patreon people, it'll be up for. I am planning on leaving them up for at least 24 hours before they go to the main feed. But I don't. But like, if it goes up today into Patreon, it won't go up until Sunday on the main feed because I don't want to upload a video and do a live on Saturday. So yes, but it'll just be like my TBR or whatever.
Cool.
Well, it's a whip and chat, but it's TBR whip and chat.
Yeah.
Whip and
TBR
TB.
and chat.
Yeah. So
that works. So yeah, so that's what's happening in the next 24 hours, and whatnot. Of course, there'll be sprints across the board for anybody that's doing the girl band. We'll be back. I'll be back. I'm going to go hang out with Neva tomorrow, so I don't have to read the comments and all the rest of it and control everything. I can sit back, chill, and relax, and just cause chaos and be, yeah.
She can do what I do. We can switch roles.
Yeah, we can switch roles. And then on Sunday night, I'll be back. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, Monday morning. If you're not, I'll be back and we'll be reading Harry Potter. And thanks to my daughter, I now have to squeeze 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks of February into next week. So, yay for me.
So did she move the date because she gave you the wrong date?
No, she moved the date because the baby's coming.
Oh, baby's gonna come. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Was if she gave the wrong date or if baby decided
No, she
it's
had to
time
move
make
it
it.
because right now Michaela is 33 weeks, 33 weeks, 34 weeks, something like that. And the head is engaged, but she's been having lots of pain and all that sort of stuff anyway. And they just said you might want to get your birthing partner over here. Yeah, because it's her best friend and she's on her own and all the rest of it. And so she's going over to be her birthing partner. So she's going over, she'll be over there for 3 weeks now instead of 2. So basically, I've just got to be down there Monday to Friday. I'm just going to take my computer and everything with me. I'll go and pick up my portable internet if her internet's not on, and then I'll still be able to do all the things I do because her partner will be at work, Mia will be at school, and yeah. And then on Friday afternoons, basically, I'll probably have to bow out a bit earlier and then pick Mia up and then head up here, so I can, get extra books and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, that I'm going to play by ear. We'll see how we go. So yeah. But yeah, fun and games. But on that note, we're going to say good night, good morning, no matter where you are. And we will see you in the next sprint, whenever that will be. Wherever that'll be. It'll be somewhere. I'm not even going to worry about the end thing tonight. So we're just going to say bye and have a great night, everyone. See you soon.